We are live. Finally. Yeah, it was a little rough getting live today. I was trying to get live at 2:30. That didn't happen. Body has not been holding up too well today, but that's okay. We're here. Hopefully everybody can hear me. To double check that by playing sound through my phone. I hear Savannah. Mm-hmm. Huh? We don't have rainbow?
Yeah.
I said we did. I'm a little disappointed now. Hmm.
You can talk.
Yeah, I can talk.
I just talk. You can talk.
Yeah, I can talk.
I just talk on this silly.
Yeah.
That's what's been in boy. It's not like what.
Why you? What? I thought you watched Spider-Man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So you don't need to watch anything on my phone?
Yeah, I watched this too.
You can watch both? I mean, yeah, I can let you watch my phone. What are you gonna watch? Well, no, I can't have you on my lap right now. My legs
Darius,
hurt. I can give you my phone though.
my is it hard?
It is charged. Enough. Enough for what you're gonna use it for.
Where's that?
To pet the pig.
I want pumpkins, like the pumpkins I saw.
Pumpkins.
And Peppa Pig.
That pig pumpkins.
Yeah, for Halloween.
Screwed up.
There's no teeth on there, Dad.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with my phone now.
You just blow it off. Like super power. Like you blow super hard. So have some super wind.
Whoa, don't blow on me.
So lollipop. You like to taste it and lick it.
It looks good. Great.
Don't get wet. That may get all yucky.
Oh, sorry. Choose one. I'm not sure if you wanted to watch Cardboard Transformer, some Chasing Gummy Worms. That one.
Hmm.
This is a good song too. Oh, we're gonna watch the Spider-Man one. On my couch. Love you, buddy.
I sold it. I sold it.
Yeah. Okay. What is going on in the world? I have been asleep for a few hours for no fault but my own. We will see. Tsunami simulation shows pole shift will end human civilization. I've heard two different things. It'll be traumatic and horrible for the poles to shift, or it'll be absolutely nothing. Like, it's just two extremes. And interested to see what Asman has to say. I think he was talking about the streamer awards today. So we got a lot. All right. We'll start out with Crowder. We'll go to Asman, and then we'll end with Timcast, and then we'll play some Marvel Rivals.
And you marry 4 or 5 women, and you outbreed us. You change the laws. You make all of our country look like the places that you fled from. We don't want you here. Respectfully, get the out of my country.
I know some people have disagreements with that guy. I don't know, there's some controversy surrounding him, but I don't have a problem with what he just said there.
No.
I will say this is still one, if people forget about this, it's one of the greatest threats to Western civilization. And
I love how people
it'd be
try to
pretty
say
hard to argue against that
being
if you look
anti-Islam
at
is
history
racist.
as well.
I'm sorry.
So we've had a
being
gap.
Muslim's not a race.
Throughout
I
recent
don't hate
human
the
history, it's
people.
actually
I
relatively
hate the
short
religion.
as far as dealing with Islamic
Religion is
encroachment,
absolutely
empire building. You know, even just go back to the Crusades, and now a lot of people are going like, yeah, I guess it's not a threat. Still is, and it's a threat by design, just to be clear. And you are seeing new talking points from the left, or I should say recycled talking points. What's worrisome is that you are seeing some people allegedly on the right echoing these talking points.
Yeah.
Let me disabuse you of that notion. You are going to hear that Islam is a peaceful religion. I'll make sure that you know it's not. That Sharia law is not a problem. It absolutely is. Or that the founding fathers were actually influenced by Islam and they were welcoming of Islam. You are going to hear all these talking points from the left and some of those on the right. None of it is true.
It's true. Yep.
And there is a proactive approach to changing. And just like some people say demographics are destiny. Islam is the only contingency of people that actually have a plan to change the demographics of their host countries through birth rates.
Outbreed them.
So I'm always a little bit leery when someone talks about demographics in the United States and says, yeah, but it's propaganda that Islam isn't a problem. When you think of the United States, you probably think baseball, apple pie, also sirens blaring at dawn to call you down to your local mosque.
Literally trying to make it like the Middle East. Next, they're going to import date trees and palm trees. And...
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
You suck. You can't heckle the call to prayer.
I am Muslim.
Boo.
Boo.
I am a democratic socialist.
Double boo.
The future of living. Welcome to Epic City. It's a way of life. A meticulously designed community that brings Islam to the forefront.
Islam to the forefront.
Assalamu alaikum.
All these people want to take over and destroy what is already here. They want nothing to be left standing in their wake. It is a destructive, pagan, a recessive religion. It's technically a cult. You're not even allowed to question it. Like, if you do, you like look at. We should bring up a video of Sneeko later, or you can look it up on your own time. Sneeko went to the imams, which are the leaders in the Islamic mosques, and was asking them questions. And they told him he doesn't have the right to ask questions and to get out. They kicked him out of the mosque for asking questions. Like, yeah. No, there is no questioning in Islam. You follow. Now, there's even the ability to lie to those who aren't Muslims. And then each Muslim is supposed to support the brother no matter whether they did good or bad against outsiders.
Assalamu alaikum. Somalia. Hiran State.
A
The
share
mayor
podium?
presented Maulana Hazar Imam with the key to the city of Houston. The mayor will be the chief guest at the opening ceremony of the Ismaili Center in Houston.
This store that you manage here, and by you being Muslim, it has haram products here. It has pork, alcohol, and gambling, which is against Islam.
I should put that on his window as a
Church
sticker.
bells, you can pray the
Nah,
call
that
to
guy's
prayer. We are as
total
American
loser.
as anyone else.
No,
That's
you're not.
also the problem is the entitlement. This is haram here. You should put that up next to your health code rating as a sticker, just like, we are haram.
Avoid
I don't know
us.
about bifocals, but they might be haram.
Yes, they might. I have no idea. I assume they are. Islam
Having
is
an
growing so
IQ.
quickly in the United States.
Having an IQ is haram.
actually, that experts predict next year's Super Bowl will be between the Pittsburgh Prophets and the Jacksonville Jihadis. And that is with the halftime show from the Red Hot Mujahideen Peppers.
That's great.
That is.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
It's Islamification.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Sometimes
sorry,
I feel like my only friend is the Prophet Muhammad. You better not draw him.
I'm drawing.
We laugh because it's scary sometimes.
Yeah, you laugh off your fears.
Yeah. I think it's like what is it, Freddy Krueger? If you turn around and face him, no, he still kills you.
Whoops. Still see them in my dreams.
Yeah, it's Islam Krueger.
How could I not see them in my dreams when I'm being woken up by the call to terrorism?
Yes, exactly. It's just, it's not American, you know, and it is less American. Just like I said in the Change of Mind. No, if I see a Hispanic person who doesn't speak English, I view them as less American. That's my opinion.
Of course.
And if I see a community where I'm hearing the call to Islamic prayer, that's not less American to me than the sound of church bells. That's just my opinion. You guys comment below. If you, that doesn't mean that we have to be an entirely 100% white nation.
No.
But we do have to acknowledge that other waves of immigrants in this country, they were mostly Western Christian nations. There's a very big difference.
Oh, this wave is destructive.
That's the culture I want. I don't want multiculturalism. I don't want a bunch of different cultures.
No.
I want one culture, Western Christian culture in the United States. I want that the predominant culture, and I want everyone else to assimilate. That's my opinion.
Yep.
Okay? When people try to tell you that, no, actually, all of these are equivalent.
That these people, these Muslims, especially when they come to America, are getting debated by, or listening to debates and have the ability to listen to debates from Christian apologists, atheist apologists, and so forth. And the Quran is just getting dismantled left and right. So as long as they have a brain and realize that there's a lot of apostates coming and leaving the Islamic faith, especially because you shouldn't be able to be killed here for leaving it. But if you're in Iraq or Iran or any of those Middle Eastern countries and you leave Islam, you will get killed. There is no mercy. Especially if you convert to Christianity. Like, yeah, you'll be hunted. Why? And then they're coming over here saying they want to enforce Sharia law, but they had Sharia law in the countries they left. Why do they want it here? They left that country because it was horrible. And now they're trying to enforce it here? Oh yeah, because it's gonna we're gonna enforce it differently. It's gonna be better. We're gonna do it the right way. And when you do it the right way, it always falls into the same exact timeline and does the same exact thing as these third world countries that have been kept down by Islam for so many generations will continue to do. Arabs at one point were very smart, and then for some reason they fell for Prophet Muhammad. Well, they didn't fall for him. They were forced to believe. It was spread by the edge of the sword by their prophet, the ear, who heard every story from anybody and everybody. He was known as the ear because he would just say, yep, that belongs in my Quran, if somebody came and was just telling a story. Like, a lot of these stories about Jesus in the Quran are made up 5th century, like fairy tales. And he ran with them and put them in the Quran. But it's funny when a book like the Quran tells you to go to the Bible to prove that the Quran is truly real. And yeah, when you do that, it completely dissects everything in that book. All right, back to Croner.
I disagree with the premise, but then their arguments also fall apart. And you can feel the tensions starting to rise, some of your old stomping grounds, Dearborn, and what we've been watching unfold there.
And yesterday you saw clashes between Christian protesters and Islam
Dearborn's
protesters
the worst.
as things got pretty wild as a man even
Because
brought
the
out
mayor
bacon and
is in
slapped
control.
the Quran with bacon, and then he did try to light the Quran on fire.
That's ballsy.
Muslims obviously came in and took the Quran.
I'd have no problem for especially when they were treating him like
And
they
some
were.
people are saying that guy in the vest is a fed or a plant. I don't know. The rest of this is still relevant.
That guy sucker punches him and runs away like a wimp.
Little girl.
Ran away like a girl.
Pepper spray maced by protesters.
Sir, why is he not welcome on a public sidewalk?
Get that camera out of my face. Get that camera out of my face, or I'll kick it from you, okay?
I'm sure you will. Hold my camera.
And you marry 4 or 5 women, and you outbreed us. You change the laws. You make all of our country look like the places that you fled from. We don't want you here. Respectfully, get the out of my country.
I know some people have disagreements with that guy. I don't know. There's some controversy surrounding him.
I don't
but
disagree with what
I
he
don't have a
said.
problem with what
Right.
he just said there, especially
What he
when
said
you
was perfectly
spend
fine.
time in Dearborn. Now,
But
Pop
it's
Scrider,
nicer,
when did that
but-
shift occur? Because you were lived in Detroit, obviously 60s through 7. When did Dearborn become?
90s.
Well, they're
2000s.
famous for a mayor named Orville Hubbard,
Okay.
who saw all of this coming, and he tried to head it off at the pass. Some say he was a little racist, but strangely prophetic.
Klansman.
And
Yeah,
it's exactly what he warned against, and that's where we are. He's long since dead, but yeah. A lot of
Lovely.
Lebanese and a lot of Christian Chaldeans had immigrated to Detroit, but nothing like it is now.
Would you say it was
in the 80s? It was not like
not like
it
it is
wasn't
now.
even it wasn't even a demographic that you had to worry about.
So 90s and afterward.
Yeah,
And,
well, even more recently.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, certainly as far as becoming a majority, and
Yeah.
we'll get to. I tried to get a gay wedding cake baked in Dearborn, and had a fatwa
How'd
on me
that
for my
go?
troubles. That's back when people were saying
Yeah.
Christians were completely intolerant. And there's make no mistake, a complete double standard from the left on Islam versus Christianity, and you see that
Yeah.
from some people on the
A
right
mile away.
today as well. Let me give you some.
You're
some
gonna have to
fast
confront it, and it's gonna be too late.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, let me highlight one thing. So people may say like, "Hey, you shouldn't walk into an area that's predominantly Muslims and slap a Quran with bacon." And I understand their point. But
Sure.
here's the point. I agree that maybe you shouldn't do that, but it still is the United States of America. You can do that. You have the right to do that. I think the reaction proves the point.
Right.
Yep.
Like he's doing
That's
something
exactly what
extreme
it
to
is.
prove how extreme the problem really is.
Yes.
Like they will go
And
to
it's not even
violence
hurting
because
them.
of this.
Yes.
Yep.
Right. So I think there's
Because
some,
of their book.
If
Agree,
you suggest
disagree,
they're
it's
not
good to-
peaceful, they'll kill your family.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And let me give you
Today
some.
it's bacon on a Quran. Tomorrow the president's being sworn in with one.
Right. Yeah. No, you're exactly right. And it's very different from other religions because it's a prescription of law.
What we were
as
worried
well.
about
It's
with
not
Obama.
just a description.
Right,
It is a
yeah.
legal
That's right.
prescription in a way that you don't see with other
A
religions.
political prescription.
Yes. And let me give you some fast facts that are indisputable on Islam. Okay. So Islam is the fastest growing religion in the world. And they use that, though, and they tout that as a win. It's not because of conversions, to be clear. It's birth. And that's part of their strategies. Like the man said, outbreed infidels. So from 2010 to 2020, we went from on planet Earth 1.7 billion to 2 billion. That's a 20% increase. In North America, we went from 3.8 million to 5.9. That's a 52% increase.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let me give you a specific example where it's a real hotbed
Canada.
right now. Texas, from 2010 to 25, the number of mosques increased by 100%, about 160 to 330.
Jeez.
And there are people out there on both the left and the right saying you shouldn't worry because actually Islam is actually completely compatible with the West, and you've just been lied to by obviously
Incompatible by every
all
means
historical documents available to us
necessary.
right now. It's time for Claim Truth.
Yep. I like when it goes these.
All right, here's a claim that you are going to hear. Reference is available, link in the description. Yes, that was a Mario sound. That the founders of this country were big fans of Islam and inspired by it.
They actually went to war with
the
them.
Constitution together, they got much of the Sharia teaching from the Quran, from Islam.
The Sharia itself, again, is a legal dispensation. It comes after the teachings of Jesus, which come after the teachings of Moses, etc. So every prophet was either given a Sharia, a revealed law from God, or they themselves simply followed or reinforced or renewed the Sharia of a previous prophet. So in that sense, when we think of the Sharia, it's a really nothing more than a continuation of what had been taught by previous prophets, right? So it's like to be against the Sharia,
in the
Sharia law
line
itself is to say that to be
at
against
all.
God's law.
So there's also an article accessible in the was that the right clip there? Did he mention the founding fathers in the first part of that clip?
he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, because it went on pretty long and it was nonsensical.
I think he was talking about Thomas Jefferson.
Yes, exactly.
John Hancock.
There's an article that you can access that they use to substantiate at the Library of Congress, which reads, "The founders of this nation explicitly included Islam in their vision of the future of the republic. Freedom of religion as they conceived it encompassed it. Far from fearing Islam, the founders would have incorporated it into the fabric of American life." Here's the truth. The founders supported Christianity almost exclusively and did not revere Islam at all. Now, there are different iterations of some of our texts that people went through, and they thought, well, we can't necessarily get this through, but let me actually give you some historical context here. According to one of America's most influential Supreme Court justices, Joseph Story, they wrote, "The real object of the First Amendment was not to countenance, much less advance Mohammedanism," which is what they used to call Islam. Right? Mohammedanism, you might read that quite a bit, or Judaism, or infidelity by prostrating Christianity, but to exclude all rivalry among Christian sects and to prevent any national ecclesiastical establishment which should give to a hierarchy the exclusive patronage of the national
You could probably
government.
have a lot of
very
little
much like the private letters from Jefferson to the Danbury Baptist. It was about denominations of Christianity not serving to fracture us as a nation.
Don't
But
make her
they even,
dependent
just to be
on
clear,
it,
they
but
mention
yeah.
Islam, and they also mention Judaism as far as the founders, as far as what is important and what we are explicitly meaning to include here. George Mason wrote in the Virginia Declaration of Rights, "That religion, or the duty which we owe to our Creator, and the manner of discharging it can be directed only by reason and conviction, not by force or violence, and therefore all men are equally entitled to the free exercise of religion according to the dictates of conscience, and that it is the mutual duty of all to practice Christian forbearance, love, and charity towards each other." You can read not only the founding documents, but you can read auxiliary documents that show there was a great concern of a free society not being able to exist without the uniting values of Christianity.
Yeah.
And even the founders, they were even hesitant, and this is not a slight, hesitant toward including Catholics because of what they believed would be a higher allegiance to the Vatican, the Pope. They were very, very adamant about kind of requiring Protestantism to be the basis and allegiance to the United States first. I will tell you this, that's not possible with Islam.
Yeah.
Nope.
You have to be loyal, you have to pledge allegiance to Sharia law, to the ways of the Quran above that of this country, which is the Constitution, and the two are irreconcilable.
Yeah, exactly. I want to go back to the original kind of assertion about the prophets just passing down this law really quickly, because I want to make sure that everybody understands, like, you can have these kernels of truth, and I said, haha, there's the problem, because you listed Jesus and said prophet. That's not true.
That's right.
Right? So you can say these prophets passed this stuff down, and these were teachings that were given to the people, and that's what kind of formed some of their laws, and they wrote these things down in the Bible, and that's what we have to go back to. But that essentially stops at Jesus, and then you have people coming later that kind of tell you, okay, here's what Jesus was saying during this time. Here's how we set life up as Christians. I walked with Jesus. I talked with Jesus. Or in Paul's case, he was converted by Christ, essentially, after being a persecutor of the church. You can't then go on and say, and all of these other people wrote stuff. And that all applies as well, right? And like Stephen said, that is not a prescription for just a church that you go to on Sunday and something that you espouse, that you believe. It is a cultural, every fabric of your being in society determines everything that you do kind of existence in these countries. That is not compatible with the United States of America, and it never will be.
And I want to go back to the point where they say, well, Jesus was a prophet. Let me ask you, who was Jesus?
Jesus was the Son of God.
Okay, there you go. Right? Jesus, so they did not go, no, he's just a prophet. Now let me flip that. Muhammad was not a prophet.
Nope.
They say, well, Jesus was not Son of God. Okay.
Muhammad did nothing.
What they write all the time. It's what they say.
Anyway.
Muhammad was not a prophet.
Nope.
Who do you think's going to get in hotter water?
Right.
For the statement.
100%.
Muhammad was not a prophet.
Fatwa.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
As a matter of fact, it says Muhammad was a false prophet.
Well, Jesus claimed to be God. Big difference.
Yes, exactly.
No, I agree. I think they did have Islam in mind, the founders. They did when they gave men leather collars
to
protect themselves from having their throats slit on our ships.
Yeah. Actually, well, decapitations, because the rapiers they used.
It's always been a faith that came by the sword and now by birthright.
Yep.
But back then, it came by the sword. Hey, guys, you might want to put a collar on first.
Yeah, exactly.
When you sail in this area.
I like these, what do we call these, dickies?
Very stylish, but they kept your neck from being
Here's the next claim you're going to hear, and this is because they're hoping that we progress to these next steps, which are much more concerning. You're just being paranoid about Sharia laws. It's not like a thing.
You know what Sharia law actually means. Some people think that Sharia law is
Blonde white girl.
That's right. You have
punishment,
no hope.
oppression, and politics. But the truth is, it's actually just a system built to protect us. So please,
A blonde
don't
white
be
girl
afraid
defending
of the word
Islam?
Sharia or the religion of Islam. Be afraid of a world without divine justice.
Ooh,
is
scary.
What does she mean by divine justice?
Oh, yeah, I know exactly.
Getting stoned in the city square?
Yeah, I don't think she knows exactly what that looks like. This is the problem with just following TikTok trends with no basis in truth. Let's get to the truth. Notable Islamists, as well as most of the followers, if pressed, will flat out tell you that they want Sharia in the West.
Now it's getting through Congress. So before it was by the sword, now it's getting themselves into parliament and then making laws that act as the sword, the Islamophobia law in Canada, M103.
Yep. They're weaseling their way in.
I find that there are only two things which are open to our movements. Ballot or bullet, nothing in between.
I used to say that democracy is haram. Now I say participation in democracy is our jihad. That's our jihad. We're going to fight not through the bullets, but the ballot.
Going to the ballot and voting is now an obligatory action, fard ayn, and it is a jihad that is now needs to be done because this is our modern jihad. You can elect a person who wants the Sharia.
Because in the United States, what we do know is that in the past election, just this last election, there have been over 800 Muslim candidates running for office.
We may end up with about 50 members of Congress in the next 6 years. That's
Their
really the
plan.
essence of
Take over by getting in a position of power.
system of injustice, is to replace it
Sad.
with the people who represent the Prophet ﷺ.
They say it
How
themselves.
many more examples do you need? And I know some people out there will say, well, that's just propaganda, actually. And I've heard this, too. It comes from the Jews, because actually Islam and Christians have coexisted. No, you're hearing it from them yourselves. I also know people will say, before I get to Sharia courts, well, this also happens in Jewish communities and synagogues where they sort of conduct their own courts. That's absolutely true. We know that that's true. But they would take whatever their sort of internal judgments, rulings, and they could bring it to an actual court and say, this is in line with the law of the United States. It's not like Sharia courts where, for example, corporal punishment can be ordered, right? In a Sharia court, and you can bring up Collage B3. Polygamous marriages can be granted. Due process can be completely ignored. Custody, divorce laws completely disregarded. Same thing for infidelity. Sometimes you see it when people are dealing with rape cases internally. It is not the same thing. The laws flagrantly disregard and are antithetical to the laws of the United States. They cannot coexist. It's not possible. And this week, Governor Greg Abbott, he's a wheelchair guy, actually revealed that there are 2 Sharia courts already operating in Dallas.
Ridiculous.
Well, if you look at a letter that I issued earlier today, I did tell the public, as well as local law enforcement, that there actually are Sharia courts that are operating in Dallas. And they are trying to impose Sharia law. And I pointed out to local prosecutors, both in Dallas County as well as in Collin County, as well as to the Attorney General, as well as to the Texas Department of Public Safety, that what they are doing with these Sharia courts that we have identified in the letter that I issued today, they are in violation of Texas law, including violation of Texas penal codes. And so what they're doing in part
is overriding the government.
But also clearly a violation of the Texas Constitution and our statutes that prohibit Sharia law in the state of Texas.
Yeah. And it's really hard to track how many Sharia courts exist because, I don't know if you know this, a lot of them are off the books by design.
Yeah.
But you can go back to old shows.
Every month.
When this show was on terrestrial radio in 2000,
Is it Sharia court?
2015, where we had a guest call in. There was a regular female guest from Sterling Heights, Michigan, who she was a Westerner. She was a white American, had a rough upbringing, married a Muslim. And he just did the say divorce 3 times, left, took the kids. She didn't see them again till she had to hire a PI, track them down, where she was kind of a not without my daughter situation. She was a regular guest on the show, and we used to go through that a lot. So this is something that's coming for you. It's something that's already here.
Yeah.
And don't believe people who tell you that's just propaganda. It is a real thing. It's a prescription.
Right. And
Don't marry one, too.
Yes.
Exactly.
Avoid that.
Yeah. Really quickly, just to understand like some of the wordplay that's going on here, dismantling the systems of injustice. You're going to see them talk about that a lot because it's easy to go, I want to be on the side of justice, right? So you said divine justice, a world without divine justice. Understand when they say dismantling the systems of injustice, that means dismantling and destroying Western culture, period.
Right.
That's all they're really referring to, but they're trying to like put it into something that maybe you'll grab a hold of instead of going, hey, I've got to change the entire way of life, and women can just be left in a burning building because they don't have enough headscarves to kind of run out, and the morality police won't let them come out. Like those kinds of stories exist, guys, for a reason. So let's not import.
And I get that it's tempting to say, well, Islam isn't all wrong because their women are a little less lippy. I get it. I get it. We're now like, you know what? Yeah, maybe we kind of made some mistakes because you think you have a choice between feminism or Islam. That's not true. There's been a Christian approach to male-female dynamics for a very long time. We've abandoned them. The solution is not to say, you know what, Islam is better than the secularism we have. The solution is to say, hey, let's go back to the intention of the founding, which is a distinctly Christian Western society. Also, really quickly, Josh, where are you going to be performing here? I forgot.
Springfield, Missouri on December 20th at the Springfield Comedy Club.
December 20th, Springfield Comedy Club.
Missouri's got some mosques popping up in it too.
And I've been talking about this for a very long time. One of the first videos I ever uploaded to YouTube, 2008, something like that. The claim, and it's recycled. You will hear that Islam, don't believe the propaganda, it's peaceful. You got nothing to worry about with the thing.
If Islam is responsible for these killings, if Islam is what is motivating these people, and Islam is therefore not a religion of peace, a religion of war, then ask yourself this question: why aren't the rest of us doing it?
Many
Trust those Muslims who you know, who you've met, who you hear, who don't believe in violence,
Muslims.
who do want you to hear the peaceful message of the Quran as they believe it to be taught to the majority of Muslims.
Well, I'll believe the about 198 million Muslims on earth right now who say that they believe violence is justified, either often or somewhat justified to preserve Islam. Here's the thing, the propaganda is more pervasive now because even Google's Gemini, the AI, says, when you ask it, no, Islam does not encourage the indiscriminate killing of people. Islamic texts and the majority of Muslim scholars emphasize the sanctity of human life and permit the use of force only in specific regulated contexts.
Conversions.
Yeah.
So not indiscriminate.
Right.
It's discriminate.
And this is the problem.
Violence.
A lot of people run a search. They see this. They go, well, good enough for me. Here's the truth. You probably wish that you were as passionate about anything as Islam is about killing. Islam as a religion. I mean,
loves
it
killing
loves
anybody
the
that's
killing.
not
It
Muslim.
calls for it. Like
And
I just
even
said,
then they kill
190
themselves.
million Muslims worldwide support the use of violence against civilian targets.
If they didn't have Christians and Jews and all these other people to kill, they'd be killing each other. And that's how much that culture loves death. And you can see in Gaza. I can follow. I didn't hear that.
Targets to defend Islam. But that may not be enough. You say, that's just a Pew Research poll. It's not a big enough sample size. What's a couple 100 million?
Thank you.
Let's go to the holiest text. Let's go to the founding text. Let's go to the Quran. Let's go to Hadith. Let me read these for you. Surah Tawbah, Ayah 29 says, fight those who do not believe in Allah and the last day, nor comply with what Allah and His Messenger have forbidden, nor embrace the religion of truth from among those who were given the scripture, 1, until they pay the tax, 2, willingly submit or fully humbled. What does that mean? You may not understand this if you're not aware. Actually, Islam has a system of law for people who don't convert. You have to pay extra taxes. You have a different curfew. You think that your civil rights are being violated because a tranny can't box in this country? Do you understand if you're not Muslim under Islamic rule, you are not a human being with the same rights as a Muslim? They may say, let's be nice to them. They still treat you as subhuman. Let's go to Hadith.
They're also not big on
That's a slave.
Not that huge on it, no.
Yeah.
Let's go to Hadith. This is it Sahih Muslim?
Yeah.
If they refuse to accept Islam, demand from them the jizya. If they agree to pay, accept it from them and hold off your hands. If they refuse to pay the tax, seek Allah's help and fight them. Again, this is why there is Sharia law. People say, well, Hadith is not Quran. Look to any Islamic country. How
And
they govern themselves.
really look at
If
their
you're not
Hadiths.
Muslim, you are treated as a second-class citizen. Does this read as some kind of an interpretation, or does this read as a very specific prescription, including a tax code?
Right. By the way, just so you know, one day there is no option for the tax.
Right.
Yep.
They lure you. Okay, we just have to pay a tax. It's totally fine. Everybody, they can pay a tax. One day, does the tax go away? What then?
Sounds benign enough.
The tax becomes your blood.
Yes.
To be clear. Let's read again from Hadith. From Sahih al-Bukhari. It says, the hour will not be established until you fight with the Jews. And that means fight the Jews. That doesn't mean like fight hand in hand, brother.
Oh, side by side?
Yes, this band of brother with the Jews. No. Because it's also very poorly written. The hour will not be established until you fight with the Jews, and the stone behind which a Jew will be hiding will say, "O Muslim, there is a Jew hiding behind me, so kill him." That seems pretty cut and dry.
That could be misinterpreted.
Yeah.
It could be, maybe they're talking about, metaphorical.
Figuratively.
Rock.
Also, a gross presumption that Jews are far less capable at a game of hide and seek than they are. They have a lot of experience.
They really do.
They're not just going to hide behind a rock.
Good enough for me. There's a stone here. He'll never find me here.
This stone will never rat us out. It's a good stone.
It's a good stone.
This book should have said, don't waste your time looking behind rocks. Check the attic.
Yeah, exactly.
Check New York tunnels.
The jewelry store will yell out, "The Jew is in here."
I'm not back here.
I'm not back here. What?
Don't look at me.
I should have hid behind the boulder.
That's not my nose poking out.
It's 48th Street.
Even I know some people say he was the bad guy in World War II. No. I don't think so. I think he's imperfect, but I side with him over Hitler. Winston Churchill said, "How dreadful are the curses which Mohammedanism lays on its votaries. Individual Muslims may show splendid qualities, but the influence of the religion paralyzes the social development of those who follow it. No stronger retrograde force exists in this world." That's what he said. And he had to deal with it, too. I don't know if you know this, too. A lot of the Muslim nations allied with
under the British
Hitler,
Empire.
Nazis.
Wow.
Did you know that, too?
No, I thought they just let them roll into the Middle East and Northern Africa.
They were.
Whoops.
They were pretty pro. Like, oh, wait, someone else is finally on our side with the Jews. Oh, good.
Wow.
The enemy of the Jew is my friend, and
his mustache is weird, but I like.
Yes.
Let's go. By the way, because people will often point to a moderate Islamic country, and here's the thing: that always shifts. Like Iran in the 70s. Or you go to, Turkey not that long ago was considered, it was developing, it was going to be more moderate. It really just depends on the decade, and it always sort of just swings back and forth. But this week, President Trump met with Saudi Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who is viewed generally as more progressive in the Islamic world. So let's not use the Quran, let's not use Muhammad. They're extremists. They're not representative of all Muslims, the founding documents and the founder himself. Let's go to Saudi Arabia. It's more moderate. Well, I don't know if you know this. They banned the practice of Christianity in their country. You are forbidden to leave Islam, and it is punishable by death. So in Saudi Arabia today, if you were born into a Muslim family, raised, and then you make the decision for Christ, which we kind of take for granted here in the United States, they can execute you.
Yep.
That's moderate Islam.
You had it coming.
In practice today. And it really is disconcerting. I will tell you, I'm not budging on this one. It has been disconcerting for a long time. It still is. Islam is incompatible with the West. That does not mean that there are not great patriotic Muslims here in the United States who sort of pick and choose from their holy texts, and it will always be a problem. And we can't turn a blind eye to it because they're becoming far more active and hoping that you do just that. That's why I have been on this since the very first installments on YouTube with a blue bedsheet, and actually even at one point, because no one wanted to take part, Gerald had brass balls. You dressed up as my 6-year-old wife, Aisha. That's right, we put you in a burqa, and then the giant man hands.
What's really important is getting the picture and the writing. So it's going to be me and Benny. Well, you have pictures there.
No, on the machine you have in Kruger.
But just the writing, you don't need the machine. You can do the writing. Ben loves Stephen forever.
Yeah, you can.
Groom and groom.
Yeah.
You can do that.
No, this one no.
And so I've been reading this book lately called the Quran, and it's been enlightening. Wait, did Muhammad beat his wife?
In the spirit of full disclosure, Muhammad had many wives.
Not Muhammad. Who are you speaking?
Shut up! You don't know the boss of me. Let's give this man a beard. There we go. Nice beard for Muhammad. It protect your face in the sandstorms. Beard's important to have. And there we go. Give him some facial features. See little details. Let's just draw him. Little wife. Favorite one was Aisha, little 6-year-old wife. Right there. We'll put her in the hijab, not the full burqa.
Muhammad actually had several wives. Even though I know that I can physically portray Jesus as much as I want without any fear of violent repercussions whatsoever, I am aware that in the Muslim faith, not believing in free speech does not allow for the same portrayals of Muhammad.
I have puppies in back.
Yeah. Ask me why a lot of people want to kill me.
I didn't say it was like a helpful video for you.
No, not at all.
I just said it's a good video.
Yeah.
So we're gonna like circulate it on social.
Yeah, sure.
Is that like is it like Islam's version of the Veggie Tales that you just did?
I mean, pretty much.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, it's a good way to put it. Yeah. Yeah. And I actually was very adamant. I wanted to find an actual 9-year-old because that was the defense, right? People used to say, well, he married a 6-year-old. And they would say, well, no. To be fair, he only consummated when she was 9. Before that, he just humped her thighs. I'm like, okay, let's show a 9-year-old. Let's be as generous as possible. It's not the same where people say, oh, well, Mary was a lot younger than Joseph. Mary had gone through puberty and Joseph was not 60 or whatever it is. Joseph was older, sure, but there's a very big difference between a 14, 15-year-old and a 9-year-old.
Also, Joseph is not the one who gave her Jesus.
That's true. That's true. He's not
according to the text.
Yep.
Very
true. A little bit.
By the way, that little Aisha is now graduating from A&M.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, wow. That's true.
Right. It's been a while.
Wow. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Wow.
She's an Aggie. Is that right?
That's right.
Oh, nailed it.
Wow. I don't know. Some people out there will be like, Muhammad should have stoned her. People get go UT! Yeah, when I was doing at Oklahoma U, they were like, do this. And I was like, I don't want to do this because I don't want to. You find it fun, but then I'll get people who'll be pissed off that I do this. I find out that means like down with UT. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I think that means one in the stink and one in the stink.
Is that what it means? That's just, well, then why even do this?
Just 2 stinks.
Yeah. Well, in San Francisco, that's this. Oh, you're still here? And you're still watching this on YouTube? You've probably noticed something is missing by now. I'm not here. That's because the live daily show is now streaming.
Okay. Video surveillance. That is ridiculous. And with the temple, we'll watch it.
Are we facing a once-in-a-6,000-year mass extinction event? Well, some say it's a bit conspiratorial, alarmist, or just the sky is falling out, nothing's happening. But we just recently saw this massive solar storm, which resulted in auroras being blasted over the lower 48. It's a rare occurrence.
Yep.
Of 10 major events that occurred in the last 100 years where you could see an aurora from Texas, 5 of them occurred in the last 2 years. We have seen the record strongest storm. They just confirmed this. That was it Hurricane Melissa, I think it was called. The highest wind speeds ever recorded. Wow. Certainly some on the left would scream climate change, but they've sort of dropped that one off. No one's really talking about it. Now, I will admit,
the caveman wrote it on the
I have
wall
no real reason to
and
believe
drew
the end
4
is nigh
lines
or anything
instead of
like
3
that.
for
I
the
can only
win.
really say that these are interesting subjects, and it's fun to talk about. I'm going to carry on with my life like normal and not expect the world to end. But we have seen strange things happen. Issues with satellites, the expanding South Atlantic anomaly, a dent in the magnetic field the size of Europe. cell networks going down rapidly. As I mentioned, these massive auroras. Ben Davidson, who is the space weather guy, has been tracking this. And he has a new simulation he just posted showing the tsunamis that will hit should the poles flip. We're all going to die. I mean, he's really predicting this. And we've got this story from Lad Bible. Expert issues terrifying warning as he claims Earth is facing a once in a 6,000 year mass extinction. You may be saying to me, Tim, if this were true, why wouldn't they go and tell everybody? Okay. Let me give you an entertaining hypothesis.
Buddy, there's going to be a slight minority, maybe majority, that freaks out and
prepare for the worst. If the apocalypse happens,
loots and destroys.
It's been a fun ride, hasn't it? You're not going to survive, or maybe you will, but here's the point. With the climate change narrative, they highlight weather phenomenon that seems rare or unusual. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's literally just weather. But there are weird things, anomalous things, and record-breaking wind speeds. Now, why the climate change narrative? This allows government to refocus industry in a direction where people, they're not going to throw their lives away and go head for the mountains, but they will start building new technology. Let me put it like this. The theories from Ben Davidson are that, and I'm probably going to get a bit of what he's saying wrong, the axis is going to shift. When the poles reverse, it's going to weaken the magnetosphere. We're going to get blasted by solar activity, be sent to the Stone Age. And if the poles shift, there'll be an axis tilt. And that explains a lot about why Antarctica is the way it is, a giant landmass with ice on it. Potentially why there are glaciers in Indonesia and even in Africa. Well, that could just be from the glacial period. The planet was much colder. But also why the mammoths found up north have undigested plant matter in their bellies. None of it's true, just entertaining. But here's a thought, because it's fun. If you were the government and you were told by your experts, the poles are going to flip, the axis will tilt, north becomes south, east becomes west, whatever. There's going to be great tsunamis that wipe out critical infrastructure across the planet. What technology would you want? Well, you'd want deep underground military bases in key areas that are elevated that wouldn't be hit by any kind of tsunami should the earth flip. But what about transmission lines, electricity? How will you generate enough power to restore civilization should everything get wiped out? Now, of course, oil and gas will always be the best for energy return on energy invested. In the short term, nuclear is probably better. And fusion, whew, that's fantastic. But hold on. You're going to want solar, wind, water, etc. It's an excellent point made in the show Landman, where Billy Bob brings this liberal lawyer to a wind farm. And she says, cutting into your profits? And he goes, no. And she said, she called it green energy. She goes, it's not green, it's alternative. The wind farms are put out here because you can't get transmission lines to power the pumps. The purpose of the wind turbine is so that they can get electricity to pump oil and use the oil for energy. It's an amazing point, but it's true. If the world were to end with this great flood, and you were a government seeking to preserve, you would want wind farms, particularly ones in water, less likely to be affected by a tsunami. Then, after the Great Flood period, you will still have access to electricity, which can kickstart oil drilling and pumping. Instead of having to start from scratch and rebuild industry with your bare hands, you'll have a kickstart. That's the plan, right? Maybe that's reality, maybe it's not. But I want to play this video for you. I want to show you what Ben Davidson is predicting. Before we do, however, my friends, we do have a great sponsor. It is, you know it, Backyard Butchers. I'm a big fan. I love good, clean meat from real ranches, no hormones, no garbage. You go to backyardbutchers.com, promo code TIM, and you're going to get up to 30% off, free shipping, and guess what? A free turkey or ham with your purchase. We don't need big ag, hormone meat garbage for our Thanksgiving dinner. Now, I'm not a big turkey guy, but I know you all want your turkeys and your hams for Thanksgiving. That's what Backyard Butchers will do for you. Your family is going to appreciate it when you're eating real food, real meat from real farms, and I know you do too. That's why you pay attention. And you know what? I got to be honest. Most of you are probably more maha than I am. Make America healthy again. That means real clean food, real clean meat, straight from real ranchers, and not feedlot mystery meat and big ag chemical hormone schlop. Just the good stuff. My friends, Backyard Butchers, it's real ranch-raised beef from real American families who still believe in doing things right. Check out backyardbutchers.com. Use promo code TIM, and you'll get that free turkey or ham plus 30% off. It's an amazing deal. Real American tradition, real American meat, Backyard Butchers. Check them out. Thank you so much for sponsoring the show. Let's jump to the video. The next flood, he calls it. It's interesting. It's fun. It's got spooky music. But I want to tell you this, my friends. There's something called the Adam and Eve theory. This is that every 6,000 years, the axis will flip, causing great tsunamis, which destroy civilization. Some say it's connected to the Great Mud Flood theory. Interestingly, the mud flood theory is connected to the story of Noah's Ark, that a great flood occurred. I wonder. Some of you may believe it's divine providence, the word of the Lord, and by all means, I'm not telling you not to believe that Noah was sent a message. The earth would be flooded. Build a great ark with 2 of every animal. It wasn't literally every animal on the planet. Perhaps it was just 2 of every natural livestock that they needed at the time. And he built a big boat. Some believe that this ark is actually in Turkey.
Sure,
what if what really
every
happened?
animal.
What if he started seeing the signs in the sky, the auroras,
Ark was
strange phenomena, strange weather patterns were affecting? And some people just said, I don't know. And he said, it's a sign something's going to happen. So he started building an ark, a big boat. And the story is passed down. What if civilization was actually substantially more developed? And he and a crew and a team with industrial prowess built a large boat, and everyone told him he was crazy. I mean, let's be real. What if you started building a gigantic boat right now, and you said, I got to load up a bunch of animals on it? They'd be like, you're nuts. They made that movie, Evan Almighty. They'd call you nuts. They say Ben Davidson is wrong, and it's alarmism. Why? This is the point I was making early on when I said they'd want wind turbines. If they told everybody the end was nigh, people would panic, quit their jobs, and go for the mountains. But they need you to do work so you can build the resources, the deep underground military bases that have been reported. They're building them. We know they are. Now, the bigger, crazy $21 trillion ones, I don't know, but we know wealthy people are building underground bunkers. Let me show you this video. It's got intense music, so we'll keep it a little quiet. A simulation of the expected 2040s deluge tsunamis in the crustal tilt scenario advocated by Ben Davidson. Creator is Juno, using the GCR by Ben Davidson, the model. Internal wave only, no slosh. He's playing the video, and you can see this. Check this out. I'll let it play. You can see the entire eastern coast of the U.S. is flooded. You can see South America is gone. That's wild. He's going to give us a different view of these things. There's the United States. The flood happens. Take a look at that. Let me pause right now. So we're looking at, hey, there's Appalachia. We're going to be okay, huh? Surrounded by water with no access to food, I'm not so sure. Florida is gone. South Carolina, Georgia, Mississippi, everything flooded and wiped out. Look at that. And then what? Do the waters recede? What happens? It looks like that may be the case, as slowly over time the water is starting to go down. Now, here's the West Coast. Look at that. Appalachia barely survives, and I'm not convinced I'm in the part of Appalachia that would. Take a look at the West Coast. Seemingly unaffected. Higher elevation in the Rockies, but California is gone. California is flooded. LA, goodbye. Makes sense. We want to live near areas. We want to live. Where do you want to be? Oh boy. The new South Pole. Take a look at that. Just off the coast of, what is that like? Well, let's just say South America, because I don't know which country specifically, but around Chile, Colombia, etc. The new South Pole. Brazil. Hey, it looks like Rio. Well, Rio's gone. Check this out. There goes Europe. Europe's gone. The UK will get sloshed over, but part of it might survive. Looks like Spain will be okay. That's good news. This is pretty wild. If this actually happens, he says 2040s. There's Australia and... Wow. Looks like Australia is just gone. Parts of the outback survive, get a lot wetter. And here's an interesting thought, too. A lot of areas on the planet that are just sand and desert, If this were to happen, it's going to shift moisture patterns around and change where life emerges and can sustain itself. Oh boy. Where are we at? Japan? The Aleutians? Look at that. Is that Alaska getting largely wiped out? Wow. No, it's partially. Largely okay. I wonder if the Aleutians will make it. Here's the U.S. again. So it looks like, I gotta be honest, I might be, I wish there was a way to tilt this so I can look at West Virginia's Eastern Panhandle and see if we're gonna be okay. We're not in a flood zone or anything like that. We are elevated to a certain degree. I think we're at like 1,000 feet. Where do you want to be? Nah. It doesn't look like we're gonna make it in Appalachia either. Man, this is a wild video. 2040s. You got 20 years. The Kings of Catastrophe meet pole shift with ethical skeptic Ben Davidson. Let's jump back to the beginning. Let's get a close-up view of... I want to get this in slow motion and see if I can figure out... All right. So we are right here. I think we're good. Man, how do I zoom in on this? There we go. We'll get a little bigger, You can see the structure of the states. Here's West Virginia. Here's the Eastern Panhandle. And when the flood comes in, yo, we're good.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm all right. I'm in the Eastern Panhandle of West Virginia, and you can see the line right there. Looks like it'll be really bad, but we'll be okay. So we don't want to go anywhere else. We'll put it like that. Yo, that's absolutely wild. You can see right here this tight cluster of white marks. That's the Panhandle. It's small. And oh no. Oh no, it's getting wiped out. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know if this will actually happen. What I can say, however, is that this is being written about quite a bit. Earth's poles might flip at any time. Here's how you can save yourself during the calamity. This is from Wyon News. Everybody's going to tell you the end is not coming, you'll be fine. Of course they would. No one really knows for sure. We have normalcy bias and optimism bias, but maybe it will happen. I don't know. The truth is, my friends, I have no idea. Don't act crazy. Live your lives. But it's entertaining, isn't it? Smash the like button. Share the show with everyone you know. Stay tuned. We got more to come. Join the Discord server, my friends. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you all next time.
Crazy. Is that a convention? Yeah, that's what they get. Climate control. Yeah. Oh, there's Nick Shuri. This is
He's smacking the Quran with bacon.
Live from.
There is no Sharia law in Dearborn.
And anybody that tries to burn the Quran, God will get them one day, I promise.
Today I'm here in Dearborn, Michigan, and today you have a group of primarily white Christians marching on the streets of Dearborn, Michigan, as they're worried about the Islamification of Islam, as Dearborn, Michigan is the capital of Islam here in the United States, as the majority of the population belong to the religion of Islam here. And right now you have a group over here and you have a group right there. We are going to be seeing what happens here today on the street. Right now you have some counter protesters out here as well. No free speech for fascists. And you have a lot of, it looks like the pro-Palestinian protesters out here.
That sounds like something
about this group right here?
I'd
There's
say.
primarily white Christians marching here in Dearborn.
I think it's absolutely ridiculous because in Dearborn, Christians
and Muslims coexist, and we love each other, and we treat each other like brothers and sisters. So the fact that they're here trying to divide us from our Christian brothers and sisters is ridiculous. No one has supremacy over another person, and that's one thing that Islam teaches us. That's one thing that Sharia law teaches us, is that no one is
Every
supreme
man has
over
supremacy
another person,
over you.
no matter what you look like, what your skin color is, what your religion is. We are
That's
all
also
equal
a
under the
fault.
eyes of God. So we are here now just retaliating, trying to protest against this bullshit that they're bringing out now.
You're out here today and you have the America First hat. What do you think about what's happening here in Dearborn, Michigan?
I think it's about the amount of immigration that we allow. Do we
A
as
lot.
a country want foreign outposts in cities like Coldwater and Hamtramck and Dearborn? Or do we want to have like a cohesive, agreed upon culture and ideology for our society? And so we welcome all sorts of people, and diversity is one of America's strengths, but when it gets taken too
Not
far,
really anymore.
we'll start to lose our country's identity.
What do you guys think about this primarily white Christian group pulling up today here in Dearborn, Michigan?
I don't think they're Christians. They're not Christians. Those are Zionists. They're Zionists. They are not Christians, bro. You're a Christian, correct?
Yes.
You love Jesus?
I love Jesus.
You're a Christian. They don't love Jesus because they're on the other side with the Zionists. The Zionists, they don't love Jesus. So what does that make them? Some goofy ass mother that don't know their own religion. They really don't know their own religion.
And are you guys members of Islam? Muslims?
Yeah, Muslim. I'll die for Jesus any time of the day.
And what do you guys think about when people say that Dearborn has been Islamified or that Sharia law is being upheld here?
There is no Sharia law out here. If there was a Sharia law out here, they would have been beheaded me. They would have been beheaded me and cut off my hands.
What's the difference of just Muslims and members of ISIS?
Oh man, ISIS, they're not even Muslims. If ISIS was Muslims, they would have been stepped in and fought Israel. Why?
So it's super interesting right now because you have this group right here. You have Palestine, Islam, Muslims, and then right now you have a bunch of people from the other side coming over here. What brings you out here today?
We want to make sure our children can grow up in the same America that I grew up in. White Christian country. Our founding fathers' blood soaks this land, not for Muslims and Islamic jihadists to play their prayer calls where our children walk to preschool. It's disgusting what they've done to Dearborn, Michigan. They have turned this into Rome. They've turned it into London. It looks like another country here. Every single sign on every single street is in Arabic. How can you consider yourselves as assimilated Americans when you don't eat the same food we eat? You don't speak the same language we speak. You don't do anything that Americans do. This is our country, and we will not stand for Islamic invasion.
Are you worried about the Islamification of the United States?
Yes, it is one of the most paramount issues we can face.
Especially here in Dearborn, Michigan.
It is in Minneapolis in 1970, was a 95% white city and white state, Minnesota.
I can only handle the drumming so much. Too much noise. But yeah. Maybe Decoy will have a good...
When did America go from the globe's melting pot to the planet's pressure cooker? As over in Dearborn, Michigan, we're starting to see physical clashes over religion, as Dearborn has become the country's first Arab-majority city, which recently caused controversy over
looks like Pakistan.
Incredibly loud,
a nicer Pakistan.
5 times a day.
Not as many dirt roads.
This is the mosque being criticized for the use of its loudspeaker for its call to prayer. The director tells
Would not
me
be allowed.
this has been an ongoing complaint from a small minority in the community, and he insists no rules are being broken.
Yeah, this is crazy. You don't
Noise
want to bother
ordering.
anybody.
But the mosques in East Dearborn are now at times waking us up at 5:30 in the morning with the call to prayer.
So outside a city council meeting, 2 separate groups were planning conflicting protests. But even the night before, when street journalist Cam Higbee was setting up, a mysterious black truck started following him.
This guy's following us around too, right here.
Which one, over by the wall?
Yeah, he's been following us. He's been tailing us big time.
Yeah.
Which was later joined by a drone.
Oh, there's a drone
That's
above
ridiculous.
us. Whoa, there's like somebody watching us with a drone, yeah. You see that? There's a light on us too. Oh, the drone went way up high when chat started talking about the black drone. Can't even see it. It's leaving now. They talked about the black truck and it's leaving.
Batteries.
It could be batteries. It could be batteries.
I don't know about you, but it's pretty
That's
haunting to
weird.
think that U.S.
Very
citizens
haunting.
can't document a protest
That these
without being tracked.
these other U.S. citizens are holding that in a way hostage and monitoring his every move. Weird actions if they're not doing anything wrong.
By unknown forces, possibly representing a foreign country. So as the protest commenced, they immediately clashed, with the majority of them waving foreign flags, as a masked man feigned like he wanted to fight.
Yeah, take the mask off. Women, men.
It's interesting how he postured like he wanted to punch him, even beginning to take off his mask, only to suddenly stop and almost wait for someone to step in between them, as this didn't look like a fight he was going to win. So the police were protecting him more than anything. Now this next scene, I'm not even certain I can show on here, but American Jake Long began antagonizing the other side by slapping their religious text with bacon.
Yeah, you can show it.
Be attacked by the Dearborn residents, snatching it away, saying he was going to burn it. As they also
I didn't even see a lighter.
Luckily doing next to no damage. And luckily Long didn't get hurt, but sucker punching someone should be a felony, but for some reason he was simply allowed
There's
to
a
do
police
it
car there, and they did nothing.
Next to nothing to protect the American, or at the very least, freedom of speech. And sadly, this became a reoccurring theme, as Cam Higbee was also attacked.
Why is he not welcome on a public sidewalk?
Get the camera out of my face. Get that camera out of my face, or I'll take
Yeah.
Okay.
People.
To which Cam reported he was not only maced, but was robbed as well, or the local coppers couldn't care less.
My main issue here is that you said I could go into the station later and file a report. He's in black bloc. You're never going to find him again. Yeah, that is police work. It's lazy. So you
Very lazy.
You know that a crime happened, and you're going to let it slide because why?
More attention needs to be brought towards this.
Okay, find me somebody who can. Okay, yeah, find a police report after he's gone, and you'll never find him again. This is lazy police work.
And Cam calls out how it almost seemed the cop was smirking at the idea of his attacker never being found. As I saw the same exact thing in LA. They're so desperate to downplay the crime rates that they make it as difficult as possible to report the crimes. From saying report it online to getting your online report rejected days later, saying go into their local substation that by then these journalists are likely not even in the same state. As the Dearborn police look legitimately scared of their mob.
Officer, why are they able to make threats unfettered? Why do they have total impunity out here? They've attacked me, they pepper sprayed me, nothing has happened. They punched Jake in the face, they sprayed Jake. They have total impunity.
This is the best police department here. In the state of Michigan, nobody beats Dearborn police.
So Cam escalated this to their mayor.
Today on the streets of Dearborn, I was pepper sprayed, maced by protesters because I asked them simply why they were harassing and touching another individual who had stated repeatedly that he was only on their side of the street to talk to them and have a dialogue. I watched people that are in this room get attacked by other people that are in this room. I watched your officers not respond to those attacks repeatedly. I feel like a Demi, a second-class citizen.
As it sadly seems that he is indeed a second-class citizen in this specific American city, where we have seen the left pick and choose on when to enforce a law, whether it be for Democrat activists, non-citizens in blue cities, or even Antifa. But this is the first time we've seen them selectively enforce a law seemingly based on religion, as even into the evening, Christians continued to be surrounded and attacked.
Hey, why you throwing rocks at me?
Later saying he was spit on.
He got his face. He got spit on. He didn't touch anyone. He got spit on.
But the only
these
arrest
police
I
officers
saw
not doing
was one of the
anything.
conservatives.
Mhm.
Excuse officers, what are you arresting him for?
Now, interestingly,
And they wouldn't say anything.
those inflatable fools in animal costumes came to protest on their side. It's ironic how the left is constantly crying for open borders, but bringing in a large population that is twice as socially conservative than the American right, which will likely be the end of all their liberal values and progressive movements. Not to mention in London, they're outright telling this to leftist activists.
Mm-hmm. They're claiming control.
Just because the left marches in lockstep with every single talking point the Democrats put on social media doesn't mean this group of newcomers is as easily controlled as American liberals. And if the media was responsible, they'd be educating them on this concerning eventuality. But no, just look at their reporting over these protests. Of course, the local CBS affiliate made it about religious phobias. The ABC site said the Dearborn residents responded to the protesters with unity and kindness, promoting coexistence. But even when the local Fox News reported on this, they framed it as a alt-right rally getting overwhelmed by a large group of activists determined to promote peace. It's insane to think the punching, macing, spitting, and robbing of conservatives somehow translates to unity and kindness determined to promote peace. But without street journalists like Cam Higby, Brendan Gudenschwager, Haley West, and award-winning journalist Nick Shirley, the public would only think the alt-right attacked the peace-loving Dearborn residents. But what's happening in Dearborn, Michigan should be a warning to the entire country. The corporate media should be informing the people of how this could potentially be your community, but for some reason they're even willing to destroy their own credibility to conceal this. So if you appreciate my concise, unbiased, but sometimes lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today.
Yeah, Dearborn's out of control. But this.
Twitch appears to be entering.
Yes, let's see.
Uh-oh. Twitch appears to be entering the crypto gambling advertising arena with their latest Rollbit CS2 Budapest major partnership. Twitch had banned Rollbit, Stake, Duelbits, and Roobet in 2022 gambling update. In a statement to Dexerto, Twitch claims gambling rules apply specifically to direct promotion or linking, not branding. What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh my god. What do you mean? So it's you can't promote it, you can just have the brand there. Well, why is the brand there? These weasels, bro.
Exactly.
Yes. Oh my god. Not branding or other physical materials that appear. Twitch has confirmed the Rollbet sponsor. Gentlemen, gambling is back in a big way. Since when is branding not a promotion in itself? It is. This is like whenever, do you remember back in like middle school, whenever you'd be running down the hall and like the teacher would stop you and she'd say, stop running. Maybe if you're not fat, right? If you weren't fat in middle school, you'd be running down the hall. And I'd say, teacher, I wasn't running. I was walking fast. And she's like, okay, now you're getting detention. That's it. This is crazy. It's happening, man. It's time to just take their money, man. You think that's it? Maybe you're right. Like, I'm feeling like that might be what has to happen now. Rollbit to Twitch, you couldn't live with your own failure. Where did that bring you? Back to me. So the CS2 major, crypto gambling, is back in a big way. Twitch said the gambling rules apply specifically to direct promotion or linking, not to branding displayed on jerseys, stage signage, or other physical materials that appear during an event broadcast. However, verbally referring to the website on stream is prohibited.
What?
Just take the money, guys.
Yeah, that's all they want is the money.
Just take the money. Like, what are you playing games for?
That's
However,
exactly what they're
verbally
playing
referring to this website on stream is
Yeah,
prohibited. What
acting
are you
like
going to do
they're
if they
like
do
a
that?
moral
Are you gonna
company and
cancel
all.
it?
They're
Not going
not.
to do anything. In a statement provided to Dextero, Twitch said, while the Star Ladder CS Major will be streamed on Twitch, the Rollbit event and sponsorship does not violate our guidelines, as the event and sponsor have agreed to limit the sponsorship during the stream to physical branding only. So they're not going to advertise. They're only going to advertise. That makes a lot of sense, guys. I you know, if you see it that
You're
way,
like Pepsi and Coca-Cola do in movies.
And so anyway, I hope all the
Have a huge
anti-gambling
vending
streamers
machine
have the same
behind the
energy
cam-
with Twitch
the-
starts promoting
the-
gambling,
the
Pokemon,
gamers.
etc. I think, guys, this is my outlook. We have lost the war. I have lost the war on gambling.
Mm-hmm.
The world wants to gamble. The world looks at the statistics of a slot machine and they say, I'm
Good
different.
for me. Yeah.
And I'm tired. I'm tired. I am done trying to convince them that they're not different.
Yep.
You want to do it?
Go
Go
for
ahead.
it.
Go ahead and do it. The world wants Labubu's, gambling, and everything else.
Mm-hmm. Sex program calls.
Man, yes, you gambled yesterday hard. I didn't gamble. I knew I was losing that money. It's like painting an ad. Yep, there you go. No, I'm done. I'm done. I'm totally done going against gambling. I don't give a shit anymore. They want to gamble. They want to put it out there. That's totally fucking fine. I'm not going to get upset about it anymore. I'm not going to care anymore. I'm not going to pretend to care anymore. I think that's also a very important distinction here. Pretending to care. So yeah, so wait, Twitch ViewBot itself to sell more ads? I don't know. My uncle won 3 million gambling. Yeah, what did he lose? 5? And so anyway, yeah, Holy Fuck, Trey Rant's rant about this is going to be legendary. So Twitch banned these sites for 2022 gambling violations, and now they're cozying up with Rollbit for the CS2 major partnership.
Yep.
This is what's going to happen. It's going to just get worse and worse and worse.
Same exact thing.
Gambling is going to become
what
even
ESPN
bigger.
does.
And Twitch is going to allow it again. And there will be a time where Twitch allows crypto gambling again. And nobody is going to be able to do anything about it because it's been totally normalized in our society.
Yep.
Crypto gambling and involving gambling and everything is completely normalized now. Yep, that's it. Give the people what they want, get the bag. I mean, I would maybe take a, oh, fuck, my thing got messed up. I would maybe take a sponsor for like a, you know, I don't know, for like an event or something like that, but like a long-term sponsor,
I don't
probably
know
not
if I
for
would take
gambling.
a
But,
long-term
you know, in
or
general,
any
my
gambling
fucking,
sponsors.
my keyboard tray got messed up. That's why I actually have these. I have these here anytime that my keyboard tray gets fucked up because I can't squeeze it hard enough because it's fucking metal. And it has to get inside a metal track. Okay, I fixed it. There it is. That's why I've got the pliers. And anyway, no, that's the thing. And some people say, but it might kill some of your
What are you
viewers.
making?
If
Why you
I
got
got to
blue all over you?
open every
You're drawing something cool. Oh, your belly too. He's got blue all over him. You're turning into a Smurf, buddy.
one of my what do you call it? If I got to open up my stream for every big event that I did with a human sacrifice, would you guys want that? Would you guys want me to open it up like Aztec style on the top of a temple? Would you guys want to see the human sacrifice? And I mean, ideally, chat would vote on who gets sacrificed, right? Well, no, because then that would probably be my mods or me. So maybe not the best idea. Okay, we have to think of something else. Yeah, I don't know yet. As long as it's not me. Yeah, well, we could do it at rant. We could roll it off. It could be a gamble in itself, right? And yeah, sacrifice is illegal one time. Yeah, not responding to that. Exactly. And so if we had to perform a human sacrifice before every stream, well, I mean, that would be entertaining. I feel like more people would watch that than the event. I do. Yeah,
people
draw
watch the
straws.
Coliseums.
Exactly. Clone yourself first. Yeah, instead of banning spammers, just humans. Yes, instead of banning a spammer, we get them addicted to gambling. Could I do, you know what I should do? I should have a channel where all I do is I stream, and everybody that's not banned on my main stream is banned on this stream, and everybody that's not banned on the stream is banned on this stream. Right? So it's like vice versa. So basically, it's a way for me to kill the people that I've banned by getting them addicted. And all I do on that stream is gamble. All I do on gamble, and it's my goal to kill them. To get them addicted to gambling and ruin their fucking life.
Blow it to my mouth.
You guys like that?
Yeah.
That's a good one, huh?
Whoa.
Yeah, banned for life. Yes, everybody who is a banned chatter gets to watch that stream instead. And could use your money to build a coliseum. Maybe you're right. Purgatory? Well, I don't know about purgatory, but that sounds like a really good idea. And your version of keeping the homeless? Yes, bro. You got banned from Twitch, but if you've been banned, never mind. And so anyway, yeah, that's a great idea, right, guys? Asmon 24/7 gambling. Yes, clearly. And so anyway, this is what's happening. So they are gambling is normalized now.
How much time do you want?
Everybody is gambling.
3 minutes.
Wait, one. And now we talk.
Okay. I got. Oh, that's 3 hours. Okay, ready?
I just take my
3-minute timer. Is it go, buddy? Well, are you trying to come up here? Oh, yeah.
Are you okay?
Okay, for a few minutes.
Hi.
All right. Say hi, stream.
Hi, stream. I taken my dad's Spider-Man, so he can't talk. Why he can't talk?
Well, I have him paused right now. Watch a video.
Why?
I'm seeing what Asmon Gold has to say. Sometimes he has some pretty good takes. Sometimes I don't agree with them all, but
why do you not talk?
it's taken a while for you to not talk. That's okay. You don't have to not talk.
So I just have to talk.
Yeah, you can talk as much as you want, buddy.
I said blah blah blah. So I have to take my medicine right now, but that timer goes off.
You're gonna take medicine when the timer goes off? Yeah. You try to be like me, like when I take my medicines?
Yeah. So you got my medicines better than yours.
I don't know where your medicines is.
Up the counter.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and take it at night. Did you take any this morning?
No. Someone's with, but I'm not.
Oh, you might need mom to get them for you. Why wait for mom to finish her tubby, getting the baby tubby you did?
Wow.
I know you have a stool, but they're still pretty high up even with the stool.
So I can make a bagel to have my tippy toes.
Oh, don't stand on your tippy toes on a stool. That's not safe. You should not do that. It makes it more of a risk for you to fall.
No. I'm safe.
I know you're safe. I'm saying you should not do it. I'll be back. Sure he doesn't hurt himself in the kitchen. Give me a minute. He takes some dishes to the sink anyway. My medicine's not sweet at all. It's very, very bitter. You don't want to put it in your mouth. Because it's not for kids, and you don't need it. You're not sick. You're not hurting. You're not in pain, are you? Why are you grabbing your pepper? You're not hurt. You're fine. Here, have a cookie. You can pretend that the cookie's missing. Well, first time a kid ever complained about me offering him a cookie. Fine, I'll give you a cookie. But you can't have my medicine. It'll make you really, really sick if you take any of my medicine, ever. Yeah. You don't take mommy's medicine. You take vitamins. What? You need more vitamins, yes. You might have some somewhere upstairs. Did you ask Mama? No, we're out of vitamins. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. Mm-hmm. Those are for kids. Those are for you and Gabe. You guys can have them because they're okay for kids. My medicine isn't okay for kids. It's only okay for Dada. Aw, don't cry because you can't have my medicine. We'll get you some new gummy medicine. He's upset he can't have my medicine. No. He wants to be like me so much. He wants to take my medicine. I don't even want to take my medicine. I feel bad. He started crying, but like, there's nothing I can do. He can't have any of my medicine, not even like playing around with it. It's dangerous medicine to be having around a kid. It's sad. Okay, we can close this. We'll continue to watch a little bit as some gold.
This is just the way it is.
And maybe we'll play some
I'm gonna try, bro. Would I take a Gamba sponsor?
Rivals.
It depends, kind of on what it would be. Like, I would never gamble on stream, right? If I wanted this like a title sponsor, I'd probably do that, or like a card sponsor, I'd do that. But not necessarily doing it myself. As long as I didn't have to do it on stream, I'd be okay with it, right? Pokemon in shambles, yes, exactly. Don't need it, exactly. I want you richer. Well, maybe I'll have to, right? I'll take the money from gambling and then I can use it to buy. Wait a second, guys. I got a good idea. What if I went and I took the money from a gambling sponsorship and I spent all of it on buying alcohol and cigarettes for homeless people and machetes? You get the 3-piece combo. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. Like, it's already been done. You're right. But it's such a good idea. You could do it twice. Buy them. If you're right. No, you're right. You could buy chainsaws with that much money. You could give them all chainsaws. Oh fuck. But I thought that was the Democrats' platform. No, these would be American citizens. They give them to the illegals. That's different. Okay, that's obviously what the difference is. Yeah, did you watch the video of the guy handing out swords to the homeless? Yes, exactly. Machete sponsored by Steak. Yeah, you're gonna have a, like, let's say you have a like, this is what we would do, right? So you got like your machete, right? And It's actually crazy that like I can draw a machete completely from fucking from memory, but I can't draw like a cat. I can definitely draw a machete. So we have right on the side of the machete. Rain bet. And then we have another one, right? Wow. Wow. This is something different. This is something else. I think this might be my best idea I've ever had. This could be it, guys. Etched in. Yeah, bro. You have like that acid thing where they do with the lasers. That's a great idea. Make the logo hydrophobic. Oh, that way the blood doesn't get it in the way. Yeah, it doesn't mess it up. And it will have like a little QR code on the back. And the QR code will send them to a crypto gambling website. That's a good idea. I like that a lot. Give some machetes and alcohol. Yeah, the bum purge. Yeah, exactly, right? And by the way, Twitch banned these sites gambling. Yeah, absolute chaos. Basically saying you can't link it, but hey, slap our logo everywhere and it's fine. Twitch out here inventing rules. Here's what happened. I'm going to tell y'all what happened, all right? The culture has changed. Back in 2022, 2021, it was popular to virtue signal about how bad gambling was. But now you have some of the people that were virtue signaling about how bad gambling was. Now they're gambling themselves. That's the truth. That's what's going on. What do we give the homeless vets, though? Well, if they're a vet, then, I mean, you should probably just give them a gun, right? Because they know how to use guns.
Yeah.
I feel like that's obvious, right? I mean, give them like a AR-15, something like that. Yeah, I mean, that way a little bit of nostalgia from back whenever they were in the military. Seems like it makes sense. Yeah, sure, why not? And flamethrowers, yeah, it's smart. Yeah, I mean, because they're the ones that know how to use them.
Yeah.
Or RPG, yeah, IED kit, yeah, shotgun. It's a nice thing to do. We're trying to help them out, right? And so, yeah, basically right now you've got gambling is now coming back on Twitch. This is happening. Meanwhile, still on Twitch, the hypocrisy of Twitch temps. Now, Mitch has been getting it twisted. I've been seeing he's been spending, and you know what's crazy is that he has been farming. He's been like, his viewership has been higher, his community engagement has been higher. He's been doing great gambling. This is where he's at, man. And I mean, playing an arcane mage and gambling, they're really not that much different. But you're actually seeing slots as a category growing. Like, if I pull this up and I look at it myself, let me see how many people are watching slots now.
People receiving medical treatment after fire was poured in the underground solar system connected to the U.S. Capitol building in the raid
where
burn.
is it? Slots right there, 25,000 and 42,000. So if you put these two together, this would be at the top row of the website.
Other
It would be
boxes.
at the top row if you put virtual casino and slots together. There it is. And by the way, I don't view there being any difference between like crypto gambling and actual gambling. I don't think that there's like a moral difference at all. Like, I don't think there's any sort of like, oh,
Still
one's
money.
good and the other one's bad.
Still
Nah,
losing
that's
money.
bullshit, man. They're all bad or they're all good. Like, there's no, like, if you die, you go to heaven, and you're like, Jesus, like, I only promoted crypto. I only promoted, like, ethical gambling. It was legal in the United States. Okay. Well, now you get to pass. You can pass it. It's okay. Then what's the stock market? You're really trying to compare playing slots to the stock market? With some, if you think that playing slots and playing the stock market are the same thing, you should not play the stock market. You should not. Do not play the stock market if you think they're the same thing. It will be a very bad time for you, okay? So this is a new game, got announced.
Oh, we haven't shot.
Show me, he's a big boy and he can draw now. He was drawing something cool. Well. What did you do to the chair? Yeah, it's probably all over the chair.
It's washable. It's not.
Yeah.
I saw it and I was like, just thought he was watching
What do you mean, Buzz? Let me hold you. Let me hold you. You look at the bottom. What was
But yet another ambush is as perilous as it is joyless.
There is peril to my senses, your stench, and the sorry shape that bears it.
We'll see how choosy you'll be when the void invites you in.
Uh-oh. Oh, got his ass. This looks really good. A parry? Damn.
Undead. Is this VR?
Like the physics? Yeah, this is good.
Oh, nice.
I feel like there's a lot of people that are looking for a game like this. It's like Skyrim was the last big one. Avowed was the last bad one. Tainted Grail was the last good one. But now we got one with a lot more production value here. This is a whole lot more. Look at all this. Oh my god.
Cool.
Oblivion Judgment 2? Yeah. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes. This is what I've been waiting on. I've been waiting on this for a bit. Okay. You loved Avowed? I thought it was alright. I like Tainted Grail a lot more. I beat Tainted Grail and I beat Avowed.
Okay.
That's cool. You can like throw him into like the torture rack or the weapon rack. Oh, he cut off the guy's leg.
I didn't want to get too close to you today because.
Oh! What's wrong? What are you gonna do?
So all over yourself.
Damn.
That's it.
That's kind of cool. Holy shit. This looks badass. And also, this is actual gameplay, right? Oh, this is gonna play a fuck out of it? Yeah. Oh. It's a big boy. Hard to block those attacks, huh? Ooh, knocked him down. That is really fucking cool.
You hungry? No, I'm good.
Damn, that is good. Oh. Oh. My personal opinion is that with a game like this that has such a respect, obviously, for the way that physics and contact works in the game, it feels a little bit weird whenever the characters do like these lunging attacks and they move forward 5 feet instantaneously, where it's like some sort of like matrix desync lag thing. I think that really you should make more complex and like more difficult like attack animation patterns rather than have these attacks where like he goes like that, right? It doesn't feel, it feels like very gamey. It feels very cheesy. There's a lot of games that use mechanisms like that, like Hogwarts Legacy used that. Avowed had that as well. Yeah. Just in general, I feel like it's kind of like an inversion of the game logic that you've been expected to, like have, where it's like, okay, well, this is like the way the game works, and like now it's totally different. It's anime-like. Yeah, I really don't like that in games, and it's very hard to predict also because it's completely illogical. It's totally illogical in a world where everything else seems like it makes sense. Like, not like in Magic, but in terms of like the physics of the game, right? So yeah, it's Unreal Physics, exactly. You can't blend fantasy and reality with doing that? Yeah, I think it's weird. They target lock and teleport? Yeah, basically. It's not intuitive? No, it's not. I mean, I'll still like that. You see what I'm saying, right? It just feels weird. Yeah, it feels very weird. See? Oh, got him. Oh, there it is. He got that poison on him. What's wrong? What's wrong? Oh. Can you execute him? Oh, he just dead. That's good. This is really, really nice, man.
More?
Yeah, that's a slide. The slide animation is definitely weird. Yeah, the slide, like, you see what I'm saying though, right? With like the slide, like a lot of monsters in video games now perform a slide in order for their melee attacks to connect with their target. And I find it to be incredibly frustrating because it's totally illogical. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I don't like it at all. Strafe. I didn't say it was unavoidable. I've beaten all of the games that I discussed on hardest difficulty. It's not like it's hard to avoid. It's that I don't think that it's good game design. I think it's bad game design. It's not intuitive, and it doesn't make sense inside of the world that the game creates with like the physics that it puts in there. It's janky. Yeah, exactly. So it feels forced. Yeah, it is. It's forced gaming mechanics. But I will say that that took this trailer from like maybe a 10 to a 9.5. Okay, like I would not like I don't even care really. At the end of the day, I do not give a shit. Like this looks fucking amazing. And is there wait? Oh, there's even more. Wait. Oh shit. So there's a whole.
By blood, credit, and bone, we have endured yet another ambush. This road is as perilous as it is joyless.
Okay, it's an 8-minute video.
To my senses, your stench and the sorry shape that bears it.
We'll see how choosy you'll be when the void invites you in.
Spirits preserve me.
Creepy.
Just get back
this is so good.
Fine. But remember,
so good. It's my alarm clock? No, he's not dead.
Find some clue as to how.
Man, this looks nice.
I still pray we might find survivors.
I will say that this is the kind of thing that I expected that I would be playing whenever I was playing Oblivion in high school. Like, whenever I was a little kid in high school, this is what I imagined Oblivion looked like. Same? Yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna play it all the way through, even though you guys have seen part of it. I'll just play it without pausing. Oh!
At the bottom or the bottom?
Oh! Right in the face. Oh!
What are you doing?
Got his ass.
Let him go for now, youngling. Let's see what this place has.
Oh, that's nice.
Youngling, do you know my age, rodent?
Your years mean little. This is your first vigil.
Oh shit.
You are a neophyte.
So you got the rat talking shit.
The title or not.
Damn. So you don't even have the stuff that's special lit up at all. Damn, this looks really nice. Holy shit, this looks good. Rest got balls, yeah. The graphics and foliage looks insane. Yeah, the quality of this is nuts. What's the game? It's called Fate Keeper. It's kind of gothic fantasy shit. Yeah, this is like, I'm gonna be honest, like this right here, like whenever I was a kid, like this is what I was waiting on.
What? I've
been waiting on this for a bit. This looks amazing. 5090 minimum specs? I don't know. We'll see what happens. So you get to even open shit up? It's like a whole mini game too? Oh my god. Just a lot. Check out Covenant. I already have. Yeah, the fact that things aren't lit up whenever you mouse over them. Oh man. Oh man. Oh. Damn, look at that guy. Yeah, bro, I'm gonna be real. Like, this is the kind of game that, like, I see something like this and I think this is like, whenever there's like one of those games that come out, it's about like a, like a furry that like talks about their feelings, and I'm like, I'm not the target audience for this. This is the opposite. I see something like this and I am the target audience for this. Cool. This looks fucking amazing. This looks so good.
It
had like a special.
But, you know,
by the way, it had like a
I like the
special
bad vibes.
bonus on that helmet. It says casting Firebolt has a chance to spawn a Raging Fire or Conjuration. So like, there's also magic spells in this game too.
Oh,
So it's not like it's just like a melee fighter. Very good thing. Love how this game looks in every way. Yeah, this is what I've been waiting on. Oh shit. Go on. Now that is kind of cool. That the guy is already there waiting for you. Like the AI for this is pretty good.
Kick him off. He's
Can
dead.
you do a jumping attack? Maybe not.
He could be hurt. Oh, he can do a throwing
Threw that
attack.
guy into the spike. Yep, you saw that. Oh, got that leg off.
Leg.
It's not even fully dark, but gray and grim. Yeah, this is good. This looks peak. You feel the weight behind every hit. That's one of the big things that like games like this really don't do very well. And like, you know, it's crazy like Dark Souls 1 still does it so well. With like the way that like hitting a mob feels in that game, it feels so good.
Kill interaction.
Seems to be big input lag though. I don't know about. Oh. I got the big boy. Uh-oh. Damn. And there's like even an animation for getting knocked down too.
Poison.
This would be a GPU hog? Maybe.
Yeah.
But, I mean, why do you have a GPU if it's not to do this? So it has, I think it has like, if you do a perfect dodge, it has like a little bit of a pause, like a time stop for like a quarter second. Yeah, see? I kind of like that. Oh, get barreled. Dodge right out of that. Game looks sick. Yeah, this looks so good. Oh my god, this, damn. I wonder if it killed him because it got him in the throat. Or it was just like his health went down. I also kind of like how it doesn't show you the health bars or anything.
Yeah.
I think there's definitely like a place for very realistic games like this that have like that level of escapism and immersion. Okay, all right, this is the new part. All right, here we go. Look at that spike wall. A critical? Maybe that's it too. To be fair, I do wish that they would show numbers though. Just because I like numbers. I wish it was optional. I wouldn't complain about it, but I like numbers. I don't. I do. I want to see how much damage I'm doing. No, everybody says no. That's fine. They should do what they should do what they think is best for the game. Oh. Oh, now you're gonna get a lantern? Oh, he got the torch now. Oh. There it is. Oof. Yeah, my viewpoint with a lot of games is that unless it's something that's like super inconvenient, like the developer should always go with what their vision is. So if they don't feel like that's part of the vision, they shouldn't do it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Damn, this was good. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't like the motion bar. Well, it's a good thing that every video game doesn't have the option to turn it off. You can never turn off motion blur in video games. Look at that. Bro. Absolute fucking cinema. Oh my god. Ooh. There it is.
Stop me, come out sideways.
What game is this called? Fake Keeper.
No hands.
Is that
Pull the
multiplayer?
side.
I don't know.
Don't suck her thumb and the ball at the same time.
Ooh.
We haven't much time.
4.6 by IGN. You think so? Damn. I'm gonna be honest. That was the fastest 8 minutes of my life.
Oh, that went quick. I like that.
Like, that happened so fast. God damn, that looks good. It's the reveal of the game, right? It's the reveal of the game, and what's this here? Is this gameplay release? It could be. This came out 3 months ago. Did I watch this?
What are you doing?
Did I watch this or not? I didn't actually.
There you go.
So this is other. Okay, all right. Let's look at this. You watched it? I don't remember it. Yeah, I don't remember this at all. Oh, look at the Crawley boy. Oh.
You want the bottle?
Oh, wait a second. Yes, I did see this. This is the same game. Oh my god. Oh my. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Here we go. Here we go. This is I've been waiting on this for a while. Thank God. Holy shit. That's right. I called this game Avowed with no DEI. I remember this. Yes. It's good. It's a man's game. That's right. Avowed with fish? Yeah, exactly right. Damn, this is fucking badass. This is so cool. This is what Avowed should have been, absolutely. Well, if you had watched the first trailer, you would have thought that's what it was.
What are you doing, Wild Miss?
Gambit is the newest strategist in Marvel Rivals, and fellas, let me tell you, he is an absolute beast once you get him right. My name is Paz, an Eternity player on the competitive ladder, and I'm going to tell you all of the things you need to know in order to pop off and carry your ranked games as Gambit. Before we get started with his abilities, understand that the way you carry on Gambit is by getting active early on in the fights to set up before the fight happens so that you can build as much ultimate charge as possible. If you are consistently out farming the enemy supports, you are doing so much for your team, especially the higher in rank you go, as you're always going to have your ult before they do. The way you out farm the enemy team isn't by just healing your team or cleansing them. It must also include weaving in impactful damage and possibly even finding picks throughout the fight to relieve pressure from your team. If you think the playstyle sounds an awful lot like Luna Snow, honestly, you aren't all that wrong. But the way that Gambit will out farm is by getting a little bit closer to the team, where Luna can kind of just sit back, relax, and just clap her way to victory. The different utility that Gambit provides is useful and separates him from the rest of the support roster, but at his core, he is still a strategist, so farming ult as fast as possible trumps all else. With this in mind, let's get into Gambit's kit. Starting with his primary fire, we have his kinetic cards that both heal allies and deal damage to enemies. The cards fire in sets of 3 that fan further out from each other the farther they travel through the air before they disintegrate after traveling 60 meters. You can fire 7 bursts before having to reload as well. Each card deals 20 damage or 28 healing depending on if an enemy or friendly is hit. So a full burst deals either 60 damage or 84 healing. With the team up anchor bonus that boosts healing by 5%, you heal for 88 per burst instead. And this 5% bonus actually does apply to everything else we talk about in the guide, but we're using just the base version just so that in the future, if his team up gets removed, we're not going to just have like misinformation here. You cannot deal headshot damage to enemies though, so you are locked at 60 damage per burst unless you damage boost yourself with the damage deck, which we'll talk about later. You can fire a bit more than 2 bursts per second too, which allows you to keep up with your team's health bars rather consistently too. In terms of speed, the cards fly just as fast as the primary fires of Namor, Moon Knight, Storm at 150 meters per second. So if you're used to those characters, aiming really shouldn't be a problem here. And to be honest, because they fire in these like weird 3 burst things, it's really hard to miss your shots on this character. Because the cards are projectile
skills too, they don't actually suffer from fall off damage either. You will do less damage from range though. This is because the further the cards fly through the air, the more they're going to split from each other. I find that 15 to 20 meters away from your targets is the sweet spot though, that the dispersion will not impact your shots while still keeping yourself relatively safe. Now that we understand how the cards work, how should we actually be going about using them? While healing your team is essential to win the game, you shouldn't just sit in the back of your team and heal the whole game. Instead, you should also be looking to do damage in between fights as well as early on in the fight to pressure the enemy team. This will net you tons of ult charge and sometimes even net you a pick. The best way to do this is to set up on soft off angles by yourself or to take a more aggressive angle if you have a DPS to play with. Then you can poke with your damage from the side where there isn't really going to be any shields blocking you in the front line or any like group walls blocking. Then you just have to make sure that you are angling in a spot where you can dash back to your team to help them with the utility of your cards if the fight ends up needing that to happen. Also, Gambit is insanely good at marking DPS like Psylocke and Iron Fist, so don't be afraid to duel them before they get into your team and then rotate back to your team after. You shouldn't really die to these characters either since you have so much self-healing and cooldowns to let you escape. The only character that you kind of struggle with in the 1v1 duel, in my opinion, is Daredevil because he is just absolutely insane right now. So just be careful with him. And yes, just like Luna Snow, if you are close enough and can break deployables like onks, clones, turrets, you get the vibe here, you definitely should focus on breaking them. This opens up time and resources for the rest of your team, and they might not say it, but they are grateful for it. Overall, Gambit has a really strong primary fire that is insanely good depending on how you use the rest of his kit. You can heal a ton, deal a ton of damage, he just kind of has it all here. Do whatever you can though to farm your ult and you will consistently carry fights, I guarantee it. Moving on from Gambit's primary fire, we have his movement ability, Cajun Charge. Gambit dashes forward 8 meters with 2 charges of the dash, each having a cooldown time of 12.5 seconds. It is very important to note that the dash functions like a take on the Psylocke dash and not like a Captain America or Magic Dash, for example. What I mean by this is that you do not actually stop your movement when you dash into someone. Instead, you go right through them. This also means that you can dash at the ground to halt your movement so you don't go flying through the enemy team, which could be important later if you're on like controller, for example. The dash also does no damage or healing unless you combine it with the next ability we're going to talk about, the Bayou Bash. Gambit slams the ground, dealing 60 damage to enemies and healing allies for 60 health in a 5-meter spherical radius around him. Gambit counts as an ally as well, meaning you can heal yourself by slamming the ground. It's super handy. You also get 2 charges of the slam, with each one having an 8-second cooldown currently, which practically makes you a raid boss, to be honest with you guys. How you use the Bayou Bash depends on the matchup, to be completely honest though. If you are against super strong flank-centric heroes like Daredevil, Psylocke, Captain America, you kind of get the vibe here, it is often better for you to hold on to the bash to peel for yourself or a friendly support while dealing damage at the same time. If you are playing that dive comp though, dueling with bash makes finding picks very consistent. It's kind of filthy. Now on the flip side, if you are playing against a composition with a super strong core like Magneto, Thing, or other brawlers, you can get away with using the bash a lot more aggressively with your team when combined with his dash, which we'll get into now. This isn't all with the slam though. You can also use it while you are mid-dash to trigger big easy impact, which essentially allows you to swing around with the bow staff, giving your dash damaging and healing capabilities. When the abilities are combined, Gambit dashes 12 meters instead of just the normal 8 meters and deals 3 instances of 25 healing to allies or 25 damage to enemies that are 5 meters around Gambit during the dash. Just like for the normal bash, the healing in dash also applies to Gambit. It also is important to note that this empowered dash uses 1 charge from each ability, leaving you a bash to slam on the ground once you get to your destination. Unlike the normal dash 2, you can actually control your movement while you are dashing in this empowered dash form and swing around while you are moving too, which is different than the Psylocke dash we compared it to earlier. This means you don't actually have to aim at the ground, and it is better to do a U-turn while you are mid-empowered dash so you can consistently hit the entire damage combo the ability provides. Now, if you're on controller, I could see maybe just aiming at the target speed is better, but if you have a high enough sensitivity, you can still do it. It's honestly pretty easy to pull off. It makes duels so much easier to work with since you are dealing 75 damage while also healing yourself for 75 damage. This is especially true in duels where you have your damage deck active as well, where you're going to be doing even more damage. The dash isn't just used for damage though, it can also be used to help your team sustained depending on the game. You can either heal your team on the way in or the way out, or just close the distance on an enemy to finish them off with a slam after. For example, you could set up in a fight to force out a duelist from the high ground and then healing dash back to your team when they need the healing, making up for all that lost time that you weren't healing your team during the duel. This allows you to not only possibly find a pick, but also alleviate pressure while keeping your team healthy. The same goes for the other way around. If your team is taking tempo back in the fight and looking to get aggressive, when someone gets low in the front line, you can just empowered dash in through your team and slam the ground, finishing them off and taking the fight from there. You'll come to find that Gambit has a lot of different answers to every single situation in the game, and the skill comes from locating when you have a tool for the right job and using it at the right time. It's what makes him so fun, but also what makes him so dang difficult. Now, speaking of difficult, guys, buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, because it is time to talk about all of Gambit's card abilities, starting with his Healing Hearts deck. To keep things very simple, we are going to refer to the initial abilities as decks and the unlocked abilities from those decks as cards, again, just to keep things very uniform, simple, easier to understand. First, let's start talking about how the resource meter below your crosshair works in general. Gambit gets 4 resources at a time that are shared between his Healing Hearts and Breaking Spades decks and card abilities. Each charge has an 8-second cooldown. A charge is consumed, again, every single time you pull out a deck, as well as every single time you use a card from that deck. Furthermore, each time you pull out a deck, you have 6 seconds before you return back to your normal state, or you use a card from that deck. Earlier, it'll cancel out that initial deck, buff. Because of this, the only way to leave a deck early is to use a card, which burns 2 resources in total. So anticipate what kind of card you are going to need for the situation before it happens to conserve resources. If you get caught with your pants down, not only do you have to use all of your resources, you also might be late to save your team if you need to cleanse them from a specific ultimate. When activating Healing Hearts or the Healing deck, Gambit regenerates 20 health per second for 6 seconds. This is all he gets from the healing deck, by the way. He does not get a healing boost to all of his outgoing healing, which is a huge misconception people have been running into. All he gets is self-regen, so sitting in this form isn't really that great unless you're getting dove by an enemy flanker and could use the extra regen. Even then, I think damage is just better in general, but we're gonna get there in a minute. While the healing deck is active, Gambit gets access to 2 different cards, Bridge Boost and Purifying Pickup. Bridge Boost fires a tracking healing projectile that bounces between allies 6 times, healing for 50 HP per bounce. Now, the website thread on Gambit doesn't actually have any notes on how far the bounce, but within our testing, it seems like the allies can be a maximum of 15 meters away from each other before the bounce just can't hit them if they're even further away from each other. Healing isn't all this ability can do though. Every target hit with the card also gets 15% more boosted healing from all sources for 4 seconds. So typically this ability is used either when a specific target is in need of a lot of burst healing or when a player on the team is getting active in an ultimate. For example, if you have a Punisher or a Star-Lord on your team and they press their ultimate, since the entire lobby is very likely going to try to take them down, it is very helpful for you to just throw a healing card their way and keep them up as they are making their play. In other words, this is the enabler card. Finally, if the person you are trying to heal is out of your line of sight, you can bounce the card off of a floor to heal them around a corner so long as they are close enough to the bounce on the ground. It's actually very handy. The other healing card option you have from the healing deck is Purifying Pickup. This card allows Gambit to throw out a cluster of 10 cards in front of him that fly until they impact a friendly, the environment, or travel 15 meters where they will then explode, healing for 70 points of health per explosion. Now, this doesn't mean that you can heal your team for 700 health every time you throw the explosion. This is because for teammates, they can actually only take 2 of these explosions for 140 health, and Gambit can only take 1 explosion for 70 health. This isn't all though. Each explosion also purifies your teammates, which wipes away any crowd control or negative condition that ails them. This cleanses away Bucky ults, anti-heal, Strange ult, Groot ult, Angela pulls, Angela ultimates, Wolverine grabs, everything that messes up your teammates in the game. And it's also important to note that this cleansing effect is not exactly like Kiriko's Suzu from Overwatch. Instead of a status where the target is immortal for a second, it is a one-time instant purify the moment that it hits. Because of this, you cannot preemptively hit the purify on targets. So for characters like Strange, to counter his ult, anticipate that it is coming, hide while you pop your healing deck
okay.
and then emerge with your cleanse and healing dash through the team to keep them alive. I cannot stress enough how important it is that you are ready with the healing deck the moment you know that they have an ultimate that you can cleanse. Honestly, even tunnel visioning that alt cleanse, the higher you go, is okay because it is way more predictable that the enemy team is going to rip their ults correctly too.
Oh, yeah.
Canceling ults like this just wins you games. I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. Now that we know how both of the cards work, when should you use the abilities? First, the healing deck ability is honestly very lackluster. Most of the time, if I use the healing deck, I am anticipating that I'm going to need to use a card very soon. Then the cards are pretty situational. Bridge Boost, which is the bouncing card, is really nice if you're further away from your team and when your teammates are about half and they're about to get active as well. This way, you can get the full value out of the card and can utilize the healing boost that comes after to charge your ultimate even faster. Purifying Pickup is obviously very good for cleansing friendlies, but is also good for just, oh shit, I need to heal my entire team on nearby targets since it's an instant 140 HP, which is comparable to an Atom Snap. But the situation has to be when your team is literally in your face or they need cleansed. Moving on from the healing deck, we now have Gambit's damage deck, Breaking Spades. Upon pulling out this deck, Gambit gets a 15% personal damage buff on all of his attacks for 6 seconds or until he uses a card. You are essentially charging your ultimate 15% faster for 6 seconds. So yes, this just normal deck is a lot stronger in my opinion. Because of this, you should almost always be ripping your damage deck in between fights or very early on in fights to farm your ult while your team doesn't really need help or to be safe. After all, if you can find an elimination on the enemy, you are mitigating all of the damage that they would have done had they been left standing, making the fight a lot easier to play. Let's move into the cards, starting with Explosive Trick, where Gambit throws a single explosive card projectile in a straight line, dealing 70 damage to all enemies hit in a 5-meter radius around its impact. Upon hit, the explosion also inflicts a 25% anti-heal effect on enemies for 4 seconds, which is nice and can set up some crazy kills in organized play. However, in Ranked, sometimes I could see where it's maybe not worth going for. In Ranked, if you think your team is going to try and kill through a support ult, for example, like Invisible Woman or Mantis ult, hitting the ante makes it a lot easier for them to find the pick. Again though, it does require your team to kind of like know that that pick is possible and actually be willing to shoot them. Typically in Ranked, this card is used though as a finishing tool to take out targets instead of an engagement tool. If your team is locked in though and you have combos like Groot ults, like Angela ult, where the teams are forced to stand still, I just think no matter what rank you are in, you know, hitting that ante is encouraged, as you can just finish whatever the characters are that are in there and just kill them through the support ult. The main idea of engaging with this card is that you have to feel very confident that you are engaging and are actually going to lead this to a kill. Kind of like leading with a damage orb with Moira in Overwatch. The other card in the damage deck is Bidding Barrage, which also deals 70 damage, but instead throws a barrage of cards, just like the healing version that launches enemies up in the air. This is probably the least used card, as it is the most niche card out of all of the different cards we've talked about so far, but it does mess up specific characters very nicely. For example, whenever an Angela or Wolverine look to pull one of your teammates, you can just launch these cards at them to cancel their movement and pick them off afterwards. You can also use this card to cancel out Hulk jumps, to, you know, cancel out Venom swings. There's a lot of characters that do get messed up by this ability. The same goes for messing up maybe like Black Panther on his way in, which is really nice because, you know, just CCing him makes it so that he can't really dash you anymore. Very situational, but, you know, very strong and powerful here. There is a combo you can do with the damage deck where you start by pulling out your damage deck for that extra 15% damage boost, shoot once, empowered dash at your target, shoot again, and then anti-card them, or you could also knockback card them, but the anti is a little bit more consistent if they got healed, you know, throughout your combo. This will take out pretty much any squishy target in the game. It only costs you 2 cards for a pick, so I definitely think this is worth learning and getting used to. Overall, if you just have the basic understanding of what each of these cards is used for, you're probably going to get a lot more use out of just your entire kit on Gambit in the game. We have finally made it though to arguably one of the strongest ultimates in the game, and in my opinion, if not the strongest ultimate in the game, Ragin' Royal Flush. Upon pressing the ult, Gambit gets a prompt to activate the ultimate, targeting any friendlies in a 40-meter long tonal spell field in front of him upon activation. Any allies in this spell field, including Gambit himself, will immediately be purified, be healed for 100 health, and gain access to an enhanced jump. Allies will also then move 50% faster, heal for 75 health per second, as well as charge their ultimates 30% faster standalone. So damaging enemies during this ultimate as a friendly player will actually charge your ult about 50% faster due to the damage boost, or close enough to it, that we're going to talk about about too. I just don't want to get too deep in the math weeds here. It's probably about 50% that you're charging this faster. Not to mention that these effects also last for 10 seconds, which is just as long as a Luna ultimate, which is absolutely insane. On top of this, friendlies will also gain access to all of their abilities, triggering a kinetic blast on enemies 2 times a second. The blast does 20% of the damage that they dealt to the target, which is absolutely insane. At the very end of the ultimate 2, the cards around each character are going to explode, dealing 65 damage to any enemies that might be around them. To sum this section up, Gambit's ultimate pretty much just makes your team Thanos. There's nothing the enemy can do about it. So how should you use this ultimate? To be honest, there are 2 main ways to use the ultimate: to engage, and the ultimate Uno reverse card ultimate, as I like to call it. Ideally, you charge your ultimate so fast on Gambit that you have it before the rest of your team. Then you can just rip the ultimate when you're on top of the enemy team, as it will be impossible for them to run away from you without matching it with a support ult of their own, and then they kind of just die. Typically, the team that Gambit ults second will lose too, as the first team already overwhelmed the enemy and found a pick first, winning the fight. The only issue is that you really want to make sure that when you pop this Gambit ult, your team is already ready to go, and you're just eliminating all that time that they need to walk from point A to point B, B being the enemy team. The other option is to use the ultimate as an Uno reverse ultimate, typically in ranked if you're against like a big Vanguard or Duelist ultimate, not when you're trying to match the Gambit ults. Oh, the enemies thought that they were going to be able to just, strange ult my entire team, Gambit ult from behind the wall, since, it goes through walls too. And yeah, you're dead. Enemies are pushing my crit tank in the front line with a DPS ult, Gambit ult, bam. My turn now, I can just kill the entire enemy team. You could also just engage with the ultimate if you were up in the fight, and it is a very important fight to win. For example, if you know that the enemy is about to get their Luna ult online, but she just doesn't quite have it yet, you can use your Gambit ultimate to dive onto her before she gets it and win the fight right then and there. How should you play in the ultimate though? Do you have enough healing to just kind of go all in with damage, or does the ult not really heal enough? Honestly, it really depends on the situation. Ideally, you farm your Gambit ult faster than the rest of your team, like we said earlier, and then when you engage with the ult, you're just giving your friendly support all that time to heal your team and get their ult insanely fast. This also allows you to start farming your next ultimate with the other supports get Jada. When you use the ultimate in this way, your other support pretty much just has their ultimate then, and then you can just, focus on farming damage and getting your next ult right then and there. If you mess up and you are lagging behind your other support, you can always just wait to use your ult to be the second support ult in these really big team fights, but again, that's not really the ideal situation here. No matter what though, you should try to approach the fight with your ult from the back of your team to hit as many players as possible, and then look to walk in with your damage deck and find picks where you can. I'm telling you guys, the moment you press this ultimate, you need to get active and start killing the enemy team. Now that we understand how to play Gambit, what exactly counters this guy? Burst damage is Gambit's biggest weakness. Think characters like Helena Moore and Daredevil that can take Gambit out before he is able to sustain himself with his dashes and slam. Every other character gives him too much time to heal himself and win the duel. Honestly, if you ban Daredevil and you ban Hela, you're gonna cook in pretty much every single ranked game that you play. Now, I know this counter section is pretty short compared to literally every other guide we've had, but that's the problem with Gambit right now. Unless you pretty much one-shot him, he's gonna cook your entire team. The biggest counter to Gambit is either banning him or just the player being really bad at Gambit. As for what Gambit is good with, he kind of plays well with everything. The obligatory shout out does have to go to Magneto, since he has an absolutely insanely strong team up with Gambit that boosts his damage with throwable swords. 2 swords and a mag cannon is enough to literally eliminate any 275 HP targets. It's kind of insane. Mag players, you're eating good this season. Well, actually, you've been eating good every single season, because he hasn't stopped being meta since the game came out. So that's something cool to know. Instead of talking about characters though, Gambit functions the best when his team wants to get aggressive and brawl with big health bars from front to back and just, pretty much just decimate the entire team right then and there. That being said, he also doesn't mind when his team wants to get active and dive the enemy backline altogether with characters like Captain Venom 2, since he's so mobile and self-sufficient. So, running with like a Psylocke on an off angle with Gambit is extremely impressive and can carry games standalone. In terms of supports, and the VODs will look at this, but he can be played in both 2 support comps as well as 3 support comps. In 2 supports, he plays to heal the team a little bit more, but with 3 supports, he can fully utilize his damage and mobility to keep the team healthy while also posing a serious threat to the enemy backline. How to play Gambit from game to game comes down to what you have and what the enemies have, and enabling your team while countering theirs. His flexibility is insane, and why this character is so strong. Now that we understand Gambit and his kits, as well as where he is applicable, let's take a look at a couple of VODs to get an even better understanding of his kits. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be watching a very strong VOD today. A lot of different VODs. We actually might do more than 3 this time. Usually we only do 3, but we've got a lot to look at. for just Gambit in general. So we're going to be looking at two different versions of Gambit. One version of Gambit is like the Scrim Gambit, where we're going to be seeing a triple tank, triple support composition that I've seen from Nemesis here. I don't know who Forky Dog is. It's one of their supports, I'm assuming, on an alt account. And we're also going to look at then a ranked version of the Gambit after this with 2-2-2 going on and seeing how Gambit works in just like one of your normal games. But there's a big difference between triple support and just 2 support Gambit and how you play it.
Hey,
the triple support Gambit, before we'll actually watch here, the action starts almost immediately. The triple support Gambit really comes down to Gambit being able to throw a lot more of those anti-nade cards and being a lot more aggressive, whereas the duo support, we're going to see how he kind of plays out of that. The big thing is just realizing how you're going to be playing with this composition. So we're going to be playing very brawl centric, but again, we don't really need a lot of healing. We have Loki, we have Jeff the Shark. The healing isn't really going to be an issue. Instead, we're going to be trying to set up picks with the rest of our team, almost like we're kind of playing like a Zenyatta, where like we're being a lot more aggressive and trying to get a lot more damage in. So we're going to see that right away. Immediately already in the damage card form, right before this portal goes down, so that we can immediately start getting another cooldown on our card charges. We're going to take this very slow because this character is very complicated. We immediately leave this TP, and again, we're just going to right-click and anti the team. I know I said in the guide that this isn't great, but again, we're looking at this composition as this triple tank, triple support composition. The tanks need all the damage they can get, all of the damage mitigation they can get to possibly find a pick and brawl out here, which is why we're trying to be aggressive with our antis here. So again, yeah, we're just going to play normal front-to-back gaming. I mean, again, like none of these health bars are really going down. We're just trying to keep our Jeff the Shark alive so that everyone can kind of just keep doing what they need to do. Then immediately when this Venom goes in, looks for his dives. What do? We look to anti-heal this Venom. We also could have looked to cleanse the entire team, but again, the whole idea here is when we're playing these triple support compositions, Gambit does not need to really sustain anyone else. He just needs to do damage and really make up for the fact that we're down a DPS. In this situation, down 2 DPS, but we do have Jeff and Gambit, so it just kind of works out that way. So again, nothing too crazy here. We're kind of just angling with the Jeff, healing each other up, and going for a lot of really strong damage options. Now, when the fight starts to get really dangerous because it's gone on for long enough, you know, the hit scans have high ground on Team Red, we need to use our healing card to just, you know, continuously keep our team alive. That's the whole idea now. Now that we're kind of in a rough situation, we need to use our heal card to live. Which is why the boost goes out. And then right now, we're really just sitting back, making sure we're safe because they have that Venom. We're playing under a roof. Very simple stuff here. And then when the Venom goes in, immediately we anti this guy. Honestly, I think he could wait a little bit longer, but at the same time, it really comes down to maybe we didn't know like where the Jeff was and where the Gambit was. I think what probably happened for Forky Dog here is he probably thought, like this Jeff's probably going to be able to immediately keep this Venom alive and farm a lot of ult charge. By using our anti-heal card, we're actually low-key out-farming the other Gambit too by making it so he can't heal as much if he's not in an aggressive position. So it's very helpful, again, to anti this Venom right away. When we have 3 supports, we can be a lot more aggressive. And then what happens is we took the fight long enough and we, you know, forced the enemy team to fight on point when we have our triple tank, triple support brawl. Therefore, the dive team is going to lose when they're trying to utilize a Venom. Again, I know I'm talking a lot, but now what I want to see immediately after this fight, look what happens here. By playing this way, by doing more damage, what does Forky Dog have? He has his ult before everyone else on Team Blue, which is super impactful because what this means is that Blue Team, with this GOATS comp, is now going to cycle ultimates. When ultimates are being cycled on the triple support comp faster than the 2-2-2 comp, what is going to happen? The 2-2-2 comp is going to lose because all of these characters have very strong ultimates. We have Magneto, we have Strange, we have a very good AoE ultimate from Mr. Fantastic. What does the enemy have? Nothing that's really going to be able to one-shot us out of this. So again, we're going to just try to brawl out here, be very aggressive with the rest of our team, not really use any of our abilities yet because there's no need. And immediately when the fight happens, I want to show you guys when this all happens. We're going to watch it, and then we're going to look at it from a third-person point of view. The main thing that happens here is the moment that we get close enough to the enemy team where we're practically taking an engagement, we use our Gambit ult, and then we immediately win this fight because they cannot run away. There's nothing that this enemy team could do. With all of these health bars in their face, with all this support in their face, there was nothing they could do. Let's watch this one more time from the third-person point of view. I feel like a lot of people, what they would have done in like that are just now learning this character is they would have been like, we have this ability. My Strange is ready to go. Why don't we just go right now? Again, look where the mag is. The mag isn't here yet. The Gambit ult is going to come out whenever this mag looks like he's getting close enough and we actually take an engagement. We are baiting them to a point where we are already on top of them. See how the engagement already happens before we even use the Gambit all here. The engagement's already happening. The distance has already been closed. And now that the distance is closed, this is when we use our Gambit ult, and now our Strange is already on them. They cannot run away. If we used it earlier here, we give them the option to possibly get out here, but when we're already on them, it is impossible for them to get away. And that's a very big thing that I really wanted to make sure we got out of this guide. We want to make sure that we're actually on top of the enemies. They cannot get away. They have to try to respond with something. And even if they do respond with something like a Phoenix ult, guys, there's nothing that they can do. There's too much healing. There's too much forward momentum. It's almost impossible to play. So the main idea out of this first VOD, this first triple support, triple tank VOD, is that when you play Gambit here, it is all about the ultimate economy and outcycling the enemies. We anti the enemy tanks so that we can shoot on Gambit and outfarm the enemy Gambit that needs the healing to outfarm you. And by doing that, look what happens. All 5 of our players have ult, so the next fight is probably already a win for blue. And what else is happening? I can farm my ult on Gambit before this guy gets to farm his ult. So if you can farm your first ultimate in these triple support, triple tank compositions by doing more damage, if that's what happens in ranked and you have this, you are going to win every single game. Like, you're just out farming, you're going to win all the time. There's nothing that the enemies can do. This style, very much damage focused. Let's take a look at 222 and see if there's anything different. All right, so for the second VOD, it's still the same teams playing against each other, but a different player playing. We have Shocker. You know, Shocker is the Atom guy, the Ultron guy. We're going to see a lot more aggressive of a style of the Gambit here. So, again, I just watched this VOD. It is completely different than what I had seen in the other game. We have 222, and instead of playing in this like almost like DPS style, we're still playing like to off angle, almost like we're playing an invis to set up a Hela. Instead, now we're a Gambit trying to set up a Psylocke that's on an angle right here. So as you can see, we're just going to go for the damage right away, and we're just going to keep on poking. There's no time to be wasted here. We're not looking for heals right now because no one's going to be taking damage. We're playing in a dive. We're trying to get aggressive and, you know, pressure the enemies out of places that we don't want them to come to. What will happen, though, is Red will push their entire team over this way, so it's very hard for them to get out. The Cap's going to be able to force both of them out. Honestly, he probably, well, I mean, if he overstays a little bit longer, he probably dies to Chenzo on the side because he doesn't know really where Chenzo is, so it's probably better for him to run away here. So he backs off. Maybe he could have stayed up. Not really entirely sure. And again, it's just going to go right back to poking, you know, helping Crazy Man get more aggressive here. Immediately going to damage. I think he probably could have stayed on the damage ore for a little bit longer, but I think what's happening here is honestly just getting used to the character. Guys, 10 hours in, you know, pros aren't going to be the best players like in the world to the capability they can be. They are the best players right now currently, but they could be so much better after just a little bit more practice. And then right here, what I wanted to highlight here is this is a very good use of the healing card, something that I know I didn't tell you guys to use a lot, but when you're both peeling for your supports and you're doing this like patty caking thing, which is what a lot of people call it, when you use the healing burst, it's a lot easier for both of you to live here. This is a Cap and a Psylocke on a Gambit, and they are struggling to kill this man. Guys, that is that is critical. That is crucial. That is something that Luna Snow on her own would not be able to do. Luna Snow would have died by now if Luna Snow was playing in the same way that Gambit was, and that is a very crucial, critical thing that we have to be aware of. Using all these slams, I think this guy had over 500 health, honestly, throughout this fight, with all of the healing that he got from the rest of his team. By living this long against the dive, then what happens is the Cap is going to then get countered by the Phoenix. All I'm going to say, guys, is this is critical. This is very good stuff. Again, we're using the healing card just to live in the dive matchup. We're using damage early on to try to get more aggressive. Now, he does die here, overextension. To be fair, why is the Phoenix there? She probably dies for that. I can't even really be all that upset about it, but Phoenix does have that much mobility. We're honestly going to watch the rest of this point because they do end up actually winning it. So by dying there is one issue. If you die too early in this dive versus dive thing, then what happens is the enemy Gambit, you know, he has all. It's going to be a lot harder to win this. But as we can see here, we can actually live very easily if we can just keep our Luna alive. And then what happens now is once this Luna ult goes down, I'm very certain that we're going to win this fight with a Gambit ult because we get to use our ult second, and Luna Snow is going to be able to charge another ult. So I want to show this here. Right now, Luna does not have ult yet. I want to see by the end of this fight how much she's going to have it unless she dies here. I'm not sure if she actually dies. She probably does die, right? She does die. But I do think this fight is going to be still very, very winnable. We just damage ult. just boosted our entire team. And look how much damage you can do in dive comp. When you ult, you can get active, you can kill a support, and this is what I want to see more of out of this 2-2-2 composition. Honestly, it's a little bit weird of a 2-2-2 comp because like very rarely are you going to be playing against this level of dive in ranked. I'm going to be honest with you guys. So I do think in ranked, you're probably going to be seeing a lot more damage being able to be dealt because you just don't have as much pressure on you. But even when you're playing against the dive really at the start, until you start getting actually looked at and you need to peel for your other support, the healing card really was never used. So honestly, pretty good stuff all around here. The main thing we need to really be focusing on is like, you can still off angle with your Psylocke like very slightly to get around enemy shields and can pressure the enemy support so much harder with the support here. It's honestly better than having a snowflake on her. What I'm actually curious about too, the other thing too is with this composition, if you're really trying to play for a Psylocke, you arguably could just go Luna and Gambit, and this guy is like near immortal. Like the backline is not going to have a good time at all against this combo at all. So overall, very interesting play style in the 2-2-2. We're going to probably look over one more of the VODs for this 2-2-2 and one more for the 3v3. But let's keep going here. All right, so coming up here is something I really, really enjoy. The way that we use the anti-card is kind of the same, but at the same time, it's a little bit different. So right here, what you're going to see this damage card, and you're going to be thinking, what was that damage card? That makes no sense at all. This is actually kind of insane that Shocker was able to hit this angle. Like, I'm not going to lie, I don't love glazing my boy, but I ain't gonna lie, this was pretty tight. So the thing is, instead of looking for tanks, right? Because again, the whole idea with the card is we don't want to use it if we think it's not going to get value. We do not want to use the damage card and use 2 resources if we think it's going to go nowhere, because then guess what? We're down 2 resources. The other Gambit is winning that trade then. The thing is here, what he's using in this comp, instead of trying to go for the tanks, he's going to try to help his team that's going to be diving. Again, we have a Psylocke and we have a Captain America that are going to be trying to get on the enemy backline. So what you're seeing here is from all the way over here, the Psylocke is saying, yo, I'm going to go on this guy in 3, 2, 1. Look at what Crazy Mang's doing. Look at what Melophobia is doing. And look how this card, right, is getting sent from here all the way into the back line, by the way, hitting the ante on both supports. This is insane. Which should lead to a free kill if the Psylocke was ready. But this level of play, the fact that you can do this while sitting with your Luna in main, and you can just fucking all the way, I mean, I can't be saying that if I'm gonna get demonetized, whatever, editor, bleep that out. We can actually hit the supports back here and help this. Like, I know they don't get the pick because of how strong this character is, but ladies and gentlemen, this is an absolutely insane play. The other thing too is, guess what? In order to counter this play, what did the enemy like Gambit have to do to live this? The fact that he is one card and he has to use slams and everything else to get on this, like, this is kind of insane. I actually need to look back a little bit more because I think it happens a little bit further back here. Yeah, the ante happens here. He has to invest a dash and possibly a healing card as well to keep his team alive. That is absolutely crazy value from Shocker, who is now up a card on this guy and now can maybe look for another a damage amp thing. So all in all, guys, the way you play Gambit is honestly very... It actually didn't happen yet. I want to see now. I maybe jumped the gun a little bit. He's already down 2 cards. He gets antied, what, here, coming up? Yeah, and he's going to have to use his card to heal himself back and forth, slam the ground. He now has nothing to help himself. No Bayou Bash cooldown to dash forward. He's winning the trade right now. Like, Shocker is winning the trade even though he's down at all. The way that you play, though, in this 2-2-2 is you're playing it more like this very aggressive support that's helping the flankers get more done by getting damage on that backline, getting anti-heals. If you hit that anti-heal on Gambit in ranked, you're gonna be winning fights for your team. So overall, a little bit of what I saw in this one was just a little bit more healing in the 2-2-2, but still not much. Like, still being very aggressive when you can. Last thing I want to see is how we use the ultimate here. We already won. We already got the first pick. Using this ult to actually live against a Psylocke ult, which I don't think would work super well in ranked, but I think in pro play it'll definitely work because your team will actually sit in it. But overall, very good play from Shocker. I do want to look at one more VOD from that 3-3 composition and see if there's anything else we can earn. But again, what we want to look at when we're in this 2-2-2 composition, guys, is we're looking for just a little bit more healing, but not much. In the triple support comp, though, you are unleashed. You're doing a ton of damage. All right, guys, so for this last VOD, I wanted to show you guys what I mean by a perfect Uno reverse ultimate. Now, usually we want to try to use, again, in the perfect situation, we try to use the Gambit ult as like our engagement ult every single time. But in this situation, I want to show you guys why maybe an Uno reverse is better sometimes and how you can play around it based on how the enemy Gambit like wastes it if they make a mistake. So I do want to show you guys the main problem that Logan's going to have whenever Logan copies the Gambit ult is he's going to use it too far away. He uses it here because he thinks he needs to use it to counter the Mr. Fantastical. In my opinion, I think they were kind of fine. Like, did we have runes? We didn't have runes, but I do genuinely think we have an Iron Fist. I do think we probably could have just killed this here. But they kind of want to take the engagement now because they're thinking, oh, well, if Melophobia is going in, like, maybe that means the rest of Nemesis is going to go in as well. But by going this far away, look how, like, the enemy team, they have a really hard time running all the way in. Even though Melophobia dies, it's like they're taking so long to get in here that eventually this Gambit ult is going to run out. Like, they don't have all of the resources they want. Forky Dog doesn't actually immediately go and try to help Melophobia. He's just kind of like, you know what? You're probably dead, brother. You're not really going to be able to outlive that damage. They have an Iron Fist. You're going to die. Instead, after the car passes here, instead, we play back, and then when they are in out, like when they think they have us, when they finally think they have us because they got close enough, this is the time that we go in because look, everyone has closed the distance for us. Now, when we counteract with our own Gambit ult, look how easy it is for us to then go on their backline and immediately shift the tempo of the entire fight. It might take a little bit because they have a lot of resources, but look, we get a support. We're going to continuously be able to get more, and that is going to be able to allow us to continue holding this point and take the fight back. This is the perfect example of a Uno Reverse Ultimate. We can play it again for you guys. It's honestly like not the most ideal, the thing that you want to use all the time. Honestly, taking the initiative is better, but the reason why they didn't take the initiative, just to explain, is because Shocker already used the Gambit ult first to try to get something out of them, which they did. They got out of their first Gambit ult, which is totally fine. But then after this is why I'm telling you guys, you really want, I understand you have speed boost, but you want to try to get on top of the enemies before you use the ultimate on Gambit. That is the main idea here, because if they have a Gambit ult, they're going to get a better one in the form of this, better positioning. And look, the supports literally just start diving supports in the backline. It's absolutely insane. Obviously, Forky Dog still could have played this fight even better, but this is the main idea that the pros are doing. To win fights, they really should not be winning, guys. Like, they should not have had this much time to get another Gambit ult and then win the fight thereafter. Everything we looked at today, though, guys, I'm gonna be honest. I think Gambit might be like my most favorite. Like, this might be my favorite character in the entire game. This character is so fun to watch, so fun to play, so much playmaking potential that just isn't available on other supports right now. So all of this, I mean, make sure you look at Shocker. Make sure you guys root on for Nemesis. They're a great team. I've been looking at VODs of them for so long. And let's close out the rest of this video. And that closes out today's guide for Gambit in Marvel Rivals. If you have any questions, make sure to send them in the comments down below, as well as asking me live right now here on YouTube or on Twitch at twitch.tv/PazSwagger. I stream every single day I upload, so be sure to check me out to learn more about everything I talked about today. Thank you guys all so much for watching, but until next time, I've got to peace out and Paz out. I'll see you in the next one. Oh.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's your meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. Oof, okay, so I guess we can officially call this a total failure and backfire. At first it was only looking as if it was heading that direction, but at this point I think it's made contact. Here we are at the crash and burn portion of the scenario. It seems as though this little Epstein saga has officially and finally backfired on the Democrat Party. Not exactly the trump card that they were hoping for, huh? It's been less than a week since they brought Epstein back from the dead, and now their own friggin' audience is starting to turn on them. Their own partisans, their own shills. And of course the media seems to have already dropped the Trump angle as well, probably fearing massive lawsuits at this point. Again, shows the point of Donald Trump's lawsuits against the media. The left claims, of course, that he was abusing his position of power to silence the media, but no, he was inserting a little bit of accountability into the equation here, and now it seems the media is acting accordingly. So the pressure's off Trump, at least for now, until we get more information. And now in comes the FAFO stage for Democrats, who thought that this idiotic game would somehow work well for them. Let's take a look at how it's going. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks. So speaking of the left losing their own audience, their own, let's say, partners, we've got Cenk Uygur at the TYT. And you know, this guy, I think he would love nothing more than to just be ragging on Donald Trump in every video. You can imagine the titles and thumbnails. Donald Trump has been exposed. The TYT would love to be in that position. I mean, that's their bread and butter. If there was even a half plausible way to pin Epstein on Trump, they would be milking it for everything that it's worth. But instead, this is what's being said at the TYT.
I'm on the left, I'm a Democrat, but what the hell was that? That was crazy.
So he's apparently got these Congress people on speed dial, and he's watching. If you, I read the whole story, of course, and he's watching the entire hearings, and he's texting people different directions. Did anybody know that Epstein was running our government? I mean, that was amazing. Did you see? She doesn't know who Rona is, so she misspells it in the text. She thinks it might be an acronym for something, and then she says, Ms. Rona. Rona's her first name. It's Rona Graff, the assistant for Trump. She literally has no idea what she's asking. She's only asking that question because Epstein directed her to ask that question. And interesting that Epstein at that point is directing people on how to damage Trump. So that doesn't serve any of my interest for me to tell you that, but that's what's happening in that hearing. You gotta be fair and you gotta call out what's actually happening. But what's interesting in all the emails is Epstein goes back and forth, back and forth. Should we hurt Trump or should we help Trump? Should we hurt or help? And depending on what Trump is saying, he categorizes Trump as dangerous. My guess as to why he thinks Trump is dangerous is because usually when someone is bought or blackmailed, they stay bought or blackmailed. Right? Whereas Trump is so volatile, they're not sure how to handle him, right? Should we hurt him or should we use him as an asset?
Exactly. I mean, when you've lost Cenk as this being a Trump scandal, well, that's the sign that the narrative has totally and utterly collapsed. Game over. They wanted you to come to the conclusion that Donald Trump was finished. This was the final nail in the coffin. But instead, it seems they have fully exposed themselves. And at the center of that exposure right now is, of course, Stacey Plaskett. We covered that yesterday. At first, it was Larry Summers, then it moved on to Stacey Plaskett, 2 Democrat casualties so far. Meanwhile, President Trump is unscathed, but of course with all the heat that Plaskett is facing, she's gonna have to answer some questions, and in this case, she's gonna have to have some real good answers. But unfortunately, your typical DEI Democrat here, she's not exactly mounting a confident defense. Take a look.
But like many constituents, individuals get your phone number, they text you about issues, they speak with you. I have spoken with him about issues that are relevant, things that are going on in the Virgin Islands and elsewhere around the country.
He's acting like
but on that day that we're talking about,
is like normal.
you initiated
It's
the text
not.
exchange at 7:55 in the morning. So why were you even texting with Epstein at the time? He was a known sex offender then.
Sure. You know, I explained to people, I've been a prosecutor for many years. And there are a lot of people who have information that are not your friends, that you use to get information to get at the truth. I believe that Jeffrey Epstein had information, and I was going to get information to get at the truth. Having a friendship with him is not something that I would deem to have. And so I'm just looking forward. I'm moving forward. And I think that that's what we as American people should do, is move forward. If individuals are not involved in illegal activity, extending his criminal enterprise or his financial enterprise or all of those things, I think that we need to look at what people are doing moving forward.
Wait, let me just better understand that. What is that point? Because at the time he was a known sex offender and it had been detailed all the sexual abuse.
There are a lot of people who have done a lot of crimes, and as a prosecutor, you get information from people where you can.
Give me a freaking break. She was just trying to get to the truth. By doing what exactly?
He was under
Taking
his
live
thumb.
stream coaching sessions from Jeffrey
Under
freaking
his
Epstein on
thumb.
what to say during an anti-Trump hearing? What an absolute idiot. Or obviously she takes us to be stupid. We saw the text messages, which she, by the way, initiated. He is coaching her live during a hearing. And her explanation is, well, she was just trying to get to the bottom. She was trying to get to the truth. It was an information operation to get to the truth about Epstein. No, it certainly was a political information operation to try to create some negative spin around Donald Trump, and Jeffrey Epstein was the tool. They weren't interested in the victims. No, they were interested in associating Donald Trump to Epstein. She was looking for rumors, angles, anything that she could throw at the wall that could be detrimental for President Trump and positive for her Democratic career. And of course, doing all that while engaging with and taking money, begging for money from a human trafficker. And at the point in time, there is no excuse. It's not 1993 where nobody knows who frickin' Jeffrey Epstein was. No, everybody knew. He's not just some shady background figure. He was a convicted sex offender, a human trafficker trafficking in minors. The entire world knew this, especially the political world, and she shrugged it all off by claiming, well, you know, a lot of people have done crimes. You are absolutely disgusting. And again, it speaks to what Democrats are doing here, what they have been doing for years. They had no intention of getting to the truth of the actual scandal. They weren't interested in what Epstein was actually doing or who was potentially involved, who enabled it, how that network operated. No, none of that was the goal. That wasn't the information that they were seeking. The goal was to turn him into a political weapon against President Trump, to use him to create this creepy sort of, assumption or gossip relating to Trump and Epstein. Feels like this was a multi-year campaign that all culminated in the document drop that we saw the other day. And all of it for what? For big fat nothing, and now Democrats being put under the friggin' microscope. Because of course, as we know, this Epstein thing has been a Democrat, or at least mostly Democrat scandal since day one. And it goes deep. There's a reason why Hakeem Jeffries looks like a friggin' deer caught in the headlights these days. I'm not sure if he personally approved on this strategy, but he's now got to go with it and of course be the face of it, considering he's the face of the Democrats in the House. And the guy looks pale like a ghost. All of a sudden talking about bipartisan transparency. Yeah, I wonder why that is. Well, it's because we're now learning that Jeffrey Epstein basically made the guy's damn career. There's all kinds of information, all kinds of emails between them going back and forth in 2013. And so again, just like Stacey Plaskett, we got another top Democrat who's trying to pin an Epstein connection on President Trump, but Trump ditched Epstein decades ago. Meanwhile, so many of these Democrats, as recent as Epstein's literal passing, they've all been on the take. He was one of their top donors, and that includes Hakeem Jeffries. It's unbelievable. Well, actually kind of believable when you understand how these people operate, but of course we've got a massive hole that's just been blown straight through their entire act. And that's the beauty of this new information landscape that we're operating in. The Democrats no longer have the stranglehold on the mainstream media that they once did. Not to say that media is not biased, but it's not in their pocket like it used to be. First off, because of their collapsing ratings and just the loss of trust and credibility that these networks have had to deal with, carrying water for the Democrats as they have been. But most importantly, because we got X now. It's hard for them to lie. And then on top of it, they know there's consequences now. Trump will frickin' sue them into oblivion if they lie. And so would you look at that? All of a sudden, the media's kind of getting it right. I mean, kind of. And that's pretty much worst case scenario for the Democrats. If they're facing scrutiny on their narratives, if they're actually being asked the right questions by the mainstream media, the whole frickin' thing falls apart instantly. And that, of course, is exactly what's happening here. Another narrative bites the frickin' dust and, of course, backfires spectacularly. Anyways, that's what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Good afternoon, everybody. I brought a very special guest with me today, as you can see, Secretary McMahon. So I will begin my remarks. She's going to speak, and then we'll take some questions. She'll take questions, and I'll take questions from you as well. First off, yesterday, First
Don't know why. Don't know why. Mm.
Okay.
I just got cookie jack. I know you do. I wonder. Oh, I'm good, but thank you.
That's so you can eat. But what's on you?
Why is Pam hot
Ladies and gentlemen, right now, tensions are drastically escalating between the far left and the Trump administration. And as things currently seem, President Trump is not happy with Attorney General Pam Bondi's lack of action. Now, as I'm sure you've all heard, 3 days ago, a collective of senior-ranking Democrat politicians, 2 senators, and 4 congressional House representatives issued a public message to our active duty service members, as well as the intelligence community, that they don't need to follow President Trump's orders if they think that his orders are unlawful. Now, of course, they didn't bother explaining which of President Trump's orders are in fact unlawful. Really, their entire message was nothing more than a wink and a nudge, essentially encouraging military personnel to undermine and subvert President Trump's authority as the commander-in-chief. So very rightly so, right now, President Trump is ready to go scorched earth. In fact, just earlier today, he posted on Truth Social, seditious behavior punishable by death, as well as, this is really bad and dangerous for our country. Their words cannot be allowed to stand. Seditious behavior from traitors. Lock them up. And now, folks, this is where we get to Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's really the reason why President Trump ended that last post in a series of question marks. You see, it seems as if President Trump has had enough of Pam Bondi's lack of action and her seeming complete and total refusal to actually hold any of these far-left traitors accountable for their anti-American behavior. In fact, just 3 days ago, President Trump reposted this image directed towards Pam Bondi on Truth Social, which says, "For the love of God, just arrest somebody." So yeah, like I said, right now, President Trump is not happy with Pam Bondi for turning a blind eye to all of this never-ending anti-American traitorous behavior coming from the far left. And you know what? Here's the reality, folks. Let's talk about how dangerous this entire situation really is in order to put all of this into proper context. Right now, we have numerous domestic National Guard deployments across the country to combat far-left domestic terrorism. We've got an entire carrier battle group sitting off the coast of Venezuela. We've got 45,000 troops stationed throughout the Middle East. And Trump also just got the green light to invoke the Insurrection Act and start using the U.S. military domestically to help with the ongoing deportations, putting an end to the illegal invasion once and for all. And so with all of that currently happening right this very moment, all of these senior-ranking Democrats thought that it would be a bright idea to try to insert themselves between the U.S. military and President Trump, the commander-in-chief. Folks, we all know exactly what they're trying to do. But now, just earlier today, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt actually chimed in on this entire situation. Take a look.
Be clear, does the president want to execute members of Congress?
No. Let's be clear about what the president is responding to. Because many in this room want to talk about the president's response, but not what brought the president to responding in this way. You have sitting members of the United States Congress who conspired together to orchestrate a video message to members of the United States military, to active duty service members, to members of the national security apparatus, encouraging them to defy the president's lawful orders. The sanctity of our military rests on the chain of command. And if that chain of command is broken, it can lead to people getting killed. It can lead to chaos. And that's what these members of Congress who swore an oath to abide by the Constitution are essentially encouraging. We have 1.3 active duty service members in this country. And if they hear this radical message from sitting members of Congress, that could inspire chaos, and it could incite violence, and it certainly could disrupt the chain of command. These 3 members of Congress, I will also add, knew exactly what they were doing. You look at Alyssa Slotkin. She's a former member of the CIA. Mark Kelly was a captain in the U.S. Navy. Maggie Goodlander was a naval officer, and notably, she is also the wife of Joe Biden's national security former advisor, Jake Sullivan. And so these members knew what they were doing. They were leading into their credentials as former members of our military, as veterans, as former members of the national security apparatus to signal to people serving under this commander-in-chief, Donald Trump, that you can defy him and you can betray your oath of office. That is a very, very dangerous message, and it perhaps is punishable by law. I'm not a lawyer. I'll leave that to the Department of Justice and the Department of War to decide.
And so now, folks, let's talk about the Department of Justice. As we said earlier, Pam Bondi is the Attorney General and seems to be totally comfortable doing absolutely nothing. But luckily, her Deputy Attorney General, a guy named Todd Blanche, seems to be taking all of this very seriously. But so before we take a look at that, I do want to say real fast that if you folks enjoy the daily news updates, please consider subscribing to the channel because it really does help a lot. But okay, check this out.
Well, the investigation would absolutely be under what their intent was in saying this. And the question, we've all watched this a lot today, and the question you have to ask yourself is, what is their intent? What is the reason that they all went on a video and encouraged young men and women to defy court orders without even giving a hint of what's illegal, without even giving any suggestion of what law or what order they're being asked to violate? You cannot do that in this country, especially if you're a leader. And so what does the investigation look like? I think they should be held to account. I think that those congressmen should be required to answer questions and to answer questions about why they did what they did, and the American people deserve that, and so does President Trump.
And so, folks, of course, he's absolutely right about all of that. And also, thank God that someone in this administration is actually taking all of this seriously. In fact, take a look at this.
Todd Blanche is not a guy that runs around with hair on fire.
Yeah.
He was very mad last night. Yeah. Right? This can't be allowed to stand, particularly when you have troops in the field. Lincoln and FDR would never have allowed this to stand, okay? They would take immediate action on this.
I mean, so look, this is, again, the most dangerous speech I've heard from politicians in a very, very long time. You have Democrat members of the House and Senate, wink, wink, nod, nod, telling intel officials and military officers enlisted to ignore orders of the President of the United States. They say unlawful orders because, of course, a 19-year-old, Army enlisted guy is supposed to know what's a lawful order and not.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, it's exactly like we said earlier. Right now, the Democrats are doing every single thing they can to try to undermine and subvert President Trump's America First agenda, even if that means trying to erode his authority as the commander-in-chief. And really, let's just go ahead and be honest here. What they're actively trying to do is kick off a military coup or an insurrection. In fact, Stephen Miller actually spoke about that just earlier today. Take a look.
They don't believe in systems, they don't believe in rules, they don't believe in laws. They believe in whatever keeps them in power. And if what they think keeps them in power is a military insurrection or a CIA insurrection, that's what they support. But if in a different setting, if say a soldier doesn't want to take the COVID vaccine, then they represent a threat to order in their view, and that person must be crushed and deprived of employment, deprived of opportunity. If a Democrat, for example, complains about election integrity, that person's a hero. If a Republican complains of election integrity, that person's to be jailed and incarcerated for life. This is the moment that we're in. This is what we're dealing with. So when we say that Democrats are communists, we don't just mean that, well, they believe in the state control of property. We mean they've adopted a method of thinking in which any use of force is justified for their end state of power and control. So they become a third world party, and we have to internalize that. We're not dealing with the old Democratic Party. We're dealing with a third world party.
And folks, not just that, but a third world party that wants to turn the United States of America into a third world country. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what, it's great that Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche is getting directly involved in all of this. He should be. But at this point, we need Attorney General Pam Bondi to either get to work and start arresting people like President Trump said, or get out of the way and let someone else take over the DOJ altogether. Because honestly, right now, the stakes in this nation are so high that we don't have time to sit on the sidelines and twiddle our thumbs doing nothing if we actually want to put America first.
Where do I stand? To rewatch the Saudi and death.
Well, the Crown Prince has long been isolated, but President Trump is welcoming him here with open arms, even praising his human rights record. So I asked bin Salman, who rarely faces the press, point blank about that record. And to my surprise, he was prepared to answer, but the president was clearly not happy with my questions.
Yeah,
Overnight, President Trump capping the Saudi Crown Prince's lavish visit to Washington with an extravagant dinner.
He has become a true partner for peace and prosperity.
Yogurt pants.
Yogurt pants.
While the Crown Prince has long been isolated, surprising to Washington with an extravagant dinner.
He is the world's
7 years out all the stuff under Donald Trump, determined bin Salman Khashoggi. But President U.S. intelligence concluded that you orchestrated the brutal murder of a journalist. 9/11 families are furious that you are here in the Oval Office.
9/11.
Why should Americans trust you? And the same to you, Mr. President.
Now, who are you with?
I'm with ABC News, sir. The president defending the Saudi leader, saying things happen, even criticizing Khashoggi, the journalist who was murdered and dismembered.
You're mentioning somebody that was extremely controversial. A lot of people didn't like that gentleman that you're talking about. Whether you like him or didn't like him, things happen. But he knew nothing about it.
It's way more common over at the Middle East. They have extremists there.
But the Crown Prince, who rarely fields questions, stepping in to answer.
It's been painful for us in Saudi Arabia. We've did all the right steps of investigation, etc. in Saudi Arabia, and we've improved our system to be sure that nothing happened like that, and it's painful and it's a huge mistake, and we are doing our best that this doesn't happen again.
Trump's
I'm
own
glad
State
he
Department
responded that
lists
way.
multiple
They both
human
responded
rights
well.
violations.
I'm also glad that there's a big investment coming from them. I think they bumped it up from $600 billion to $1 trillion investment in the United States, for weapons and what the manufacturing industry that they're dealing with. But also that opens it up for easier trade of oil with them. That's where all their money comes from. They're black gold princes. So it's a win. Am I happy about the win? Yeah, it's okay. I would prefer to stay away from the Middle East as much as we can, but I think Saudi's the least of our worries right now.
Lady.
Yeah, George, I'm gonna make a video. To You blow out a candle.
What?
I know these reindeer. Trying to use TikTok to bring in more viewers. Cool. But I am on. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and we are gonna see what George has to say. Hopefully we have movement on Venezuela. Hopefully it's been too intense space. take my nighttime pills here. I'm just seeing this video on the side. He hasn't slept since 1962. Doctors don't know why. I wonder why. Very, very interesting. I don't know if it's for sleep at all, or if it's like kind of like what I'm doing. Not like doing on purpose, but kind of like my body's letting me do. Sad. The one silent video I had got 231 views. But it's silent, so I had to turn it off. It was only up for like an hour. Those are shorts. I mean, I have a couple shorts that have gotten like, one short got 1,500 views. Another short got 1,300 views, and then another one got 500 about. But yeah, they're easier for people to watch. The attention span of our generation nowadays. Shorts. Not long form content very much anymore, even though I don't know, all I really want to do is chit chat and play games. Long form. Check everything, make sure nothing went back to default like the other night. Weird. Microphone's still good. Auxiliary is still good. Okay. It looks like we have all our audio. Then we will continue down our video path for now.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have some important updates on the situation in Venezuela. U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth made some critical revelations, and socialist dictator Nicolas Maduro's allies are abandoning him fast. They realize he's a sinking ship.
Yeah.
And they want nothing to do with him.
Realize that before they start dropping weapons off to him.
Our friendly neighborhood dictator to see where his head is at.
Not war, not war, not war. Just peace.
Not war, not war. Just peace, just peace. War, peace, never.
You should have thought about that before you became a hardcore terrorist.
Just peace, forever, forever, forever. Peace forever.
Peace forever. War, no war. Well, that's how Maduro is feeling. What kind of quality is this, by the way? Oh my gosh. Could you imagine if my videos were that quality? You guys would hate me. You would never watch. And this guy's the leader of the richest oil country in the world.
They have those speedboats or fishing boats.
Cameras.
Yeah, they can't even afford better cameras in the government level.
Don't be surprised if Zoran Mamdani's press conferences end up looking like this. Because I guess socialist dictators don't ever upgrade their camera qualities. So here is some big news. Colombia, led by Gustavo Petro, a huge socialist, a huge ally of Maduro's, now backs the idea of Maduro leaving power and avoiding jail. There's Maduro with Gustavo Petro. Colombia said it would favor a path for Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro to hand over power to a transition government tasked with organizing new elections, preferring the idea over the alternative of a more forceful U.S. intervention in its neighbors' affairs. The transition proposal has been making the rounds in diplomatic circles in Washington, Caracas, and beyond as a potential solution to the U.S. standoff with Venezuela. While President Donald Trump amasses warships in the Caribbean, there's no sign that Trump would be open to such an arrangement. But Maduro might consent to the idea if guaranteed that he would be safe from persecution. The guy has committed so many crimes, not just against the United States by allowing a massive immigration crisis on our border, a humanitarian crisis, but by releasing prisoners into this country, allowing them to come to the U.S. southern border and commit crimes here. Tren de Aragua was not a gang people talked about in the United States, and then in the last 5 years, it's in everyone's minds. They took over portions of Aurora, Colorado, my home state. So, yeah, it's not going to be persecution. Maduro is a criminal. And the moment he steps out of office, and he's still in Venezuela, he went after the opposition for just dissenting to his politics, but they're actually going to go after him for the crimes that he has legitimately committed. It's not going to be a witch hunt or persecution. It's just going to be justice. Colombia's Foreign Affairs Minister Rosa Villavicencio said Wednesday in an interview in Madrid, Maduro would be inclined to accept it. That's Colombia's official position. He could leave without necessarily ending up in prison. Someone else could come in to lead that transition and allow for elections that are legitimate. While Venezuelans already voted for somebody, they already elected a new leader. Maduro hasn't said anything in public that indicates he would consider the proposal. Villavicencio said her boss, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, hasn't talked to Maduro directly, but that her team is in contact with Venezuela's diplomats. Wow. So Maduro is losing all the allies he has. It's not like he had that many to begin with. The only countries in Latin America that still align with him would probably be Cuba, Colombia. It would have been Bolivia, but Bolivia is now in the hands of a right-wing president who is rejecting socialism and leading a new capitalist revolution in the country. So Bolivia is not going to be an ally. Chile is going to be deporting a lot of Venezuelans back after Cast wins the election against whoever he's running against from the Communist Party, a literal communist, and he's going to win with staggering margins based on the first round results. So all of Latin America, South America, the Caribbean, Central America, and North America, of course, are moving away from socialism, communism. They're moving away. And Maduro and Cuba and Colombia are the only ones still kind of left standing. Even Colombia is moving away from that, and other countries have completely gone away. So yeah, Maduro is isolated, and this is why, ladies and gentlemen, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said Marco Rubio's designation of the Cartel of the Suns, led by Maduro, is going to give the Department of War a lot of options.
What is your message to Nicolas Maduro?
Well, if being wanted for he's not a legitimately elected leader of Venezuela. Everybody knows that. Effectively lying to the previous administration about that he would leave office. He didn't. He's involved in trafficking and is indicted, is wanted for $50 million. He knows all that. We know all that. Gives more tools to our department to give options to the president to ultimately say our hemisphere will not be controlled by narco-terrorists. It will not be controlled by cartels. It will not be controlled by what illegitimate regimes try to push toward the American people. So it's just about options. And we plan better than any organization in the world here. We want to make sure the president has options to include doing a whole lot, to include doing, the cartel mission that we're doing there as well. So nothing's off the table, but nothing's automatically on.
Doing a whole lot, including the cartel mission. So Pete Hegseth can't necessarily just say everything, so I'll say the rest. He'll give the official statement and we'll decode it. But first, let's talk about more major news. A lot of news, man. It just seems like something big is about to happen. In fact, I'm going to show you even more crazy things. So Trump said to authorize CIA plans for covert action in Venezuela, according to the New York Times. The president has signed off on possible operations inside Venezuela, but has also reopened back-channel communications with the government of Nicolas Maduro, the illegitimate government of Nicolas Maduro. It's not clear what the covert actions might be or when any of them might be carried out. Mr. Trump has not yet authorized combat forces on the ground in Venezuela, so the next phase of the administration's escalating pressure campaign on the Maduro government could be sabotage or some sort of cyber, psychological, or information operations. The president has not made a decision about the broader course of action to pursue in Venezuela, nor publicly articulated his ultimate goal beyond stemming the flow of drugs from the region. And military and CIA planners have prepared multiple options for different contingencies. military planners have prepared lists of potential drug facilities that could be struck. The Pentagon is also planning for strikes on military units close to Maduro. Mr. Trump held 2 meetings in the White House Situation Room last week to discuss Venezuela and review options with his senior advisors. Any covert action by the CIA would probably come before such military strikes. Wow. Okay. Even as Mr. Trump has told the CIA to prepare multiple possible secret operations inside Venezuela, he has also opened up back-channel negotiations with Maduro after cutting off such talks last month for a brief time. In those informal talks, Mr. Maduro has signaled a willingness to offer access to his country's oil wealth to American energy companies.
Dirty oil.
Mr. Trump acknowledged those talks in a fashion, saying we may be having some discussions, with Maduro, and we'll see how that turns out. Well, look, so what is going on here? Is this about oil? And why does Maduro seem to think it's about oil? While Maduro is a narcissist, he's a psychopath, he is somebody who has destroyed Venezuela, destroyed the lives of his citizens, and he wants to stay in power. He's a socialist, and when they get power, they never want to leave. So he thinks Trump is in this for oil only. And you can argue, yeah, of course, the U.S. is interested economically in what goes on in Venezuela. But Maduro's regime has been antagonistic towards Trump and the United States for decades. Before Maduro is Hugo Chavez, a long time. And that trend needs to be reversed, because if the Trump administration officials like Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth and the president himself subscribe to the Monroe Doctrine, authored by John Quincy Adams, I know I talk about this every video, but it's a very important document because it's working right now. It's what the president and his team are using to impose their will on the West. Is a foreign policy framework that says we will stay out of the world's affairs as long as the world stays out of the Western Hemisphere's affairs, because the Western Hemispheres are playground. It's fair game for us. We can intervene in these governments around us because it matters for our economy and national security. That's the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine was authored by Quincy Adams after spending so much time in Europe and understanding that it would have been bad for America to be entangled in European conflicts. Wars between France and Britain and Portugal and Spain, these constant battles over land and ocean waters and channels and all these things. Quincy Adams correctly assessed that America is better off focusing on our hemisphere and on the richest oil country in the world, favorable to America. That's it. And yes, of course, he is gone. Mariah Machado, or Corina Machado, I'll give you guys a look so you know who I'm talking about. Mariah Corina Machado will step. Miss Machado has already released a new manifesto. So it was Eduardo Gonzalez who was on the ballot, and this is Eduardo Gonzalez. Okay. Hold on. Oh, no. Venezuela opposition. Sorry about this. I don't know if that's his first name. Oh, Edmundo. Sorry, Venezuelans. It's Edmundo. He was the opposition leader on the ballot, but everyone knows Mariah Corina Machado is the real opposition leader. She was barred from running for office because that's what socialists do. They prevent good opposition candidates from being on the ballot, almost like what Democrats tried to do in the 2024 election by kicking Trump off and preventing to remove RFK Jr.'s name in many states. How about that? Think about that. That's crazy. So she will take office, and she has already released a manifesto. So it's only a matter of time until Maduro is completely kicked out. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So when you read things like this, like, oh, it's about oil, if it was about oil, then Trump would just take Maduro's deal and allow U.S. companies to build refineries and drilling operations so Americans can profit, but also Venezuelans can profit. So if it was only about oil, then Trump would take the deal. So it's not just about oil. There's clearly a demand by the administration to just have a better leader in Venezuela because it's better the last 5 years under the Biden regime. And they need to go. They are on temporary protection status. And when that status expires, they will need to go somewhere. And we'd prefer if they went to Venezuela and not a third country. They'd like to go back to their countries if their country it's ruled by a dictator. So there are plenty of reasons for the administration to do what it's doing. They're just trying to kill two stones with one bird, okay? The Atlantic Ocean, while also getting your regime change. And not all regime changes are bad, okay? I know we have a very bad track record of changing regimes, but that's because we've been doing it in regions that don't matter to us. Why don't people ever talk about positive U.S. intervention? Panama would not exist without the United States. That's U.S. intervention. The Panama Canal, which is responsible for so much trade in Central and South America, would not exist without the United States. So we have been in efforts across the world. Not everything the CIA touches will be corrupt and bad. And the Venezuelan people will support this because they did indeed vote for a change when they went out in droves and voted for the opposition in the 2024 election. It's a fact. My Twitter threads on Venezuela prove it. It's not rightful leaders. By the way, this isn't the first time this has happened under Trump's first administration. They recognize the opposition as the rightful winners. They recognize the transitional government as the leaders of Venezuela. But Maduro just stuck it out, and he thinks he can do that again. Well, maybe not, because he's actually offering himself to the administration, but I'm sure there are people thinking if Venezuela just waits it out, Trump will eventually forget. Which honestly, I don't think it's going to work that way. It's not going to work like the first time. Because look at this, right? The U.S. ran a war game on ousting Maduro. Venezuela fell into chaos. So in Trump's first term, sort of thing, on what would happen if we take Maduro out and replace him with the opposition. In Trump's first term, they found out that to erupt within Venezuela as military units, rival political factions, and even jungle-based guerrilla groups jockeyed for control of the oil-rich country. So it would have definitely will take over and unite the country, and everyone's behind her. And Maduro and his gangs and his goons will be kicked out, and they'll have to flee. So you won't have that much of a power vacuum as much as you would have had before. Next, he and I were basically reporting on the Venezuelan election together. He's Venezuelan, but lives in El Salvador. So he's reporting that something never seen before is happening now. 5 U.S. warplanes, 4 F-18s, and 1 Pegasus KC-46A are flying off the coast of Venezuela. The message is clear. Maduro and Diosdado Caballo, or Ceballo, are surrounded, and we can enter and exit without resistance whenever we want, referring to the United States. And those are the planes right there.
What we want.
This happened hours ago. So
this
whole
need
thing
the order.
is escalating. I also looked at the viewers of the last video. We had a pretty decent amount of viewers from Trinidad and Tobago. Or Tobago? Trinidad and Tobago, which is off the coast of Venezuela, and they are aligned with the United States as well as all the region. Because think about this, right? Just look at Venezuela. Look at Venezuela on the map. Let's look at Venezuela on the map. Because the reason Venezuela is so important in that region is not just for oil. It's the strategic importance of where it is, right? Venezuela is connected to the Atlantic Ocean, right? And it's connected to the Caribbean. I might be, Brazil is all the way over here, but Venezuela is almost the closest point in South America to the United States, right? A very important location, a strategic location right there. And then you have all these tiny islands, and this would be a region of economic might if Venezuela was a serious country, America or South America. It could be the conduit between oceans, and it could facilitate trade. It has a lot of shoreline. It's just strategically located. Trading partner of Venezuela was a serious country, but it's not. That's the problem. The problem is Trinidad and Tobago, the reason those people might live worse lives is because their biggest trading partner is a communist dictatorship or a socialist dictatorship. And that's a problem. They would love to be, next door neighbors to, because of us, because of the trade they do with us. Mexico is somewhat bettered by their proximity to us, but all these countries are made less safe, more dangerous, poorer by being next to Venezuela. Instead of having a lot of economic activity, they have to worry about mayhem in their streets. So what's going on in Venezuela matters a lot to people in Grenada, Barbados, St. Lucia, Aruba, Trinidad and Tobago. These are very important things that happen. And Venezuela is physically big. It's a big country. And I'm curious what the true size of Venezuela is. So, okay. So, what are we doing here? Clear map. Look at this. It's a big country, right? You see it here and it's like, it looks small. I mean, oh my gosh, it's a massive country. It's bigger than Texas, right? Not sure how much bigger than Texas, but yeah, it's bigger than Texas. Bigger than Texas. So it's a huge, huge country, and they can't do anything because they are led by a commie. And that's a problem. And so what does the United States want to do? We would like, if you look at South America, no, I need the map. Okay. I hate Google sometimes. Why can't you just pull up the map like you did before? You look at Venezuela. Okay. Venezuela holds 303 billion barrels. They have oil that is unbelievable. Now, they say their oil is like a different type. It's harder to refine, but that's not really a thing. We're in are super advanced in how they can efficiently get the different grades of fuel, from petroleum. They know how to do it well and fast. So it's not about the quality anymore. We got lucky with that, but this is a lot of oil that Venezuela has used it correctly. So if you look, this is where that oil is located. The Orinoco Belt, which is between Boyacá, Junín, Ayacucho, and Carabobo. Very important. Very, very important. So you're telling me Venezuela should be as rich as Saudi Arabia, well, more huge reserves. And look at their economy. Venezuela's economy is struggling, and it's a command economy because it's a socialist country. But if you look, GDP per capita is $4,000, and their GDP is $100 billion. Purchasing power parity is $200 billion. But the one that matters is this $4,000 GDP per capita. And look at their services, right? Look at these rankings. So you have the richest oil country in the world. They have all the oil and they have access to it. And their average person produces $4,000 in a year. Per capita, sorry. This is horrible. This is terrible. So, products to be bought by everybody. We want the countries around us, therefore, to be rich and be the home of semiconductors. You need a lot of consumers. China already has huge market shares in virtually every country, including ours. So, we're going to be competing against China. And if we want to be as attractive for investors to keep pouring billions and trillions as they are doing and committing under the Trump administration into U.S. manufacturing, then we have to give them access to markets. And it's people that make money. I talked about this in my video about Nigeria, and I said, you know, people that pretend to care about the needs of poor people, they often say the U.S. wants to impoverish countries and exploit them because socialism or socialist and communist view the world through poor. They'll say the rich person oppressed the poor person. They won't look at the range of circumstances that allowed the poor person to be in the position they were in. And they would advocate for what needs to be distributed equally would be opportunity and equitable distribution of opportunity. And the outcomes will never be the same. They want to guarantee outcomes, but not opportunity. Because to them, somehow, they're not correlated. Success. But they'll say things like the U.S. wants to exploit poor countries. And whenever we are involved in anything to do with a poor country, it's because we want to exploit them. Capitalist country. Capitalism is what governs our economy. It's a free. Capital is the class that runs the country above government. The government will have to change. If the business interests say this policy is bad for us, doesn't matter if the government is full of Democrats or Republicans, something will change. The business interest got us the Joe Biden CHIPS Act, which gave them billions in subsidies because they told Biden we need them to make that transition back into the country. So he gave them money instead. The business interest controlled the president's hand. So our capital, it's true, what is the goal of capital? It's to get cheaper labor and to make more profit. So capital is everlastingly interested in productivity, profitability, and growth. Right? They want to keep growing. They want to keep getting more money in their pockets. That's the goal of capital. When you invest money, you want. So would capital be interested in a poor country? No. Even though the resources they can use in their factories might be cheaper from that poor country. That poor country were rich because they would buy the products of the capital class, and the capital class would make double the profits. So it serves nobody, Nigeria. In this case, it doesn't serve the United States to have Venezuela be poor because our capital class is interested in profitability. They want us to sell to Venezuelans, but if Venezuelans are too poor and too broke to buy any of our products, then nobody wins. So that's why there's this constant talk in DC and in the military-industrial complex about what are we going to do with Venezuela? We have to do something. Why do you think we were engaged? Because we knew down in the future, at some point, Saudi Arabia is going to be buying our weapons to arm their military. And that's exactly what's happening. Trump brings in foreign money into the country and pumps our economy. And now you have, because they get to make faster products, they get to make more products and sell more. Everyone's happy in that situation. So we love the fact that the UAE and these countries are growing. We even like the fact that China is competing with us economically because they're gonna buy from us. I just love this topic. I think it's really important what we're doing. And yes, I am a non-interventionist. I don't agree with us bombing everybody, but some bombs need to be detonated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for watching. I'm going to do my best to keep you guys updated as the weeks for any freedom lovers in Venezuela who just want their country back, quite frankly.
Everyone is here looking for dinner. I'm looking for my next piano student. My first contender, too dumb. My second, too dead. But then I finally found them. The octopuses. Can I have this guy? Wow, yes, perfect. teach an animal piano. And in theory, octopuses have incredible potential. They are as smart as a 3-year-old, they are amazing problem solvers, but what really sets them apart? Independently. It's like 8 pianists in one body, and that's way too much potential to be thrown in a fryer. Yeah! You don't know it yet, but you're going to be the thing weird in the aquarium these first days. Like hang himself, because now he's not only in captivity, he's in captivity with a YouTuber. Takoyaki got his new home, but before I can teach him piano, he needs to start to trust me. But how? I think I have an idea. Taco, it's time to eat. You want it? First day, he didn't even want to take the food. I don't think he trusts me enough. The second day, he took the food, but as a thank you, he shit on me. Whoa, shit. But as the days passed... There he is. Whoa, 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 whoa. Octopus toy piano. It's so perfect. Oh my god. Whoa. Oh, he got it. Whoa! I think he started to realize that I'm the person that saved him from becoming takoyaki. Whoa! Oh shit! That's so scary. Finally, he was more comfortable. Maybe a bit too comfortable. God, what the fuck? He's super strong. Taco, what? Ah! Don't eat me! Don't eat me! Ah! Piano key. I really believed me and Taco could do this. But after watching him sit on his jar for 5 minutes straight, just staring into the void, completely, he started to slowly approach it. But he thought I had made a... Piano is fun! Who's your Asian parent? Taco, you miss it! Maybe it was even a mistake, but eventually Taco touched the key perfectly. So I quickly rewarded him. And then he did whatever this was. Taco, what the fuck? And then he touched it again. His touching was getting more and more frequent. One more. Whoa! Once he got the hang of touching it, the next step was actually pushing it down. But there was a problem. Pushing isn't exactly natural for an octopus. What the fuck is that? Taco should write a book on that. So I started redesigning the key. And how did I know that? Oh, amazing. Oh my god, that was amazing. Again, 2 times. 3 times. Stop spamming, Taco. Yeah, I get it. You're good at this. Wait, will you actually play it? Whoa, whoa. Good job, Taco. One key obviously wasn't enough anymore, so I started every second of the process. This is an historical moment. This is the first time you're going to play your piano. Oh. Wow, Taco! I can't believe I'm seeing you with the piano. But it was obvious that... Poor guy, he doesn't know what to do. So there. But he didn't want my help. And how could I be so sure? Taco! Stop pushing me away! I'm helping you! Wait, you can push. I thought you couldn't push. No, don't. Hey, don't eat me, please. Taco. Put your thing here. Thing here. This day I realized I have absolutely no idea how to teach an octopus piano. So I started to look for help online. Eventually though, I managed to come in contact with an expert, Luigi. Together with this crazy, well, Taco doesn't even have ears. But with this science-grade underwater speaker, Taco can feel each note as a unique vibration. And maybe we can use that to teach him a melody. But after weeks of training, it was obvious that these vibrations couldn't be used as a learning tool. However, the good news was, it made him enjoy playing the piano more. Probably because every note now turned on his giant octopus vibrator. Taco was seasonal reasons. But this wasn't music, it was just random notes once in a while. Take a look at this chicken. Now this cat, and now this human. What do they all next? I managed to build a piano like this for Taco. I think there's no way he can fail. But making a light-up piano is already difficult, so making one that worked underwater was pretty much impossible. But after a week of failed waterproofing attempts, I think... Please don't stop working, please. Taco, beg with all your arms. Please light up, please light. Yes. We got it. Now let's try it on Taco. Taco saw the light, approached the piano, and pulls the wrong key. It was probably a mistake. But then he did it again. No. And many more times. He has pulled every key that is not red. Taco, why? Okay, so maybe he naturally didn't go for the light, but I rewarded him the few times that he actually did. I thought with enough training, he will start associating the lit key with food. But the days went on, and Taco still had no interest in the light. Taco, I need one out of your 8 legs to play the correct key. So I got desperate. I changed color, intensity, I even removed keys until it was only 2 left. And still, Taco picked the wrong key. It was time to face reality. Taco hates my shitty lights. This bulletproof method not only failed horribly, I was now completely out of ideas. How could it be so hard to just show an octopus what note to play? But after many days of thinking, I had a realization. I can't just apply chicken logic to my octopus and expect it to work. I need to figure out what Taco likes. And it turns out... it was crabs. But how do I get the moving crab into every piano key? I think I have an idea. This is so dumb, it's crazy. I hope this works, I really hope this works. Crab rave, Taco. And somehow it actually worked. It didn't make him play the key, it just made him try to grab the crab. But he wasn't fooled by my design. I think what he really wanted was the movement. So if I make the lever move instead, maybe he will grab that and play a note. Okay, come on, Taco. Let's do this. Here we pull, here we pull, here we pull. Yes! Good job, Taco! Whoa! And many more times. This was working amazingly. Good job. Every day, Taco got better at piano. And after 1 week, he could play 2 notes in a row. This happened. Whoa! A chord! Taco started loving piano. He would sit all day looking at it, hoping I would place it in his tank. You missing your piano? He even came up to the glass whenever I played. And at 6 every night, it was finally his turn. That's it. Whoa! Close to something amazing. But as the days went on, I started to realize keys in a row was his absolute limit. One more hoping for a breakthrough, but instead, our training went backwards. Don't do that, Taco. Come on. Taco. But I wanted him to keep going, to complete the full melody. And for days, I was stuck trying to solve this continuation problem. Meanwhile, our training kept deteriorating. Nah, Taco. And it felt like my chance of ever teaching Taco... Taco release. Whoa, f*** you! At this point, I had given up. I had too much hope in you, Taco. Up waiting for the piano at 6 every evening. And eventually this time I needed something different, something that could show Taco that he wasn't just playing. I just couldn't find the solution myself. I needed a person that thinks so far outside. It was Gim. Together we came up with an idea that was so ridiculous. We call it the crab elevator. Here's how we work it before it reaches the bottom. And to get it there, he needs to complete an entire melody. Taco was intrigued. How do I get that crab down? First he tried swimming himself. Come on. Stop. And I started fearing that just because this was logical for us, doesn't mean it is for an octopus. But then he gave up. He focused his attention on the piano and played a note. And another one. Come on, Taco. Come on. A bit more. Yes! After practicing with it every day for a week, it finally clicked for Taco what I wanted him to see before, to a point where the crabs almost became a distraction. Taco, don't let... And at that point I knew that Taco was finally ready after 4 ever piano performances. Let's play, Taco. More. Taco, good job. That was amazing. I didn't know you were a blues pianist. That was amazing, Taco. And this wasn't the last time me and Taco played together. Whoa, 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 you already started without me. Taco, I'm in your band. We did this every day for weeks, and Taco always kept surprising me. Some days he was the best band member ever. Other days he did typical octopus things. What is this? Octopuses doesn't need chopsticks. Stop dancing, you're not a dancer, you're a pianist. But no matter what kind of day it was, he kept improving. Until the music Taco made sound... You have a big range, Taco. It's like Rashmaninov. And I almost forgot sometimes that music together.
Weird, funny.
This is Zoran Mandami is expected numerals.
Weird.
No way. This how many views does this have on TikTok? 14,000. No. Target audience reached. No.
What was his target audience?
A day ago. This was yesterday. No way. I can't believe this. Please say psych, bro. He never acknowledged that it was a joke. People in chat called him out, and he just moved on. I saw it. For it, but I was still so sure that someone would. I didn't expect to have a vid. I think this might just be a new masterpiece.
Even Hassan said it's a joke. What the hell is wrong with these people?
Arabic numerals? This is happening faster than I thought.
It's a joke. There's no way he's being sincere. It's bait. He's not. You guys literally. If you think this is real, brother, Asmongold worked for the IRS.
It's bait, bro. It's bait. This is rage bait. Those are normal numbers. No, bro. Like, no, these are numbers. These are normal. You got baited, Asmon. These are Roman. No, these are Roman numerals. No, Asmon. No. Stop the farm. Rage bait. It's bait. No, bro. You know what? Sharia law is next. Google it, bro. Arabic numerals are just numbers. Look, bro. Is this the? Is this happening to me right now? Am I being gaslighted by Muslims? Is this happening? Before it gets worse. Let me go back. I'll find some more of these posts here, too. Where's the rest of it? Assassin's Creed team has started working on the next Assassin's Creed. Just stop, guys. Just stop. Just stop it. Let's with see. That money, and they're still trying to correct it. They're still mad. They're bro, make them gay. Oh my fuck. We use Arabic numerals. This is, wow. The acting was so good, even chat thought it was serious. Layers of farming. Well, to me, this is what okay, let me read some of the other comments, okay? How about we read some of the other comments of the people that were listening to this? Okay. Give me a second. All right, let's look at it. Here we go. If I could draw an image of a hunter finding knuckle-shaped drag marks and saying there were Asmongold viewers here, never acknowledged it. Having linked to a source, you're making shit up. What is this? How he got outraged and then continued to rant about it. That's how you stay dumb. Never acknowledge it and move on to the next target. Next topic. That's because he's a god. Oh my god. The Arabic numerals of 0 through... and we'll just resort to racism. Your comments were referring to the joke? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? They elected him either. Yeah, guys, I don't know. Like, it's... Yeah, what do you mean? Laughing whenever he's the mayor. You're not going to be laughing. Like, that's it. I don't watch this dude, but I hope the clip isn't real. I don't want to shock you, but it's more okay, buddy. It's real. Admiral Akbar 134. Oh, bad news, bud. If you watched him, you would know that he's so bad at acting and telling jokes. And this right here is one badly executed joke. You're giving this fool too much credit. Oh my fucking god. It's a trap? I guess so. Wait till about Joe Rogan. Please tell me this is bait. You guys made it as a stream to find a source. Clip from yesterday. He comes back speaking his mocking voice, referencing it today. Yes, there it is. Wow. I bet so many people fell for it. You see it right in the comment section? I really think this is a new masterpiece. I do. I think this is a new masterpiece. This is great. You know, we haven't had one like this. Yeah, this is great. Are these the Reddit intellectuals I hear so much about? Yes, of course, right? Isn't this Asmon's brand of humor? Yes, correct. Two types of dumb people: those who don't know Arabic numerals, and those who can't tell Asmon's cruelly joking,
enjoy that one
and
at all.
those who
You do.
pretend Asmon is not joking. Oh my god, joking! The get out of jail card is the get out of jail for free card for idiots. I don't know. He's a dipshit. Bad social cue pickup and comments. Asmo's full no. Yeah, this is. And how many updates does this have? 2,000 updates in less than an hour. That I'm making a mistake by looking at it right now, because I'm worried that by me doing this, it will negatively affect the spread of this clip. Like, I do think it's probably, like, this will actually negatively affect it, because, like, now if I'm talking about it, people are like, oh, he did it on purpose, right? So, like, yeah, it'll explode. Yeah, don't tell anybody I was joking, okay? Don't tell anybody. Be like, bro, I used to be an Asmongold viewer, and then I saw him say this, and I don't know if I can watch him anymore. Like, I don't know. Like, this is just, this one might be too much for me. Like, yeah. Only an hour ago? Yeah, exactly. Farm it. Delete the VOD. Yeah, I'll have to delete the VOD after this, of course. And, wow. I really don't know what to say, but that's what's happened. My numerals eat bacon? Yeah, exactly. This is definitely, it will definitely continue to, it will spread. Dude, nobody even thinks it's a joke. Person is saying that it's real. This is deeper than I thought. This is it bad. Sort by controversial. Dude, nobody is even. This can't be real. Of course. No way. Oh my god. Oh no. I feel bad for New York at this point. Sometimes I genuinely impress myself. Wow. We need to destroy the Department of Education. I also, I want to refer you guys back to... my God. Doesn't know he's been used. I hate him so much. My expectations of, like, my feelings on, like, average people. Do you remember whenever I said that 85% of the population shouldn't be allowed to vote?
Yeah.
And I said that you might not understand why now, but in time you will realize.
Yeah, I saw.
Well, here we are. I'm to say it, guys. I tried to let everybody know, but nobody wanted to listen. And I was the best example. The thing is that I don't raid-led molten core
right now.
unless you've been a raid leader for molten core. You can't. And really now, I think, and this definitely.
Like everything.
I'm surprised that I played it off low enough to have everybody just believe it like this. This is great because, like, to me, no, absolutely not. When education is set up by Rockefeller to make workers and not thinkers, you end up with a lot of people who shouldn't be making decisions. Exactly. So I think we need more workers and we need less thinkers. We have a lot of thinkers right now. How'd that turn out? Yeah, how's that turning out, guys? We've got a whole lot of thinkers. Not so good, huh? No, people online really hate you, so they'll eat this up. Oh, I hope so. Oh, yeah, the Metal Gear Solid. That's right, the other one here. Let me see if I can find it. Asmongold, Metal Gear Solid, political. Asmongold says that he hopes that Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater doesn't make the game political. 6,000 upvotes. I just hope this game, I just hope they don't remake it and make it political, you know? $11 million views. Oh my God. This is really what's happening, right? Is that you're seeing these companies using the government as a tool to assert an unethical level of control over the consumer. Yeah, that's what I think is happening right now. How do you?
Boys, such a great video denouncing how some gaming companies are disabling digital products with no warning, no recourse, and no legal justification. I'm sure everyone and I... What? Gaming Circle Jerk is attacking Asmon because they didn't watch the video and thought he was talking about wokeness in games. Oh well, I'm sure people will immediately provide context and dispel this ridiculous attack. Wait, who is about? You suck. Who the hell is you? I see now we have an Uber janitor.
Oh, shit. Gaming Circle Jerk, trans communist, Twitter left Circle Jerk. I hate the. That's the it's the last boss.
Look, boys, as much as I'd like to hate on these geniuses, they're just a bunch of schizos memeing around.
Wait, wasn't this the guy who had his entire account exposed for being like a furry addicted porn person that just posted hate threads about me for 3 years?
I'm sure nobody...
Hating...
I would say the odds are...
I love their intro. It's good. So I remembered this morning why I don't play Jeff on Marvel Rivals, because I was playing a little bit this morning. And I was playing Jeff, and when I did his ultimate, the bell rang, and like Diva like woke up and started barking. Always sets her off in slight praise.
Hello, everyone. I am the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt. And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer
Doesn't look
Matt.
too crazy on their map.
To day 1366 of the War News stream. Today we have very big news. We've heard that Ukraine attacked Russian forces in Crimea right off the coast, and also there's been a Russia-Ukraine peace plan revealed by the United States.
24 hours of news from around the world, as we have been able to hear more significant developments from practically
Nevertheless, we have been able to hear of significant developments as far as the war in Ukraine is concerned, as the Ukrainian armed forces have conducted
not much,
another
though.
major and significant attack against the Russian Federation's armed forces within the Crimean Peninsula. At this moment, we have confirmed that explosions have occurred in large volume. Explosions have been reported throughout the entirety of the oblast, while we are still waiting for more systems that the state of Ukraine used in the midst of the attack. Meanwhile, the Russian Federation has continued to will not stop their fight in the war in Ukraine until all objectives of the special military operation, the acceptance of any and all Russian demands. Meanwhile, the Russian Federation, through a statement by Vladimir Putin, has also stated that the Ukrainian government is a criminal government, one that exists outside of any legitimate legal framework within the country, and that investigations should be launched into persecuting and generally prosecuting the Ukrainian
Once
leadership
the
that is
war's
currently
over,
in charge of the
Zelensky needs to
country
step
at the moment.
down and
Meanwhile,
allow
the United States of America has
elections
tried
to
propose
resume.
a 28-point peace deal to the state of Ukraine that will be presented to the Russian Federation if the United States can bend Ukraine's arm, encourage them enough to be able to try and present the finalized plan to the Russian Federation later tonight. Meanwhile, the United States of America has also conducted a bombing drill today against the Republic of Venezuela, with a large amount of B-52H Stratofortresses taking off from Barksdale Air Force Base and other air bases throughout the country and arriving within the area of Venezuela, along with several FA-18 Super Hornets from multiple carrier squadrons based off of the USS Gerald R. Ford, currently within the Eastern Caribbean, and U.S. Second Fleet's command as well. All aircraft then turn off their transponders within very close proximity to the coastlines and generally the territorial waters of Venezuela, heavily suggesting at this moment that the United States of America is Venezuela that will be happening here within the future at an undetermined point. The United States of America has also made it clear that they will not be giving a single inch in foreign policy to the Republic of Venezuela about any possible cessation of rising hostilities, or for that matter, any form of a diplomatic compromise with the Venezuelan government. We have also seen that the United States of America is moving on out of that area. We have also been able to hear that the Islamic Republic of Iran has found itself president of the Islamic Republic of Iran, now announcing that the government at a minimum will be finding another location for the Iranian government to set up a capital
Right next
within
to
the
their
country.
nuclear
There are
attack.
some believe that the moment that the Islamic Republic of Iran's government is going to move into a centralized location. Outside of that, the Israeli Air Force was also seen within southern Syria today, although it is unclear at the moment as to why they were there. There were no recorded airstrikes that were conducted over the course of the day, but they were present. We also have been able to see the Ukrainian armed forces did inflict extremely high casualties on the largest ongoing battles at this moment along the current front line, and the Russian Federation appears to still be in an incredibly long and grueling meat grinder at this point, and while making minimal gains over longer periods of time, it does not appear that this war is going to be going much farther on the front line, and the war will be decided, much as we've already known, in the rear line areas inside the Russian Federation and its economic and refinery institutions, and the Ukrainians all the same. We will be making sure to get on into all of the major breaking news that we have gotten over the past 24 hours tonight, starting with our largest stories first and then working our way on into the smaller stories of the night. And so, of course, folks, we are going to be moving on into our first and largest story of the night, which is going to be taking us directly into Crimea, and generally the Russian Federation at large. The Ukrainian armed forces have been confirmed to have conducted another attack, according to Russian air defense monitors, as a large swarm of drones was seen flying into the area of Voronezh Oblast, as well as the Volgograd Oblast of the Russian Federation, along with Crimea and Bryansk in smaller numbers. While we have not been able to hear of any confirmed reports of damage or impacts within the mainland of the Russian Federation, we have heard of attacks that have been successful around the area of Crimea, and particularly around a significant airfield within the Crimean Peninsula itself, which takes us to the town of Saki and the Saki Air Base, which exists here on the western coast of the peninsula, or country, if we want to call
Sounds
it
like
that.
Japan.
The Crimean Peninsula has been a significant portion of Russia's Air Force and ground forces involvement in the war in Ukraine, with a large number of the Russian Air Force's multi-role aircraft, including the Su-30 air bases that we've seen so far for their operational capabilities, has been that of the Saki Air Base. Not incredibly close to Ukraine, but still close enough to allow for these Su-34s to have an extended amount of loiter time once they arrive into the area of the front line, where they are able to conduct air-to-ground strikes in support of Russian forces in those areas of the battlefield. we can see on satellite footage a decent amount of Su-34s, Su-24s, and also some variant of the MiG-29 or modernized version of the MiG-29 airframe currently based at this airbase. Of course, the stationing of aircraft on a day-to-day basis changes, and this satellite picture is not entirely accurate of the current disposition of air squadrons that currently find themselves here at the Saki. Have been seen multiple times throughout the conflict based out of the Saki Air Base, with all air squadrons at Saki Air Base being operationally involved in combat air patrols and combat air operations around the area of Kherson, Zaporizhia, and the Donetsk Oblasts, with other air bases taking over for most air operations inside the Donetsk, Luhansk, and Kharkiv regions, at least at other points of the conflict. This makes Saki Air Base a strategically important target for the state of Ukraine, and any attacks that knock out the logistical infrastructure of the facility, or much more for that matter, actually knock out the usable aircraft at this facility, usually are quite easy to try and project any air power onto the current front lines. Large reports have surfaced around the Saki area that explosions are emanating from just about every single direction south of the city, which means that they are all coming from the Saki Air Base. This appears to be confirming that at the moment, while video and picture evidence has not emerged, eyewitness reports are confirming, at least from the sound that they're hearing alone further south, that the Saki airfield is being obliterated at the moment by Ukrainian drones, with at least several explosions being recorded coming from the southern direction near to the airbase. There are a large amount of targets that can be hit outside the aircraft and the logistical infrastructure at the airfield, including an S-300 or S-400 air defense battery, which has been roaming around the area, including directly at the Saki airfield and further north and towards the town of Yevpatoria, which has also seen the presence of an S-300 and S-400 air defense battery at other times throughout the conflict. If this is confirmed to be the case, the Ukrainian armed forces may have destroyed another S-300 or S-400 air defense battery, making it the third one in 2 weeks after the destruction of 2 full S-400 air defense batteries within the coastal defense battery at Novorossiysk, and the Federation to be able to conduct any large caliber air defense operations, considering that the S-300 and S-400 air defense systems are generally their only form of large caliber air defense systems, and Russia's ability to produce any larger number of these throughout the conflict has entirely dissipated, with no new S-300s and S-400s being noted
They
or
don't have the
physically
means to produce
cataloged
it.
anywhere within the Russian Federation or inside of the active fronts in Ukraine. We also
and also speaking of the lack of S-400 air defense, has Russia successfully negotiated the S-400s back from Turkey? Because we had heard they were negotiating for those systems, basically buying them back from Erdogan that they'd already sold the system to. They wanted to buy them back because, of course, they can't produce any more, and they're really, really slow producing them. So have they gotten them back, or is that still in the air?
No, like they haven't gotten it back still. The Turks are still holding on to their only S-400 at the moment.
Well, interesting then. They're really screwed. They got to get on a jet and go beg for that quick.
Man, they're going to have to go get on a jet. You know what's interesting is that they actually had a chance to go get on a jet, which was yesterday, to go talk to Witkoff and see about talking to the Turks at the same time about getting that thing back. And they didn't even take the opportunity. It really shows y'all how goofy the Russians really are, because at this point, the S-400, the singular S-400 the Turks have, is desperately needed by the Russians. They have run out of a large number of S-300s and S-400s that were in service at the beginning of the war and since then have been destroyed, and they won't even go through the effort to try and recover one that they actually could recover at the moment from the Turks, considering that the Turks aren't even able to buy, due to the sanctions, spare parts to keep the thing running. So the Turks would get rid of it if they could, and the Russians aren't even willing to go through the effort to go and get it back from the Turks in the first place. It's just absolutely ridiculous. But still, the attack at Saki Air Base appears to be quite significant, and there has also been other reports that have been unconfirmed at the moment that explosions have been occurring throughout the rest of the Crimean Peninsula. Of course, we do not know where these are occurring at the moment. It's just generally a broader rumor or claim, but there are several areas where explosions could be happening that are highly likely based off of the history of prior attacks within the area. Dzhankoy, Sevastopol, Simferopol, Kerch, Feodosia, as well as Yalta and Alupka are also significant targets, along with Olenivka. that could have been targeted and hit by Ukrainian armed forces overnight. At the moment, we have not been able to confirm through video or picture evidence or direct eyewitness accounts from the ground any of these attacks at the moment, and so we are still waiting for additional updates and information about how strenuous the attack on Crimea was overnight. We do know that Saki Air Base appears to have been obliterated at the moment, according to eyewitness accounts, but we are still waiting for further information and details to emerge from the area for us to ascertain exactly how heavily damaged Russian Federation armed forces are at the moment inside of the Crimean Peninsula. Still, while the Russian Federation is taking a pretty big licking inside of the Crimean Oblast, this has not stopped them from continuing their governmental rhetoric inside of Moscow. And in a very interesting way today, as Putin has dressed up once again and is playing solo table here before I get to the first bulletin, that according to Putin, and here's a picture of him from today,
more people need to be indicted, more cases need to be moving forward.
Oh man, he's looking extra pale. Now this is Bunker Boy right here. This is Bunker Boy. He probably hasn't seen sunlight haggardly. Like, he's looking extra haggard. This kind of feeds into the idea that maybe there are body doubles running around, because this is like 10 times more haggard than the last Putin that we saw just when he made his last public appearance a few days back.
You know, folks, I have to tell y'all that this actually isn't of a brand new doorstep animatronic that can scare the kids that are coming up trying to get the candy. This thing sits there and goes, "Oh, I'm going to start the war," and then it scares off all the kids. So, you know, if you go and get one of these
in
this next
Iran
Halloween from a
that's been hiding in a bunker this entire time.
I mean, just on your doorstep.
Just tough. And also look at his hands too. Like, his hands are like
Vlad the Dracula.
pale. Like, that's really interesting right there. You know, if I didn't know any,
I'd say he's almost cancerous, but you know, of course, folks, the rumors about his health are largely rumors. We cannot confirm any of them, but there is a large rumor circling around that he has
Tim and I were on the same page.
cancer. And apparently, no matter the efforts, they really can't treat it. It's kind of a little bit funny at the same time, if that rumor is true. Putin is heavily obsessed with trying to find some immortality elixir or something along those lines, because I think he understands that when he dies, he's going to the pits of hell immediately. So he's trying to generally avoid that and put that on hold for a little longer if he can. So time's running out. Nevertheless, Putin did state that the goals of the special military operation must be unconditionally achieved. That was an official statement and quote by Putin today. So what he is saying today is that the Russian Federation will not accept anything less than unconditional surrender by the state of Ukraine. Anything less than that, the Russian Federation will not accept. Remember that, because that's going to be very important for our later reporting that's coming around here in just a minute. The Russian Federation, according to Putin today, this is an official statement from the highest echelon of the Russian government, will not accept. It's going to be very important here in about 5 minutes.
No.
An additional statement that was also made by Putin is that the Ukrainian government is a criminal organization. According to Putin, he has stated that this is no longer any kind of a political leadership in Ukraine, it is a criminal group, and has also stated that there should be criminal investigations into Zelensky once the war ends to be able to hold him accountable for conducting an illegal and illicit government operation inside of Ukraine that is illegal according to the Russians. So the Russian Federation is doubling down at this point on the statements that the Ukrainian government is illegitimate and that they are going to accept nothing less than an unconditional victory inside of Ukraine. An additional action that the Russian Federation is apparently going to be taking, according to the Institute for the Study of War, big respect to them. We respect the Institute for the Study of War, and they also follow us as well. But nevertheless, according to what we've been able to hear, the Russian Federation may be planning to forcibly relocate Ukrainians living within the occupied territory Russian regions. The Russian government is likely to use coercive means to do so, including economic. This is something that is quite concerning. And many of you all will know the parallels to prior periods of history when Ukrainians were shipped off en masse to Siberia. And that was actually during the time of Stalin in the 1930s. During the 1930s, a period in Ukrainian history called the Holodomor was well in effect, and millions of Ukrainians were starving in the State of the Union or being shipped out of the area, and there was no food being left for the Ukrainians themselves. This left them to practically starve. And then a large number of them afterwards were sent into Siberia to work on government projects, usually in the gulags, until they eventually died inside of the death camps, which are the gulags. This is something that did happen in the past and was another action by the Russian Federation or the Russian people throughout the rest of history. This is something that appears that the Russian Federation is possibly going to be trying to do again, but try and make it look a little bit more above board this time. Basically, it's a forced relocation of all of the Ukrainians that are currently within the occupied territories, and they're going to ship them off into Siberia. And here's why. I can actually tell you all the reason why the Russians are going to do this. It legitimizes their claim to the occupied areas of Ukraine. If you ship out all of the Ukrainians from the occupied territories and send them off into Siberia, you're watering down the amount of ethnic non-Russians in Siberia, while simultaneously you're greatly decreasing the percentage of the population within occupied Ukraine that is actually Ukrainian. Then you're going to start seeing that the numbers might shift to where it becomes majority Russian occupied population-wise, where there's more Russians living in the occupied regions of Kherson, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, and Luhansk than there are Ukrainians. That makes it very difficult in the future, if this territorial dispute is brought up again once the war ends, to say that these lands are Ukrainian, because then you'll be seeing that the land is basically occupied by the Russians alone. It's very similar to what the Russians did at the end of World War II against the area of Königsberg, or generally East Prussia, as it used to be historically called. Nowadays, people would call that the Kaliningrad Oblast, or at least the northern part of Eastern Prussia. What the Soviets did back then was that they took all of the Germans that lived within modern-day Western Poland and all of the Germans that lived within the Kaliningrad Oblast, and they forcefully relocated them all to East Germany. And then a lot of those people ended up hopping the border and then escaping into West Germany. But that's a story for another time. That's still what the Russians did. That's actually what the Russians did in a lot of these areas, as a matter of fact. And that's why you'll see that there are basically no German-speaking populations within historically German areas of Poland, is because they were forcibly relocated. That's also why you'll see that a large number of Poles that once lived within Western Ukraine are no longer there, because they were also forcibly relocated from historically Polish land into what is modern-day Poland, and so on and so forth. It happened over multiple countries within this region. And that is what the Russian Federation is going to be trying to do again. It is basically cultural genocide, and also most likely a direct genocide against the Ukrainians, with what their fate will most likely turn into in Siberia, to try and change the population demographics within the occupied regions to make it a large majority Russian, and to remove the Ukrainian influence in populations from those areas. Its high leadership is illegal, criminal, is in his words, and vowing to continue the war. What are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So it's really interesting to me that Putin came out today in the midst of these new peace negotiations between the Russian government and the United States government. And all of a sudden, Putin said, looking very ghoulish, by the way, that Ukraine's leadership is illegitimate. And also, he vowed to unconditionally finish the war. And he, in his own words, the special military operation. So what are your thoughts? It looks like 55% said Putin will never agree to peace, while 34% said Putin is just repeating propaganda, and 8% said Putin will end the war by necessity. So there's one thing that Russia is suffering from really badly right now, and it's on the economic front. Russia is struggling terribly. Their oil exports are cut in half. Pretty much every major industry has been cut down dramatically. So they are hurting for money quite badly. But at the same time, though,
You scared me out there.
Putin is receiving external help, so he can keep his company. Basically, citizens be damned. If they live in poverty, Putin doesn't care, as long as he can keep his war going.
No, I'm not listening to music. You're good.
So I would say Putin is never going to agree to peace. He will agree to let Ukraine capitulate, which is basically what the 28-point peace plan is. It's a planned capitulation of Ukraine, but Putin will never agree to a real peace, because his original goal by invading Ukraine was to take the territory, also basically subjugate the Ukrainian people, and to remove Zelensky and basically turn Ukraine into Belarus, a vassal state, and install someone who's pro-Putin. That's what his goal was and still is, and he is not stopping that goal. He said today, basically reaffirmed it, he is going to keep on taking Ukraine until he has the entire thing, and unless Zelensky basically leaves office or gives up his country, then there is going to be no peace. So I'm with the 55%. This situation is basically hopeless, and the U.S. is once again doing the clown show. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to be with the 55% as well. The Russians and Putin are never going to agree to peace. They have made it incredibly clear they are going to keep this war going until all of their demands are met. basically what they are saying is what Hitler said in 1938. They are going to keep the border war with Czechoslovakia going until they get the Sudetenland, and that's it. Anything else less than that, they are not going to accept. And then they will also want to be able to continue to aggress farther, even from Ukraine. They've made that wildly clear, and I'm not even going to go through all of the hoops that we do to remind everyone about that, but the Russians have made it openly clear at multiple levels that they're not stopping at Ukraine. The concept of the Ruski Mir, or as it's called in English, the Russian world, is the idea that the Russian Federation has, just like Adolf Hitler had with the idea of Lebensraum within his book Mein Kampf. It is the idea that the Russian people deserve to have a significant sphere of influence where they largely will be autonomous economically from external powers and nations, and that they also have to reclaim, as far as their ethnicity as Russian-speaking people, their former glory that they have lost due to the West putting them down and a whole bunch of other scapegoats and bad guys that they come up with out of the woodworks, basically boogeymen. So the Russian Federation, once they achieve what they want in Ukraine, they are going to go to war with Ukraine again and steamroll them again, and then they'll eventually go for NATO. That's what they're going to do. They've made that wildly clear. Even if it doesn't make any sense, they are going to work towards that goal until they can achieve it. If you look at Hitler's goals in the Second World War, they made no sense either.
No,
but nevertheless, the
wild.
Germans still pursued them, and then lost dearly because of those foolish pursuits. But that's what the Russian Federation is going to be going for. And while the Russian Federation is clearly making that an open secret today, that they are going to keep pushing until they unconditionally win inside of Ukraine and the Ukrainians basically surrender entirely to the Russians, the United States
It's gonna happen.
has been moving forward with their 28-point peace deal, which was authored by, apparently, Witkoff and the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Not getting political there, just stating who the authors are so that we all know whose stamps of approval are directly on this 28-point peace plan from what we understand today. But we are going to get y'all into Washington, D.C. and read off to y'all what the actual 28-point peace deal actually is and what its terms are. So, let me get you all to the one that is in English. There were actually two that were, also, in case you're wondering what the original Ukrainian text looked like, in case you understand Ukrainian and you would like to read that one, we actually have an additional one here that was posted by Marko Mikkelsen, who is actually a member of the Estonian government, the chairman of Foreign Affairs, the Republic of Estonia, and he actually published the one in Ukrainian text for the peace plan. So you can also read the Ukrainian version as well. They are both identical, just in different languages. So we are going to be moving into the English one and reading it off point for point. I want to make sure that we make this peace plan wildly clear and read it off aloud to all of y'all here in the audience so that we all can actually know at the moment what the United States foreign policy initiative is currently looking like right now inside of Eastern Europe. So, here is the full plan. Number 1, Ukraine sovereignty will be confirmed. Number 2, a comprehensive non-aggression agreement will be concluded between Russia, Ukraine, and Europe. All ambiguities of the last 30 years will be considered settled. It is expected that Russia will not invade neighboring countries and NATO will not expand farther. 4, a dialogue will be held between Russia and NATO, mediated by the United States, to resolve all security issues and create conditions for de-escalation in order to ensure global security and increase opportunities for cooperation and future economic development. 5, Ukraine will receive reliable security guarantees. 6, the size of the Ukrainian armed forces will be limited to 600,000 personnel at maximum. 7.
Whoa. First big number 6 is a huge problem right there. First of all, Ukraine does not want to reduce its military because it doesn't want to get reinvaded later by the Russians. So that's going to be a huge no-no for Zelensky on number 6.
That is going to be. Number 7, Ukraine agrees to enshrine in its constitution that it will not join NATO, and NATO agrees to include in its statutes a provision that Ukraine will not be admitted in the future indefinitely. 8, NATO agrees not to station troops in Ukraine. 9, European fighter jets will be stationed in Poland.
Now he's missing these notes. So for note for number 8, NATO countries, including France and the UK, have been working on separate proposals that would include small numbers of European troops on Ukrainian soil after the war. This plan appears to disregard that possibility. Another note, Ukraine will receive reliable security guarantees. A U.S. official told Axios this would be an explicit security guarantee for Ukraine from the U.S., the first time that has officially been on the table during these talks, though the proposal does not offer further details on what it entails. And then a note about Number 6, the size of the Ukrainian armed forces will be limited to 600,000 personnel, which I agree. Zelensky's not going to go for that whatsoever. Note, Ukraine's army currently includes 800,000 to 850,000 personnel and included around 250,000 prior to the war, according to a Ukrainian official. Yeah, they're not going to want to decrease their military force because Russia's just going to invade once they decrease. We're without arms. What else? We're on number 8, so...
10. The U.S. guarantees that the United States will receive compensation for the guarantee from the Ukrainians, so the Ukrainians will pay the United States for this treaty. If Ukraine invades Russia, it will lose...
What do you say?
And NATO agrees to include in its statutes a provision that Ukraine will not be admitted in the future indefinitely. 8. NATO agrees not to station troops in Ukraine. 9. European fighter jets will be stationed in Poland. 10. The U.S. guarantees that the United States will receive compensation for the guarantee from the Ukrainians, so the Ukrainians will pay the United States for this treaty. If Ukraine invades Russia, it will lose the guarantee. If Russia invades Ukraine, in addition to a decisive coordinated military response, which is undetermined what that will be, all global sanctions will be reinstated. Recognition of the new territory and all other benefits of this deal will then be revoked. If Ukraine launches a missile at Moscow or St. Petersburg without any cause, the security guarantee will be deemed invalid. 11. If Ukraine is eligible for EU membership, and it will receive short-term preferential access to the European market while this issue is being considered. 12. A powerful global package of measures to rebuild Ukraine, including but not limited to the creation of a Ukraine Development Fund to invest in fast-growing industries, including technology data centers and artificial intelligence. The United States will cooperate with Ukraine to jointly rebuild, develop, modernize, and operate Ukraine's gas infrastructure, including pipelines and storage facilities. Joint efforts to rehabilitate war-affected areas for the restoration, reconstruction, and modernization of cities and residential areas, infrastructure development, extractions of minerals and natural resources, and the World Bank will develop a special financing package to accelerate these efforts. Number 13. Russia will be reintegrated into the global economy. The lifting of sanctions will be discussed and agreed upon in stages and on a case-by-case basis. The United States will enter into a long-term economic cooperation agreement for mutual development in the areas of energy, national resources, infrastructure, AI, data centers, rare earth metal extraction projects in the Arctic, and other mutually beneficial corporate opportunities. Russia will be invited to rejoin the G8. 14. Frozen One funds will be used as follows. $100 billion in frozen Russian assets will be invested in U.S.-led efforts to rebuild and invest in Ukraine. The U.S. will receive 50% of the profits from that venture. Europe will add $100 billion to increase the amount of investment available for Ukraine's reconstruction. Frozen European funds will be unfrozen. The remainder of the frozen Russian funds will be invested in a separate U.S.-Russian investment vehicle that will implement joint projects in specific areas. These funds will be aimed at strengthening relations and increasing common interests to create a strong incentive not to return to conflict. 15. A joint American-Russian working group on security issues will be established to promote and secure compliance with all provisions of the agreement. 16. Russia will enshrine in law agree to extend the validity of treaties on the non-proliferation and control of nuclear weapons, including the START I treaty. Note, New START, the last major U.S.-Russia arms control treaty, is due to expire in February of the next year. 18. Ukraine agrees to be a non-nuclear state in accordance with the treaty on the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. 19. The Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant will be launched under the supervision of the International Agency or the International Atomic Energy Agency, and the electricity produced educational programs in schools and society aimed at promoting and understanding tolerance of different cultures and eliminating racism and prejudice. Ukraine will adopt EU rules on religious tolerance and the protection of linguistic minorities. Both countries will agree to abolish all discriminatory measures and guarantee the rights of Ukrainian and Russian media and education. All Nazi ideology and activities will be rejected and prohibited by both states. 21. Territories.
Whoa, 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 whoa. That's a bit of a nuclear bomb right in the middle of it, isn't it?
That is, and let me make sure to get this all out. I want to make sure to get all the points off to everyone in a bullet fire way, and then we'll break down each one of them here in a second. Kherson and Zaporizhzhia will be frozen along the line of contact, which will mean de facto recognition along the line of contact. Russia will relinquish other agreed territories it controls outside the 5 regions. Ukrainian forces will withdraw from the part of Donetsk Oblast that they currently would control, and this withdrawal to the Russian Federation. Russian forces will not enter this demilitarized zone. 22. Change these arrangements by force. Any security guarantees will not apply in the event of the breach of the activities, and agreements will be reached on the free transport of grain across the Black Sea. 24. A human exchanged on an all-for-all basis. All civilian detainees and hostages will be returned, including alleviate the suffering of victims of the conflict. 25. Ukraine will hold elections in 100 days exactly. 26. All parties involved in this conflict will receive full amnesty for their actions during the war and agree not to make any claims or consider any complaints in the future. 27. This agreement will be legally binding. Its implementation will be monitored and guaranteed by the Peace Council, headed by the President of the United States. Sanctions will be imposed for violations. 28. To agreed points to begin implementation of the agreement. And full stop. That is the entirety of the 28-point peace plan in its entirety. So, now it's time to break it on down. As I'm sure many of y'all heard Matthew give full stops several times during that, which I would have to agree. Well deserved. A lot of this is absolutely insane. And I would have to say, folks, out of all 28 points, only about 3 of them are really without any mention, where there's no issue. The other 25 of them have severe and significant issues to them. And there's been massive responses and condemnation to this peace plan, not only in Europe, but in the United States as well, from other significant voices. This is just an absolutely ridiculous one. So let us go through, and also, Matthew, if you want to butt in whenever you like and point out a provision that you find absolutely stupid, because I'm going to be just working our way down the list and pointing out all of the goofy provisions that exist inside of this 28-point peace plan. So first, number 3 is it is expected that Russia will not invade neighboring countries. So an entire provision of the 28-point peace plan is that we assume that Russia will not follow through on its territorial ambitions they've already made clear they're going to follow through on. That's number 3. That's probably one of the dumbest ones that you could put down as number 3, because we're not even saying Russia will stay in treaty, which wouldn't matter anyways.
But it gives you the option then to not just sanction, but to involve. At that point, Russia is starting a war.
Because they could always break it, that they will not invade NATO countries or neighboring countries.
Yeah, sure,
it just
they
says
can always
we kind
break
of
it.
assume that they won't, and we hope that they don't. So that is an incredibly weak provision in the first place. Also, another thing that's absolutely stupid is that we are going to have a talk between Russia and NATO, mediated by the United States, to resolve all security issues and create conditions for de-escalation. Now, that one is actually probably one of the most damning provisions of this, not for the Ukrainian side of the conversation, but because of the NATO side of the conversation. Russia considers every single Eastern European country in NATO that is a NATO member to be a security issue. So the Russians, apparently, according to this provision, can bring that up, and we might just say to all the Baltic states and Poland, we're going to make a special provision that if y'all are attacked, Article 5 can't be invoked in your defense. We might do that, because that's basically what this is saying right here in this 4th provision of the peace plan, is that they can bring up any security issue they want. NATO has no security issue with Russia, rather than the fact that they've been aggressive against us and conducting a hybrid war against us for months now. That's our main issue. That's an easy one that they stop. The Russians, on the other hand, have an entire issue security-wise with the existence Russia wants to see removed from NATO and removed from NATO protections. So this actually allows for them to bring that up, and the United States might just agree with them and try and create some special provision to where we won't protect any of the frontier states in NATO that are bordering Russia.
You're really
Then 5 is Ukraine will receive reliable security guarantees. This one is a joke. They already received the Budapest Memorandum in 1994 due to their agreement to denuclearize their country. That was as security guarantors, and that was not followed through by either one of those 3. We also see that Ukraine is going to enshrine in its constitution indefinitely that it will not join NATO or even begin the NATO ascension process. And NATO is also going to include a special statute, which is a provision to the NATO charter, that Ukraine specifically will never be admitted.
Yeah, but that's not stopping separate European countries from allying with them. So if every European country wanted to create a defensive pact or whatever you want to call it with Ukraine, they could, as long as it's outside of NATO. That's the workaround.
in the NATO ever.
Acting like
It will
NATO is
never
like
happen,
this great
according to
old
the
thing.
provision
It's
that will be
not.
added to the NATO
joke.
Charter. That is absolutely stupid. We have never in the history of the NATO alliance excluded particular countries within the North Atlantic area, within Europe and North America from joining NATO. This would be the first time in history that we have ever pinpointed a specific country and said, never in the rest of history can they join the NATO alliance. That is absolutely insane. Also, on top of that,
Can always be overturned too, or voted out eventually.
ability for the Russians to reinvade Ukraine is entirely there. Also, on top of that, number 6 says that the Ukrainians are going to have to cut down their armed forces to size to a limited number. So they're going to be only half as strong as the Russian Federation would be post-war, which means that the Russians have a 2-to-1 advantage, which, if many of y'all know, that's close to becoming an attacker's advantage of 3-to-1.
Close.
That's incredibly close. So not that
They've
far
always
off.
had
That would
that
give the
advantage.
Russians a
They've
leg
always
up
had
at the
that
beginning of the war.
advantage. At the beginning of the war, read what it says. He's not reading that note, and there's a reason he's not reading that note. Prior to the war, 250,000 service members is what they had. So this is double what they had prior to the war, and if the invasion happens, then they recruit again like crazy, like they have been.
Once again, once it starts, and considering that NATO troops will not be
Some of these
stationed in
guys are
Ukraine
very
as a
short.
peacekeeping
Sometimes they're
force,
very
it is ensuring
short-sighted.
that the Russians could start up this conflict whenever they want, and there's no physical barrier to stopping it. Also, European fighter jets will be stationed in Poland. Now that's an interesting one. Why in the world does it say that European fighter jets will be
Yeah,
stationed
I'm not sure about that
in
one.
Poland? They're already there. Well, I'll tell you all why. This is another one of those genius provisions. It's barring NATO from putting NATO aircraft in the Baltics.
What?
That's what it's doing.
Really?
Yeah, so our jets will only be able to go as far as Poland. Anything else, like the Baltics, we cannot put our jets in.
Well, that's a terrible
Yeah, that's a
provision.
bad idea.
Yeah, that is absolutely terrible. Also, the U.S. guarantees that we will get money from the Ukrainians every year for the treaty. So to screw the Ukrainians over, and also screw NATO over, the Ukrainians are going to have to pay us for us to screw them over every year. So they're paying an America Plus plan to get screwed over. Basically,
They're playing an American guarantee.
Also, number 11, just skipping past the rest of the provisions, number 10, Ukraine is eligible for EU membership. And that's it. They won't be guaranteed brought into the EU. They just might be brought into the EU. That's a provision. Also, we're going to create a powerful global package to rebuild the Ukrainians, and for some reason, one of the most important things we are going to rebuild is the non-existent artificial intelligence industry in Ukraine, which has never existed
And
in Ukraine, does
invest.
not exist at right now. I mean, it only exists in a military application. It does not exist in any other industrial mean that produces money for the Ukrainian nation.
Yeah, now
for
you're
a
trying
tax
to
base,
invest
or
in it.
at least a usable tax base. So this is absolutely
Create
a
a separate
ridiculous
Taiwan.
concept.
Why is it a ridiculous
We're going to build
concept?
data centers and AI centers inside of Ukraine that they never even had. So what? I don't even know
It's an
what in the world's the point of
investment.
that is. I would feel like it'd be more important to rebuild the Ukrainian industries that were functional and making money that have been destroyed in the
That
war, rather than
also
opening
what
up
they
an
said.
AI data center in Ukraine and several.
The creation of a Ukraine Development Fund to develop them. You just want to shit on this. That's what they're trying to do. Excuse my language. I mean, yeah, I'm not happy with a lot of it either, but like,
Of them for that matter. Also, we are going to modernize their gas infrastructure for some reason. Then we also stated that we are going to rehabilitate war-affected areas, which is also a little bit silly because most of the war-affected areas are currently within Russian occupation because the Russians steamrolled their way through it, about a year.
yeah, but they've been bombing Kiev for who knows how long. They've been bombing all around that area.
Year
Come
later,
on,
every
dude.
single time, and
You've
about
been watching this
40,000
war
men
for how
lost later,
long?
they would steamroll through a town and it'd be entirely destroyed. So what towns are we fully rebuilding in Ukraine or rehabilitating that exist? And on top of that, any of the ones that are in the current battlefield in Donetsk wouldn't even count because the Ukrainians have to give up the whole of Donetsk. So that also is going to be in Russian-occupied territory as well. Then also, number 12, well, let me move on from number 12, actually, into number 13.
Why
Russia
don't
will
you
be
want to read number
reintegrated
12? Powerful global package of measures to rebuild Ukraine, including, but not limited to, the creation of a Ukraine Development Fund to invest in fast-growing industries, including technology, data centers, and artificial intelligence. The United States will cooperate with Ukraine to jointly rebuild, develop, modernize, and operate Ukraine's gas infrastructure, including pipelines and storage facilities. Joint efforts to rehabilitate war-affected areas for restoration, reconstruction, modernization of city and residential areas, infrastructure development, extraction of minerals and natural resources, and a financing package from the World Bank.
Well, let me move on from number 12, actually, into number 13. Russia will be reintegrated into the global economy. Well, we're also going to completely drop the persecution, or prosecution more so, of Russian war criminals and Ukrainian war criminals for that matter. If we ever wanted to prosecute any that did exist, we're just going to completely give up on that. So any atrocities that have been conducted, like the massacres at Bucha, Hostomel, and Irpin, along with the massacres of civilians at Mariupol and the Azovstal, we're just going to completely let that go.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that
What
one.
this is in an equivalent,
Not really liking
it's
it.
basically that we're going to let the Nazi war criminals of the Second World War that killed millions in the concentration camps, we're going to let them walk scot-free so
Well,
we can
they
have
did
peace
with
with
some
the
of them.
Nazi Germans.
They
That's
used
basically
some
what
of
the
the
provision
developed
there
equipment
is
here.
saying. We also, and this also is just absolutely stupid, this will stop the Russians from agreeing entirely. We are going to liquidate $100 billion of
Why is it
frozen Russian
stupid?
assets to invest into Ukraine from the United States' end, and then we are going to reap 50% of the profits from that venture. So America is going to steal...
That's real. Go ahead.
So America is going to steal $100 billion from Russia, because at this point we're saying they did nothing wrong according to this treaty, but we're still going to take $100 billion out of their pockets. So at that point, we're basically stealing it from this standpoint to go put the money into Ukraine, and then we are going to be the ones that make the profit off of that. That's
Still really
absolutely
reading into it.
Yeah, it's a really stupid idea.
Why is
15,
it a stupid? Like
a
this?
joint American-Russian working group on security issues
I agree with
will be
taking Russia,
established. No Ukrainian
money from
involvement,
Russia.
just the Russians. So the Ukrainians will not have a direct line of access to say, hey, the Russians are messing with us. It will just be the Russians that have a direct line of access to us. 1938, that they don't have any aggressive or ill wills towards Europe and Ukraine. That's exactly what Hitler did. In 1938, when the Munich Agreement was signed, Hitler said, you know, he pinky promised Britain and France that he was never going to annex the rest of the Czech Republic, and he was never going to push any more territorial claims through the rest of Europe. That wasn't going to happen, and he pinkies promises. So we're also going to have the Russians pinky promise to us now, in the present day, the very same thing. Russia is also going to be extending the validity of treaties on non-proliferation and the control of nuclear weapons, which I don't even know how that's a part of the Ukrainian deal, because that's an American-Russian issue that doesn't even deal with Ukraine, but we're now lumping it in as an issue that can be resolved and worked over with Ukraine. So we're adding in provisions that don't even deal with the Ukraine war. We're just adding, it's now going to be attached to the war in Ukraine. So now the stopping of non-proliferation is going to be attached to whether the Ukraine war starts or not again, instead of being attached to the concept of non-proliferation itself.
That's kind of what happened already.
Very stupid provision as well. The Ukraine agrees to be a non-nuclear state. That's already confirmed. We don't even need a provision for that. The Ukrainians are a non-nuclear state.
Yeah, but Russia's been complaining and whining
they
about
don't even
that.
have the ability to refine
That's a
and
Russian
enrich
ad.
uranium. So this is a pointless provision. Also, to reward the Russians for their work in Ukraine, they are going to be getting half of the electricity from the operations of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. And apparently, the Ukrainians and Russians are going to have to start in educational programs in schools to curb racism and prejudice, which I don't even know why in the world the Ukrainians would need to be taught that, because it's really more so the Ukrainians don't like the Russians because they've been picked on by the Russians for hundreds of years. So it's really more so the Russians that have been pushing this one on along. Then, just to get us through our last ones,
I know
because we
they're
want to
not
make sure to be as thorough as possible.
the land swap.
Ukraine is going to have to now give up land. the land that they currently have, and I'll show you all the active front line right now on Deep State UA. Massive shout out to Deep State. They keep a very accurate map. This area here, through this area, this is the area of Donetsk that Ukraine
I like
still
these
controls.
guys, but sometimes
Ukraine is
they
gonna have
whine
to
too
give
much.
all of that up, and everywhere
And
else,
like to
the front
insert
line's
their
gonna be frozen
own,
where it is. So the Russians would get control of Crimea by de facto, along
or
with Donetsk
overly
and
read
Luhansk.
into
The United
certain
States is
things.
going to officially
I mean,
recognize
I
those
guess
lands as Russian,
what
and
happens when you're
Zaporizhia and
in
Kherson
an
will
analysis,
just be
but
occupied by the Russians indefinitely.
we are
Generally, at this
definitely
point, that's what that
over-analyzing
is
some of
also
these
saying. Which is ridiculous because
points.
now we are not only telling the Russians just stop the front line where it is, we're actually rewarding them by giving them even more territory at this point. The exact amount of territory that they stated that they wanted at this point.
He doesn't want the
at least
war
by
to
the
stop.
last
This
statements
is
that
his
they made.
job. That's
22,
why.
after agreeing on future territorial arrangements,
This
they
is
will
how they've
not
made their
change
money
these
for the
agreements
past
by
4
force.
years.
So once again, saying they're not going to start a war again. Tell me how well that's gone with Thailand and Cambodia, India and Pakistan, Iran and Israel, and everyone else in the world where we went and negotiated a ceasefire or a peace
We're not
treaty.
fighting with
That didn't really turn
Israel
out
and
too well
Iran
because,
yet.
if anything, this isn't resolving any of the underlying issues with the war in Ukraine. This is only emboldening the underlying issues to
The underlying issues in Ukraine, number one, Russia's going to be greedy. And they're going to shoot themselves in the foot if they do anything next with it. Hence, security guarantees. As long as the United States follow through with them, they should be wiped out and held accountable, on top of Ukrainians being able to have a larger force than what they did at the beginning of this war. So they will be more prepared. They're already battle-hardened people. And then the other issue was bringing Ukraine into NATO. It was an encroachment on Russian territory. I'm not a Russian fan whatsoever, but I understand why Russia doesn't want NATO coming close to them. NATO was developed to keep Russia down.
to resurface again on the Russian side. They will be able to start this war again, and we're practically rewarding them at this point. Also, Russia won't stop Ukraine from using the Dnipro River. That was a given. If any territory was going to be ceded by to the Russians, obviously the Russians can't impede maritime activities on a river. That wouldn't make any sense. 24, a humanitarian committee will be established to resolve outstanding issues, basically of war crimes. 26, Ukraine is going to be forced to hold elections in 100 days.
Yes.
Once the war ends. So the Russians
Zelensky
will
needs
be
to go out of
to
power.
directly determine the outcome
So will
of
the
those
United
elections,
States.
basically. Because that's been one of the major demands of the Russians, is that an election is held practically immediately after the Ukrainians accept some unconditional surrender, so they can basically rig the government how they want. Russian involvement in Ukrainian elections has been a historical standard up until 2014.
The United States could be involved in that too.
The Russian Federation actually saw the Maidan Revolution, which completely removed Russian influence from the country. Until then, the Russians had practically been rigging elections to see that the Russian-aligned candidate would generally always win. Also, all parties involved in the conflict will receive full amnesty for their actions, meaning there are no war criminals from this war. If you killed 1,000 Ukrainian civilians and you violated 1,000 Ukrainian women, that's okay. You're not a war criminal, according to this. You get a pass.
I didn't hear much about war crimes other than the missile things, but I don't know. I'm sure there are some.
Will be monitored and guaranteed by the Peace Council, which will be headed by the President of the United States, and sanctions will be imposed for violations.
Blowing up people sleeping
once all parties agree to the memorandum, everyone's going to run
drones
to where
is
they're
kind
supposed to
of
be. So basically, the
a war
Ukrainians are going
crime,
to fall
but
back and give up all the
my
land that
opinion.
they're currently holding in the Donbass. So that is.
And you'll see it here later on. They celebrate all these deaths. That's what it is. You're seeing up close and personal the last seconds of these people's lives. Russian or whoever, Korean, with these drone videos, because they go impact them and kill them directly as they're laying under trees and so forth. I don't know how I feel about this, the way they're using drones. I think it's pretty nasty. It's pretty nasty technique that they're doing.
Is the peace deal in a whole, and I've just got to say, this is the stupidest peace deal that we have ever seen. We heard about this yesterday. We didn't get to see the 28 points of it, but this is an absolutely asinine.
These guys are also like in love with Ukraine. they love Zelensky, which I get. He's pretty cool, but he also has overstayed his term limit if it's supposed to be a republic or a democracy. His term is way past. He froze elections so he could stay in power during wartime. He used his wartime act or whatever they have over there.
And brain dead peace deal. This is basically unconditional surrender. This is literally laying out to the Russians that the United States is going to force the Ukrainians to unconditionally surrender to the Russians and give them everything that they want. That's basically what this is saying, bar one or two provisions that kind of are going a little bit towards Ukraine's way, but really more towards our way, and it's only benefiting the United States greatly. Marginally
the ones
benefiting the United
intervene.
States, like a tiny sliver of it might benefit the United States. The rest of it's benefiting nothing but Russia, and there's nothing in this at all that is a fair concession to Ukraine. Ukraine's basically getting screwed in this entire
He also
peace
seemed
deal.
to not want to mention the demilitarized zone.
When the U.S. is saying that Ukraine must make concessions and there must be compromises made on both sides, it's like, where's the compromise for Ukraine here? Because Ukraine has had their land stolen from them. So the U.S. says in response to the land being stolen, they say, okay, we're going to make this permanent. Russia gets to keep that land they stole and you're not getting it back. So that's obviously not benefiting Ukraine. Also, if they're going to come to a ceasefire or a peace deal, whatever they call this right here, basically a surrender deal, then why are they spelling out that Ukraine must hold elections? What does that have to do with a peace deal? That has nothing to do with it at all. It sounds like something that Putin would want, so that way he could interfere with the elections. And also on top of that, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which is not even Russia's going to be allowed to legally steal 50% of the power from it, for whatever reason. I'm not really sure what the logic behind that is. It's not Russia's power plant, so that's a huge problem. And also, why is the U.S. trying to make money off of this? That's the sickening part. It's like, first of all, we're selling you.
Why wouldn't we try to be making money off of it? We're willing to help develop. We're willing to help assist. We gave them weapons. A lot of weapons. Through the Biden administration.
Ukraine out. Number two, we're stealing Ukraine's money. We're receiving 50% of the profits from the venture.
Because I know what they want. They want this war to keep going so they have something to cover every single day of the week to get paid. Because they're bringing in like 10,000 viewers a day talking about this war.
The frozen Russian assets into Ukraine.
Live
it's not
viewers.
even
And then they're probably getting like 200 to 300,000 views afterwards.
It sounds like underhanded shyster deal. If you ask me, it sounds extremely underhanded. Zelensky can't agree to this, by the way. I think most people know that right now.
Yeah, I don't think Russia's going to agree to it either.
He would be politically finished. He would not have a position in the government for much longer.
No, he shouldn't have a position in the government.
And he would basically be surrendering. So, also, I don't think Putin's going to agree to this either, because there's certain things in here that he's not even going to agree to. One of them was something here. It was right in the middle, actually. It was the frozen Russian assets. Putin's not going to agree to those $100 billion plus getting liquidated. He won't agree to that. And he's not going to agree to actually a couple different points in here. So I think this thing is dead on arrival. I don't think anybody's agreeing to this, Russia nor Ukraine.
But that's what
they shouldn't.
I would have to agree. They certainly shouldn't. And I see some people bringing this up, and I'm going to address it because enough people have brought it up. It's a point. Some people are like, well, look at the first reply on the Twitter, and this person here, just some random person on Twitter who has 1,600 followers, is saying that this whole entire peace plan is a lie and it's not even real, and this is just a document that Witkoff created after meeting with the Russians, and it has no approval from the president. That is just blatantly false. This has the approval from the president. This is being presented to the Ukrainians right now. Zelensky is talking about this very peace plan right now. We're going to be getting to that later tonight in a minute. So it's not like this is fake. Witkoff is presenting this to the Ukrainians with the approval of the president. The president is the main guy who calls the shots in foreign policy. This was run by the president for his approval, and the president gave his approval on this.
Because it's good for the United States.
I gotta say, I don't know what's up with people trying to always act like because they have a political affiliation, their guy that they like is infallible. But this is something that was signed off on by the current president to even be run by the Ukrainians or even presented to anyone for that matter. He put his rubber stamp on it with his approval. This is absolutely like this goes to the highest levels of the executive currently. This stupidity, like this is absolutely a raw deal. It's a raw deal for us in the United States. It's a raw deal for Ukraine. It's a raw deal for the Europeans. The only people who are getting the lion's share of the benefits of this deal are the Russians. This may as well be a capitulation agreement at this point that the Ukrainians are going to sign, and then we're going to hand it over to the Russians and say, okay, sign on the dotted line right here, and you're going to basically screw over the whole Western sphere of influence and also get the chance to start another war.
Yeah, and the stupid part is, even though this benefits Russia tremendously, Russia is too stupid and too dug into the war to even agree to it. Like, Russia's not going to agree to this. I don't think Russia, in fact, I would say the odds are extremely low that Russia agrees to this. And so far, we've heard it sounds like Peskov, the Kremlin spokesperson, and pretty much gives over pretty much everything they want to Russia. Russia, that shows you where Russia's mindset truly is. They want to take Ukraine and they want to conquer it. They don't want to simply stop where they're at right now. They want to finish the job, like Putin said today. So it's wild. That shows you how crazy Putin is. He won't even agree to basically a surrender on the current front lines because he's that sick and he's that dug into the situation.
And also, the console, I wasn't talking about your super chat, by the way. There was, like, I saw your super chat, but there was a lot of other people who were saying that in the chat, and they were like, oh, the enforcers are peddling fake news because of the top comment on the Twitter post. And I was like, no. I was like, that is absolutely not the case. This guy right here is just some random guy on Twitter. And all, like I'll say this, folks. This is how it goes with political people. This is why you can't really trust them.
Across all platforms, like, come on. Like, everybody's just a random guy. Just because you've been covering something for years doesn't mean you're always right about it either.
News, and you can't even really take it for what it is. That is clearly a political comment because it's saying, it's running interference and going, oh no, my top guy that I love and worship practically in my little cult, he can't be wrong. So this, because this is so stupid.
Yeah, there are some people that say that,
he can't be involved,
but there are people on both sides like that.
He's the president of the United States. He is the guy who makes the foreign policy calls and shots. Witkoff only moves when he authorizes him to move on something. That's how
I thought he said Rubio.
That's how it was in the last administration too. People would go, oh, the last
president, Rubio was a part of
he's
this.
not that stupid to do something this ridiculous, like let the Chinese balloon fly over a country. He would never do that, and he did. He did. It was run by him, and he let it fly over. That's how it is. The president is the president. He's the one who calls the shots on foreign policy, on everything. Nobody is a free agent in the Department of State or anywhere for that matter. That's an agency of the executive branch, and they get to do whatever they want without running it by the president. If they did that, they would be removed from their positions. Everything like this gets run by the president, and he approves it, and then it's run by the Ukrainians or whoever. So that's how it works. This has been approved by everyone in the U.S. government, and once again, we've gone back from getting pretty much slammed by the Russians in Anchorage and made to look like fools to now we are basically back at square one that we were at the beginning of the year, where we're acting like the Ukrainians are the ones at fault, and we're just going to give everything over to the Russians and give up and walk off. Which is a very asinine sort of a position to take. It is not within America's interest whatsoever, speaking from an American-centric standpoint, to let the Russians screw over our sphere of influence, because it's not Europe's sphere of influence in Europe, it's the United States. We're at the center of the sphere, so we're letting them screw us over. That's not within America's interest, that's not within Europe's interest, which is a part of our sphere, and it's not within Ukraine's interest either, quite clearly. And a lot of people are talking about this at the moment, this plan. It's not even a peace plan. This is basically a surrender plan, and whether or not Zelensky would even accept this at all. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so we are hearing the reports claiming that U.S. officials expect Zelensky to sign the Russia peace deal, or more like the capitulation deal, within a week. And what are your thoughts? 78% said Zelensky will refuse the USA and basically not sign it, while 8% said Zelensky will have to sign it, and 9% said it's too early to tell. So, in my opinion, I don't think Zelensky's going to sign this. I don't think he should. Definitely not. He should definitely not sign it. And if he signed it, that would be the most stupid thing I think Zelensky's ever done in his life. So, So I don't think he's going to do it. I think he will refuse the United States. But Zelensky will at least try to string this out a little bit, because Zelensky has learned how to operate the USA to a certain extent. And as long as he looks like he's cooperating, that'll generally cut the mustard, per se. But if he looks like he outright rejects the peace plan, then the U.S. might try to cut support or do something extreme like that, because that's usually what they've done in the past. So Zelensky has to play the game. He has to play politics a little bit here. But I don't think he has any intention of signing it, and he really should not. So, Enforcer, what say you?
I would be with
80%. Zelensky is going to refuse this. This is a stupid peace deal.
I think all of it needs to be worked out.
Administration is in the United States for even proposing this at the moment, and I have a feeling that he's going to shoot this down. I have a feeling that even if we somehow bent Zelensky's arm hard enough to get him to accept it, the Russians still wouldn't accept this at all. They would still shoot it down, and then they would just demand further concessions until they just practically take the whole of Ukraine, or at least half of it, and then install a puppet government in the other part without even having an election, basically just installing a Russian-led dictatorship within that area.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to go for. This is something that the Ukrainians will not accept. They should not accept it, and the Europeans should not stand by and allow this to happen. If the United States starts to make it clear that they are going to completely cut any and all support to Ukraine if they do not accept this, then the Europeans, hopefully, I pray, will step in and go, that's fine, we'll just continue to support Ukraine well on into the future, and if the U.S. wants to pick a fight with Ukraine, they're going to have to pick a fight with all of us. And if you do that, that's going to have worse fallout economically than having an issue with the Chinese by far. We have a collective trade with the Europeans of $1 trillion annually. We have a collective trade with the Chinese that's around $400 billion. So every dollar collective trade we had with the Chinese, imagine that, but 2.5 times larger, and that's what would happen if we tried to pick a fight with the Europeans over this issue. So we would have to stop this before we can make it any farther. Because moments like these, folks, in foreign policy, where such idiotic and foolish foreign policy the only reason.
Just move on to the next thing.
And also 3 or 4 plus years now. So all of a sudden we need to urgently end this thing by December of 2025, which is by the end of the year. Why is there such a rush on it? Why is that timeline so important? What's going to happen if the war goes into January of next year? That it must get done now at the expense of Ukraine basically surrendering. And obviously the answer is politics. It's clearly political behind it. It's about the optics of. There is no reason for you just because Putin's clearly not, unless he gets exactly what he wants. So why should Zelensky do anything different?
And I'd have to say at this point, the only thing I can sum this up to, and I'm not even trying to be political saying this just seems to be the truth of it. It seems like we're trying to force this war to end within year one, so that way the president can say, because he's already saying that he's ended 8. Going to say because of this, he's ended 9, and he ended the most difficult thing in the world. Everyone said it was impossible. People called him up. This is incredible. He truly, he heals people. I don't even, like, and when you think about that, folks, what does that even matter? Like, rather than just running your mouth to brag.
People aren't dying.
In some office in Washington, and then brag about
you guys aren't getting a paycheck anymore.
Just to say we ended it. We don't get
no more war to cover like this.
To say that we ended the war. It's been the same thing, just to, if you're pissed off about this one, just to say this, that's been the same approach that we've taken against Iran, in Pakistan, and India. We go through, it's guaranteed another war is going to start in every go and do it again, and we just do that. And that's not how foreign policy is supposed to work. It's not easy. Well, fixing the problem between Pakistan and India, that could take years. It's not a quick victory in foreign policy. Victories in foreign policy are won with foreign policy in less than a year. So trying to get everywhere and actually end in failure because you didn't really fix anything, that's not doing anything rather than giving us an ability to sit in an office and have a bragging right, although we're slapping a Band-Aid on a breach because we actually didn't fix the giant crack.
Where's your solution?
We just put a Band-Aid on
the giant crack that you need to fix then?
With that, I hope that does address that the best I can.
That's the one thing I hate.
I would say personally,
when
the U.S. says
they're point out an issue but never give a solution. Yeah, there's an issue here. We all know it, but what's your what do you have that's better? What are you going to present that is actually helpful to these situations? Like you're all acting like you're foreign policy experts. Like give us what your policy should be then. That both sides would accept, that both sides will not have to hurt in some way, and that the United States can regain their money back from all these stupid policies that were put in place over Trump and Biden's administration, giving money to Ukraine and giving weapons. Just
going to provide some type of security guarantee. We don't even really know what that means yet. Like the peace deal that's been laid out, the 28-point peace deal, it doesn't even say what that even means. It says reliable peace guarantees. But at the same time, though, wasn't the Budapest Memorandum supposed to be reliable security guarantee?
I don't know anything about that.
In exchange for Ukraine giving up their nukes. People have argued much, so maybe it's really not being where, for example, if Russia invades Ukraine, then the entire NATO alliance is going to come to Ukraine's aid militarily on the ground and defend Ukraine at that point, because that's a big deal. Because even if NATO gives a security guarantee, a strong one like that, I'm very confident that Russia is going to rebuild their military and finish the job at a later date, probably in a year or two. Or three, another year.
No way,
because
Russia can
then
rebuild their
if we
military
actually
in a
honor
year
the
without
security guarantee,
destroying
then
it.
World War III starts in just 12 more months after
this. And I'm going to have to address it because I don't know why people say this sometimes. Some people are saying, because we're criticizing this peace plan and we're saying that this is ridiculous, that this is the approach that's been taken in foreign policy all year, that we're getting political here on the channel. And that's not the case at all. We do foreign policy analysis, and when people make stupid decisions, we call them for what they are. They're stupid. There's no way that this makes any sense, or more importantly, protects the interests of the United States. And we talk on this channel about analysis of America, and well over 1 billion people that are a part of our sphere of influence that right now in this country are having a hard time paying bills most of the time. We're talking up and do it all over again. We are talking about people who have tough lives over getting tougher in an indirect way because of what's going on overseas, our actions in foreign policy. The price on many things that a lot of struggling, hardworking Americans are dealing with every single day. When we talk about this sort of stuff in foreign, we would like to cheerlead or cult worship. We're saying it off of what is that are a part of our alliance and sphere of influence and what's good for a lot of people to divorce the concept of domestic politics with the idea of being loyal to your country. And no matter what your opinion for our alliances around the world, to see that at the end of the day, decades from now, we will still be the prosperous and mighty republic that we are. Our analysis, then perhaps you should more so introspectively look at saying that the statements and actions by the current administration and the former administration at times have been definitely against American interests and our best securities around the world, with our fault, not in our criticisms, but in the actions that are actually being made that lead us to have any criticisms at all. But moving on out of that, it is time for us to
need to have a solution with your criticism.
But before we get on into the rest of that news, I do want to make sure that we get to a couple of questions to give people a brief restroom break before we get on into all the other major news tonight. Because
our first super chat of the night, we do
on roll, but we wouldn't one thing to do.
Legendary and said, honestly, because we keep ourselves as neutral, it's something it has to be. So we have to a high score. Yet we have these up, and they keep it's still the same. I think they've rewritten the same surrender plan at least 4 or 5 times over at this point. But Enforcer
and he doesn't really say them a lot. I have my opinions. I say them a bit more, I believe, on air because I end up talking a lot more, probably too much sometimes, and so my opinion kind of slips out a little bit more. But many of y'all can tell we're not really that pleased by this. It's people pointing this out in the chat. Some people are like, educated. I would have to be honest with y'all. I'd have to disagree with Matthew on that because Witkoff is educated on nothing in foreign policy with no prior experience.
Right. And also, by the way, folks, just as a disclaimer, this peace deal here was worked on by many different people. I assume he's worked on it and make sure that we got this. He got a degree. So he has my degree. He has a bachelor's in political science, and he also has a graduate degree. He also listened very well for the basics. Though we got to remember something, folks. The boss, if it was Witkoff or whoever it was, whoever's in that position that Witkoff's in is going to be doing basically the same thing because they're being told to go out and get a deal at all costs. So if Witkoff was replaced tomorrow and somebody else was put in his place, it would be the same situation. So I get people are frustrated with Witkoff, but at the same time, though, it's the orders coming from the top is the problem. They're giving out stupid at all costs.
Witkoff doesn't really have that great of a record in Iran, and they even almost echo Iranian standpoints. Like I will be honest with y'all. I don't really have a high opinion of Witkoff. I'd like that's a high viewing of communist China, and he'll come back with a little red book from Mao Zedong him anywhere. A high viewing of him at all, just a factual. He seems to be very gullible, and when you can send him anywhere. You could send him to communist China, and he'll come back with a little red book from Mao Zedong, and he'll be talking about the key points and pillars of communism. Like that guy will practically be told anything around the world and believe it from our top enemies. Like how silly can you be to be the special envoy of the United States, looking out for America's interests, and then go over to our enemies, listen to what they have to say, and almost completely to do something like that. And yet he
would call for whoever it is, like a short amount of time, like 4 weeks, get the peace plan done and finish it, and just simply say we've gotten a victory. That's what they're being. Two options. You can either go and throw Ukraine under the bus to get the longer power of the two in the eyes of the current administration, or you can walk away and resign. That's the other option. So if you choose to stay, you got to do what you were told. You got to go out there and try to secure a deal as fast as possible, and basically morals be damned at that point. You just need to get the deal done.
I wouldn't tarnish my own reputation and involve myself and dabble in stupidity for the goofy ambitions of someone to say. Also, on top of that, I'm trying to think, folks. I can only think of 1, 2, 3. I can only think of 3 conflicts that have happened this year that the U.S. has actually been involved in any way where we supposedly negotiated a ceasefire. It's 3 because the Armenia-Azerbaijan thing, it was claimed by the president to have been done, and then in the conference, the leaders of Armenia and Azerbaijan were joking with Macron, you better come over and thank us because without him, it wouldn't have been possible because the leaders were saying that. For 8, we're still happy for us to say 4. And so that's all that in the world, and in the end, that one's just on hold for them. That's a peace treaty. We made it all of the underlying issues, even
History is not going to be kind to this policy right here. He's literally almost an identical case study to this current decision-making that's going on by the United States. Stop the Nazi Jew. In the short term, he looked like he was somewhat of a genius to some people because he did rearm to Chamberlain, because he's known to be kind. Maybe in the short term, but after 2 or 3 years, when the world evolves into absolute hell and chaos around in Europe, because he's going to be the one that led us right to this point.
They talk about appeasement policies. He is the #1 fool. Nobody and everyone in the world, all over the world, as a matter of fact, in Britain, in France, in the United States. I mean, you can even watch the clips from the British Path, which are online, and they're saying this is meeting a great deal of controversy in Britain and France, the United States, and everywhere else, that they're appeasing the Germans. But peacemakers are always derided because people can't see their greater visions. That's what they said in 1930. Entirety of Europe. That didn't go. Trying just like chain on the planet. You know what happened is that backfired. Quite lived. He's the biggest point, and that's what's going to happen. The Russians are going to keep this war going until they succeed, and even if they agree to this peace treaty, they're going to start the war up again in a year to continue on what they started, and they will have been able to get themselves a refresher at that point. They got themselves a little sip. They got reconnected tanks for the up and put them in recovery.
Just knows that Putin's ambitions expand beyond Ukraine. They know there are 3 bulletin-aid NATO countries after this deal is signed. Go back to it and take a look at that at the top right there. Is it number 3?
It's expected. It's not promised. It's just expected that they won't.
Because under what the current administration is saying is they're trying to make it out to be, well, Putin's just feeling between Ukraine. If they think that's wrong, they know.
I want to find this really quick.
They like doing that.
Chancellor of Germany. Many of y'all will know him as Adolf Hitler. And this letter was really interesting because it basically was what the current U.S. president's saying. And basically this letter, it's basically saying that, can you pinky promise Germany that you're willing to give assurances? Belgium, Poland, promise I will not invade any of the following. Was on them and he invaded. And they also invaded. They didn't get a chance into Egypt. The government as the allies because they looked like they're at FDS far. So the hit and comprehend in 2025. It won't. But anyways, with that, folks, a big thanks to you once again.
And then Bobby, also known as Bobby for that.
It almost is. The Russian plan. If the Russians had it their way, they would go even farther. They would demand that Zelensky be completely aggressive. Thanks to you for the good to see you tonight. I hope you've been the stupidity of this plan
accountable and
everyone else's. I
is
think
what they would do to Zelensky if the Russians got their way.
Humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that quite well. Still have a lot of the question segment. The hunt for Captain Craig Sparrow is on into the Caribbean, and America's hunt for Captain Craig Sparrow. The hunt for Captain Craig Sparrow is still at a fever pitch, is the best way to describe it. The intensity of our actions within the area is high. We haven't conducted direct airstrikes against Venezuela yet, but with the amount of actions that we're conducting right off their coast, it's considered to be very close to a direct airstrike or airstrike campaign being conducted against Venezuela any minute now. When is it going to be conducted? Well, due to the due to the complete unpredictability of the current administration's foreign policy initiatives, like y'all can see in Ukraine tonight. I don't really need to elaborate on that further. It's practically impossible to know when we're going to start striking Venezuelans, because we've been poised and ready for a week now, and we still haven't struck them, and we might not ever strike them. Or we might strike them tonight. We have no clue. We did get to see earlier that 3 B-52H Strata fortresses had taken off from Minot Air Force Base en route to Venezuela for
Tells his military to stand down.
Not long
and
after, it appeared that their transponders turned off, along with a large number of
turns
other
himself
aircraft
in.
that were also within
You don't
the
have
area.
to worry about
We
any
saw that
casualties.
transponders were also turned off of FA-18
Other
Super Hornets
than
and an RC-135W rivet joint that was
Maduro,
within the
really,
area of
when he's put
Venezuela's
on
coast
trial,
as
then,
well.
but
We did get to see
definitely.
these FA-18 Super Hornets here on this transponder, Flight Radar 24, which is showing their transponders when they were on. And from what we understand, all of the FA-18 Super Hornets that were involved were from air squadrons that were on board the USS Gerald R. Ford, showing that the Carrier Strike Group's air arm is now present and operational within the area of Venezuela and is conducting active operations at this time. Meanwhile, we also heard that probing operations are still ongoing at this moment with a large number of aircraft within the area, including those FA-18 Hornets, which we were talking about earlier. Still, their transponders were turned off, but they were incredibly close to the Venezuelan coast. We have now heard again that the U.S. has reiterated that nothing is ruled out regarding Venezuela, and Maduro is not a legitimately elected leader. Everyone knows it. He's involved in drug trafficking and is wanted for $50 million. He knows it, and we know it, according to statements from the United States. Additionally, the U.S. Secretary of Defense has stated that there is a wide range of options against Venezuela, as the U.S. has designated Venezuela's alleged Cartel de los Soles as a foreign terrorist organization,
I think they
giving the
don't
Pentagon
want
a whole bunch of new options, according to the Secretary of Defense. This designation, announced by the Secretary of State, makes it a crime for anyone in the U.S. to provide support to the group, which...
I think they want it to almost be a natural transition. Like Maduro leaves, hands over the government to the incoming majority leader that was elected a few years ago during Biden's reign, who should be current president of Venezuela. She takes control. She gives the green light for assistance from the U.S. military to take out the narco terrorists that are remaining in the state or country. And then we move on to Colombia and work our way up through Mexico. Because I think after Maduro, Mexican president's next to resign or be impeached, one or the other, because it doesn't look like any of her citizenship or statesmen, I guess you could say, are happy with any of her choices, especially turning down the assistance of the United States.
Washington alleges is led by
deal
President
with
Nicolas Maduro and works with the Venezuelan gang
problem.
Trending Agua to traffic narcotics. Maduro denies the involvement. Also, by the way, I said Trending Agua is a joke. It's actually Trende Aragua, but still, you'll get the gist. Nevertheless, we are seeing that the United States is continuing to take a hostile rhetoric against Venezuela once again. And now, Matthew, unlike yesterday, where it was kind of a little bit up in the air who said what, now today it is actually clear that the U.S. is now gone back from Sunday when we said we're going to talk with them, to now we're back to we're going to bomb them, all within 4 days.
Honestly, I think the reason why that is the case, I have a very strong suspicion that the War Department, also formerly known as the Defense Department, is not really communicating that well with the State Department. That would be my guess as to why there's such confusion going on about the Venezuela situation. It seems like people are not communicating the way they should be communicating, because how do they jump from let's talk to Venezuela and very openly said let's talk to them and see what Maduro has to say, then they jump right back to we're not talking to those bastards, we're going to go get them. It's like, how do we go from that within a matter of just a couple of days, unless they're not communicating properly?
I don't even know. I guess maybe they aren't communicating at all. But still, it looks like the messaging, at least for today, from the Department of Defense, has once again changed completely. Also, by the way, I see someone saying, don't you mean Secretary of War? No, I'll explain why. It's unofficially the Secretary of War, and it's unofficially the Department of War, but it's not officially the name. And we go off of official naming conventions here, so we still are working with the DoD and the Secretary of Defense. Because to change the name, you actually have to have an act of Congress change the name of that executive agent by the president. So it's unofficially the Department of War and unofficially the Secretary of War, but officially it still is the Department of Defense and the Secretary of Defense. So we're just going off of that for this point. Officially is a nickname.
It's no big deal.
So with that, I hope that does address that at least the best I can. And I also see someone saying Congress is a technicality. Is that what you say when your rights get violated? Is that Congress is a technicality? Is the Supreme Court one too? Like, how far does that
technicality
go?
Is in what? Like, what do they mean?
It's just a technicality that they have to approve on the name change. That is not a technicality. That's the law. That's how that works. Like, not a technicality. That's what the Republicans then it is going to be the Congress that changes
really
the
whiny
name of the Department
lately.
of Defense. From that, and on up into Puerto Rico, we have been able to see, thanks to Ian Ellis on Twitter, probably one of the most interesting force dispositions that we have ever seen. This is 20%, according to Ian Ellis, of the entire deployed U.S. Navy, and it's all within Second Fleet at the moment. A quarter of the U.S. Navy that is at sea globally right now is in the Caribbean alone.
Sounds like a bad idea.
Sounds like a lot. Sounds like a great deal. So, let's get down into the breakdown of what we've got here, if I can even read some of this. The Gerald R. Ford's Carrier Strike Group is present within the area, along with its 3 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers. Along with the Gerald R. Ford comes 9 squadrons of carrier air wings involving multi-role FA-18 Super Hornets, some Greyhounds, and also some helicopters as well. Additionally, we also have a larger amount of detached destroyers.
A-10 Warthog.
And cruisers that are also within the theater at the moment, not attached to the Carrier Strike Group, but still under the command of Second Fleet and Southcom. That involves a whopping number of 2 Ticonderoga guided missile cruisers, and also an additional 5 Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers. We also have 2 nuclear attack submarines within the area as well. On top of that, we have a littoral combat ship and 2 auxiliary support vessels, along with the MV Ocean Trader with its complement of special forces and helicopters on board. There are 5 Coast Guard cutters within the area, along with a U.S. Army support vessel and 4 U.S. Army helicopters that are attached to the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, or SOAR. On top of that, there are 10 F-35B Lightnings of the United States Marine Corps' VMFA 225, based out of Roosevelt Roads, along with 3 P-8 Poseidon patrol aircraft and 4 MH-60 helicopters of the U.S. Navy. On top of that, the United States Air Force has 6 MQ-9 Reapers present within the area, along with an AC-130J Ghost Rider that is currently around Panama. Outside of that, we also know that the United States Air Force has been conducting routine flights with C-5 Galaxies, C-17s, C-130s, C-148 Wolfhound, KC-130s, KC-135s, KC-46s, Southcom Command over the past few weeks. Also, we have seen the B-52H Stratofortresses within the air. On top of that, attached to it. Involved in the U.S. vessels of the U.S. Squadron of V-22 Super Stallions and 4 UH-1Y Venom utility helicopters. In general, this is one of the largest naval operations.
And 6% said they're just trying to end the drug trade. And it looks like only 6% said that, so no one's really buying that very much. Child's play to go down there to Venezuela exercises when they level the place that they wanted to, pretty much. So I think they're stalling for a different reason. I think they're stalling and hoping that maybe talks will break out. And I think this is mainly for intimidation at this point, because there's no reason why they're stalling and not attacking.
This is the most expensive leverage for leverage. Already met the threshold to completely bend Venezuela's arm and get them 250 Tomahawk cruise missiles ready to fire at this moment, just in the U.S. Navy's abilities alone. That's not including all of the AGM-158s that the B-1 Lancers and the B-52s could fire off as well, which is also increasing the number by at least 80 missiles that we could fire. So we have, in an instant, at one moment, we could completely overwhelm any of Venezuela's air defenses and lay waste to basically most everything in the country, military-based and governmentally based, all in one.
He said he said today, basically reaffirmed it. He is going to keep on taking Ukraine.
But this is incredibly expensive. I'd be entirely honest with y'all, this thing is just absolutely just messed up at this point. I wish we could walk away because my instinct is still saying it's not a good idea to go down there and deal with Venezuela because we're tying up a great deal of resources in an area that wasn't a big deal. But the problem is that we've made it into a big deal because when we brought it up and we started to conduct actions against Venezuela, we put a giant glowing red target on Venezuela for Russia and China to go, hey, that's a way we can mess with the United States.
China's already been
Venezuela. And Russia's already made it clear that if we walk off, they are going to start arming Venezuela to the hilt if they can.
Yeah,
and the
they
Chinese
can't.
will be there with them as well. They just haven't shown up yet. But if we walk off, China and Russia are going to be arming Venezuela. So now we can't back off. So while we were saying a while ago, it would be best to back off because we have bigger fish to fry like Russia and China and Iran right now that could be coming down the pipe here soon.
No, Iran's
now
next.
we can't even say that because now Venezuela is a big issue because if we walk away, we've now opened Pandora's box, and if we walk off, Pandora's demons, monsters, and entire world basically don't deal with them now. So now we have to deal with them. So now, like, and also on top of that, that's why I'm wondering, why are we now stalling at this point? Because now we have to deal with them. We can't walk off. We've made it into a situation that we have to address now, and we're still not addressing it yet. We're all just sitting down there and spending the money to sit around.
What about this? I just thought about this because we're trying to figure out the root question here is why is the U.S. not attacking? Because we have so many assets in the region. They could attack any day, any hour if they wanted to. They could pull it off. So why are they waiting? Here's another idea that we really haven't discussed before. What if the U.S. administration is doing this to get leverage over Russia, to force Russia to accept a peace deal with Ukraine? What if that's the logic behind it? Now, once again, the logic's not very solid because, for one thing, Venezuela is not that important to Russia that it would really create that much leverage to force them into a peace deal. But that might be the shallow logic that's being used by the United States officials to sort of think about the situation. Maybe that's why they're holding off, because they're trying to rush through a peace deal. That would also explain why the U.S. is trying to rush it through, considering we have all these assets sitting right off the Venezuelan coast. That would explain why they're trying to force Ukraine to agree to it before December's over with. So that seems like that could be a plausible theory right there. I'm not sure if it's true, but it could be plausible.
I mean, maybe that would be absolutely harebrained, honestly. But it's possible that they could be thinking like that. You know, honestly, it's highly likely they could be thinking like that. And that's just I can't say this, and that is just stupid. I'm not to cover in very little time to cover it at this point. So unfortunately, we'll have to just walk off from this whole thing, because if that's what they're doing, Brazil burned down today. The footage from it was just kind of crazy, so I wanted to show it to y'all here really quickly.
Oh.
We see people clearing out as fire extinguishers are being shot into the blaze in the background, and it appears that
Huge fire.
The fire was just completely burning out of control.
Climate Live. Right? That's what that said.
Completely being out of control.
Entertainment plus culture pavilion. Yeah, I did see this earlier. That's a pretty nasty fire.
That's an interesting
Yeah.
fire.
Exactly.
Really kind of wild, honestly. We don't know if any people were injured or killed in that fire so far, but unfortunate to see nonetheless.
Probably some like heating source.
Probably mispronouncing that. But moving on from that and into the United States of America, just to give you all a brief summary of the other diplomatic developments we've made today, the vice president has stated in all-knowing wisdom, why don't you stop killing each other and start trading with one another about Ukraine? That kind of completely... I got to say, folks, do they know before the Russians annexed Crimea and the Donbass, Russia, they weren't fighting, they were trading, and then the Russians invaded them, and then they were trading, and then the Russians started killing Ukrainians, and then trading. If this guy is saying that the American education system is failing, that's one of the given facts before the war in Ukraine started, is that Russia and Ukraine were economically connected, started in 2014.
Yeah, with their brains and stuff.
Like that's like he doesn't even know anything about the two countries. Anyways, moving on from that,
We also saw a statement by
They just have a bone to pick anymore.
about the peace agreement, and this is what Newt Gingrich had to say about it. Any peace agreement between Ukraine and Russia which weakens Ukraine's ability to defend itself is in fact a surrender agreement which guarantees that in the next few years Putin will overrun all of Ukraine. Ukrainian courage and patriotism should not be betrayed by Americans growing tired of stopping evil. Putin victory will be a stepping stone to a much more dangerous world.
I don't disagree.
I would completely agree with that. Pretty much summed it up quite succinctly, I would say, in my opinion. Moving on out of
But again, where's your solution then? How are we going to stop this?
Specifically, we did get to see that the USS Washington aircraft carrier and carrier strike group is present in the area of the East Philippine Sea off of the coast of the Philippines. It also is within the area along with the USS Nimitz, which is still within the South China Sea at this moment. Moving on from that and into the Middle East, we got plenty of goodies out of the Islamic Republic of Iran today. One statement by the president of Iran stated today that some countries that appear to be our friends did not help us during the days of war, with the 12 days of war. Then we also heard the foreign minister today say as well that Russia helped us a lot during the 12-day war, and after that we had even more cooperation than before. That's why I say we were even more prepared than in the previous war.
Yeah, okay.
I gotta say, Iran is very confused. The president's saying that no one helped them out, and the foreign minister is saying that the Russians helped them out significantly. So who's right?
Foreign minister is just trying to get himself pushed into power.
Honestly, I'm not sure if Iran knows who's right either. And also, they really can't even, like, also they're bitching about people not helping them. They currently have a water crisis they're going through right now, and they're going to evacuate the entirety of Tehran, and nobody's helping them there either. Well, and also, what are they complaining about? It's like the only way they have any ammunition is because they get it from Russia. So I don't know what they're complaining about.
Man, Iran's just confused. They babble inconsistently. I think the lack of water is starting to impact their brain. But also, we were able to hear...
Right now, it's all the inbreeding that they do in these Muslim countries.
In a formal letter to the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, we have declared
Very high rates of inbreeding in these countries.
Considered terminated. Since the 12-day war, IAEA inspectors have not been granted access to sites such as Fordow and Natanz, which were hit in the strikes, but they have been able to visit other sites. Grossi reached an agreement with Haragachi and Cairo in early September to resume inspections, and now the Iranians are suspending inspections effective immediately again today. So once again showing that some form of nuclear development is happening in the country, and they do not want the IAEA to be aware of it by their inspections.
Yep.
Then, the bombshell news came out today from the Iranian government. They are now going to be officially evacuating the government of Iran from Tehran. Iran must relocate its capital because the country no longer has a choice, according to President Massoud. He has warned that ecological strain has made Tehran unsustainable. They're not evacuating the 9.6 million people who live in Tehran, by the way. They're just evacuating the government. The rest of those people can just drop dead for the Iranian government's care. They don't really give a damn. But the government will move. We don't know where it's moving yet. I have a very strong feeling it's going to move to Isfahan, which is also a centrally located city within the Islamic Republic of Iran, and puts them in a somewhat more okay spot where they're not going to be threatened with larger conflicts breaking out, say on the Afghan-Iranian border, which have happened, or the Pakistan-Iranian border,
if they go down just on their next
anything that might happen in the future with Israel or the United States, putting them closer to strikes from either one of those. So I have a feeling that they're going to be moving to Isfahan, but in short, the Iranians have screwed themselves. They have overused their water supplies within the area of Tehran for decades, with an ongoing drought also going on for decades, and they knew that the whole time and continued to use water like it was never going to run out, and then it ran out, and now they're crying victim because they mismanage their own water resources. This is once again a reminder to the whole world, folks, that pretending like natural resources are infinite is a very dumb idea, because natural resources are laid a robust in a situation like Tehran. So they're within the southwestern United States, which we already know are kind of getting in that direction at this point on major water shortages on the by and large over the last decade. They need to be very structure of the facility, or much more for that matter, actually knock out the or simultaneously the Pearl Initiative. And all we got during the days of they're just confused. They babble. We were able to hear additionally from National Atomic Energy Agency 12-day war, but they had to resume inspections, again showing that some form of going to be little because waiting the 9.6 million people who live in Tehran, by the way, they're just evacuating the government. The rest of those people can just drop dead for the Iranian government's care. They don't really give a damn. But the government will move. We don't know where it's moving yet. I
Sadly,
have a
the
very
government is
strong feeling
very
it's going
sad
to move to
state.
Isfahan, which is also a centrally located city within the Islamic Republic of Iran, and puts them in a somewhat more okay spot where they're not going to be threatened with larger conflicts breaking out, say on the Afghan-Iranian border, which have happened, or the Pakistan-Iranian border, which has happened, and also anything that might happen in the future with Israel or the United States, putting them closer to strikes from either one of those. So I have a feeling that they're going to be moving to Isfahan, but in short, the Iranians have screwed themselves. They have overused their water supplies within the area of Tehran for decades, with an ongoing drought also going on for decades, and they knew that the whole time and continued to use water like it was never going to run out, and then it ran out, and now they're crying victim because they mismanaged their own water resources.
They didn't know
This
how to
is
manage
once again
it.
a reminder to the whole world, folks, that pretending like natural resources are infinite is modern technology easily across the
We're
globe.
here.
It's very important that we manage our natural resources because while human infrastructure and industry may be robust and resilient, natural resources aren't. And so if you start to run out of them, you can end up in a situation like Tehran. So that is a very strong warning signal for the state and local governments here within the southwestern United States, which we already know are kind of getting in that direction at this point on major water shortages on the by and large over the last decade. They need to be very observant and careful about managing their natural water resources because it's not infinite and it can run out, much like it did with Iran. Moving on from that, though, and out of that news in the Middle East, we also saw that the Israeli Air Force was present over southern Syria in a clip provided earlier today. Oh, someone strummed the banjo. Man, ring, ring, the banjo. I like that good old song, man.
Man, who's cooking?
Man, I don't even know. We didn't see any airstrikes conducted in Syria today or Lebanon, so we don't know why they were flying over southern Syria, but it was an interesting occurrence, to say the least. Moving on from that, it's now time for us to finally get on back into Ukraine. Also, by the way, Poland did state that they will be joining the Pearl Initiative to purchase U.S. weapons for Ukraine, and they'll be putting up $100 million. They're doing that because of the Russian attack on their railroad. So this is the farther than diplomatic response from the Poles. I got to be honest with y'all, kind of expected this to be what the response was going to be. I didn't expect the Poles to go off on the Russians and haul off on them. That was pretty much slim to none at this point. And so what they did is that they just threw more money into buying weapons for Ukraine. It's good. I mean, like, it's not bad, but at the same time, can we finally respond to the Russians directly attacking us? Is that too much to ask?
I do need to agree with them on this. I think we need to be responding instead of, capitulating to what Russia's doing to NATO.
Beating around the bush stuff. Like, it's good that we're giving extra money to Ukraine, sure. But at the same time, they attacked the Poles. They didn't attack Ukraine.
You need to rally your
the
forces.
Response was they almost killed a couple of dozen Poles. So let's give $100 million to Ukraine instead of defending the Polish people. Like, I don't know. I'm a huge amount of respect.
But hey, they write your number on artillery shells and your channel name. So if you donate money to them, you can get your name written on an artillery shell that you bought.
Lithuania, specifically in Eastern Europe. Huge amounts of respect for both of those countries, but this is kind of a weak response. I'm not going to lie. It was a good one, but it was still weak. Moving on up into Estonia, they also stated that if Ukraine accepted the 28-point peace deal, they are practically cooked. But you can go and click on the link in the description below from the map to go see that one yourself. Meanwhile, we also heard that there has been major reductions of output in the Baltic and Black Sea ports for oil shipments because 3 out of those 4 ports are down. The shipments have fallen 3.7 times, or about 370%. And another Baltic port, in Ust-Luga, there has been a 40% decline compared to November of last year. The port of Novorossiysk has only partially recovered and is currently shipping roughly 3 times less oil than before the attack. The only major port showing an increase in shipments is Kosmino in the Pacific Ocean. Overall, over the past week, Russian total exports have fallen by 13% compared to the level a year ago by 30%. So it does appear the Russians are suffering as usual. Meanwhile, deep inside the Russian Federation in the Perm-Sverdlovsk Oblast border region, a train had a catastrophic derailment. That's what it looked like in the middle of the night.
Yeah,
and I'll show you what the damage looked like in the daytime.
Sheesh.
That's a lot of fire right there. Burning those rails up right there. Terrible.
Man, and look at the damage. Once they got some spotlights on it, that was quite significant, really.
They just took the bogey straight off and everything. The whole thing's in shambles and shatters and stuff.
Man, the whole thing is in tatters, man. It's like fabric, tatters, But moving on from that and on into the area of Ukraine, we also have a lot of news coming out of the front lines here. Moving on into Kyiv, we did get to hear that the Ukrainians have stated, or Zelensky has stated, that he is expected to discuss the current peace plan to end the war while presenting Ukraine's basic principles. And also
need
the
to
fact
put
that he's going to be
input
discussing
into
this
it
with the president of the
and make
United
changes
States
to
makes
it,
it incredibly
amendments.
clear for people who were trying to dissuade this sort of a statement earlier that the president is 100% on board with the current peace plan and did approve it to be presented to the Ukrainians. Also, on top of that, apparently the Ukrainians, along with the United States, are simultaneously going to be trying to strengthen Ukraine's capabilities in air defense, at least according to the commander, trying to oil shipments, because 3 out of those 4 ports are down. The shipments have fallen 3.7 times, or about 370%, and in other Baltic news, there's been a 40% decline compared to November of last year. The port of Novorossiysk has only partially recovered and is currently shipping roughly 3 times less oil than before the attack. The only major port showing an increase in shipments is Kosmino in the Pacific Ocean. Overall, over the past week, Russian total exports have fallen by 13% compared to the level a year ago by 30%. So it does appear the Russians are suffering as usual. Meanwhile, deep inside the Russian Federation in the Perm-Sverdlovsk Oblast border region, a train had a catastrophic derailment. That's what it looked like in the middle of the night, and I'll show you what the damage looked like in the daytime.
Dang, that's a lot of fire right there. Burning those rails up right there. Terrible.
Man, and look at the damage. Once they got some spotlights on it, that was quite significant, really.
They just took the bogey straight off and everything. The whole thing's in shambles and shatters and stuff.
Man, the whole thing is in tatters, man. It's like fabric, tatters, But moving on from that and on into the area of Ukraine, we also have a lot of news coming out of the front lines here. Moving on into Kyiv, we did get to hear that the Ukrainians have stated, or Zelensky has stated, that he is expected to discuss the current peace plan to end the war while presenting Ukraine's basic principles. And also the fact that he's going to be discussing this with the President of the United States makes it incredibly clear for people who were trying to dissuade this sort of a statement earlier that the President is 100% on board with the current peace plan and did approve it to be presented to the Ukrainians. Also, on top of that, apparently the Ukrainians, along with the United States, are simultaneously going to be trying to strengthen Ukraine's capabilities in air defense, at least according to the commander of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, or the commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, Oleksandr Syrsky. Moving on out of that news, we also saw in our Location Unknowns a really wild series of clips. An X-101 missile of the Russian Federation was actually being chased down by a Ukrainian F-16AM. Take a look at this. Here goes the missile. Right there.
Oh, wow.
And chasing it down is this F-16.
That's pretty sick. Did they eventually get the missile, by the way?
I never saw a clip confirming that they got the missile and shot it down. I think at some point they would have had to, but we never got official video confirmation for it. But here's another clip showing the close interception, or not really interception, but chase of the F-16 of the X-101 caliber. There goes the caliber. And here comes the F-16 right behind it at this point. Pretty neat to see. We don't know if they shot the missile down, but still a wild clip to watch. I never seen something like that before in any conflict. Also on top of that, we got to see the Russian casualty report for the day, which was somewhat decent.
Oh, they got one more Bobcat, by the way. Look at that. They brought it to 4,002 right there. We have 2. Not with 2 they can. Not with 2, but
the most troops that they've injured or
what
killed.
The hell is that, T? It's a global Cambrian. That thing's from Camden. But anyways, moving on from that, Miss DC, keeper of the records, has stated that troop losses for the 7-day average drops to 966. Highest cruise missiles in almost 2 months, at 9 special equipment in the past 9 days. GG. And GG indeed. And the casualty report is as follows. 890 Russian soldiers wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 2 APCs, 68 supply trucks, 1 main battle tank, 19 artillery pieces, 384 drones,
drones, 41 cruise missiles, and 1 Bobcat skid steer. All in all, it was a very good day, and a wonderful thing to see that the Ukrainians are continuing to hold the line and inflict high casualties on the Russians, who continuously attempt to push deeper into the state of Ukraine. Moving us on up into the northern part of the front, near to the city of Kupiansk, we did get to see Ukrainian armed forces, specifically the 3rd Heavy Mechanized Brigade, which is an armored brigade, conducting direct gun assaults with their tanks on the Russian forces. This is believed to be near to the area of Kupiansk, and we can see the tanks firing point-blank, high-explosive 125mm shells into the Russian positions directly lining the street. This has been a common tactic for Ukrainian armor throughout the majority of the war. It used to be a tactic for Russian armor until they began to be destroyed before they even made it to the Ukrainian positions. But the Russians, largely devoid of anti-tank equipment, especially for their infantry, see that they are very vulnerable to point-blank tank assaults by Ukrainian armor, like we're seeing in this clip by the 3rd Heavy Mechanized Brigade, or the 3rd Heavy Armor Brigade. And it does appear that one of the Ukrainian tanks has a small fire that's broken out near to the rear of the turret on a carry container. But the Ukrainian whips out a fire extinguisher and puts that out real nice like.
I'm shocked they had that, to be honest.
Man, the Russians, man, they're like, safety last, work fast. The Ukrainians are like, safety first. I've been saying that for 20 years. And if I say put out the fire, I mean put out the fire.
It's still boiling a little bit, but it's been extinguished a little bit.
Crazily enough, they bailed out just from that fire. Safety first, as they say. We can also see this tank avoiding a Russian drone here. And booking it on out of there. But with that, that's the end of the clip right there. And still, very interesting to see. Moving on from that and further down the line and into the area of Severonsky Forest, we also saw the Signum unit continuing to attack Russian logistics and vehicles within the area of the Severonsky Forest, including this Desert Cross ATV.
Yeah, I think
and then they got the Russian instead. We can also see them here targeting a Russian main battle tank and a Russian infantryman that was sitting right in front of it. Now we can see them targeting another Russian infantryman who's running in between rail cars.
That guy
doesn't really look like he ran quick enough. This guy also didn't run quick enough. And that guy didn't either. And this guy was trying to hide behind a birch tree, but it looks like he ended up becoming the birch himself. We can also see the drones continuously, with pinpoint precision, hitting Russian infantry, including this guy trying to hide behind a tree. And this guy who was just kind of like laying around.
What happened to that, that bush camouflage that they were coming up with? You remember how the Russians had come up with, like, a mobile bush? Like, you just have them, like, roaming around and stuff like that? It was like a ghillie suit, but it looked like a shrub.
You know, I don't know what happened to that, actually. We've never seen it in use beyond that one clip, so I think it was a once-off thing that someone custom made, and no one's ever made anything like that for or after.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird they'd showcase it, too, and then not even use it. I guess they just, I guess it was a concept. It was a concept of a plan, but it never really came to fruition.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. And moving on down into Pokrovsk, we also got to see more Russian equipment being attacked within the Pokrovsk area here in this clip. And we can see this motorbike getting hit directly, along with a couple of Russians that were running through an open street and an open field. That's never a good idea. And it looks like they...
Man, they were scattering like roaches.
Looks like the Russians that were running through an open street and an open field. That's never a good idea. And it looks like they...
Man, they were scattering like roaches.
Honestly. You can also see them getting targeted here as well, under an awning, and also in a garage, these Russian dirt bikes.
That was a shame, too. They're getting nicer dirt bikes these days. That's kind of surprising.
Yeah, they really are. They are getting nicer dirt bikes. That really is the case. Oh, I don't know what they just hit right there, but it was actually seen on the camera. And moving on from that clip, we can also see Russian forces being directly hit within some buildings here as well.
Putin said, achieve the objectives of the SMO at all costs, he said.
Man,
lose all your soldiers, he said. Try to conserve your ammunition, he said.
Try to conserve your life. Well, he never said that for sure.
Like, no, he didn't say that. He said, I don't care about that. Like, if it would save the tank, but, don't worry about the people.
He said, 1 tank is worth 500 men. Like, that's what he said. But moving on down into Velika Novoselica, we also saw the Ukrainian armed forces using AASM hammers provided by the French, dropped off of MiG-29s to conduct airstrikes on the Russians in Velika Novoselica. And we see the MiG-29 roaring on in to drop the hammers.
The thing is roaring.
And there goes the hammers, and there goes the successful strikes on the positions. And there was one.
Ukraine is the only country in the world that has hammers more expensive than the United States military.
Man, honestly, man, you ain't wrong. like you ain't wrong.
These are French hammers, right?
Yeah, these are French hammers. They're actually really cool looking. I'll pull one up to show all y'all here. The AASM 250 hammer. Let's see here. These are the hammers.
Yes, that tubular hammer.
Yeah, you know what's neat is that some of the hammers are a limited period of time. I wish I could find that variant. I think it is the AASM 250 something. I forgot the exact name of it, but it is quite an effective air-to-ground ordnance. They were actually used a good bit, from what I understand, in Libya in 2011 as well by the French Air Force to great effect. That's really where they got their first baptism by fire, and it appeared that the hammers worked wildly well. So very interesting sort of a weapon system. But moving on out of Velika Novoselica, it is time for us to move on into the center of Ukraine, as we did get to hear that air defense systems, and Russia's ability to produce any larger number of these throughout the conflict has today, because while Matthew was doing that, I was off on my own adventure. So,
and I actually took some pics of it, by the way. Here first, back in down the west, I'm out here. So I have a video content while here.
State, Utah,
and I would love to talk things today.
Alabama.
You know, we told you all.
The Russian civilians are not getting that support. It's going mainly to the military and also mainly to the government, and the civilians are suffering a big league. So it's possible that maybe the citizens get so fed up that they'll oust Putin. That's also possible as well. So I'll be honest, I'm actually a bit unsure and undecided on this one. I'm in between the two middle options right there, but not totally sure. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that, that's a good one. I'd have to go generally with the 52%. The Russian economy, if it is destroyed, the Ukrainians get to win the war, whether Putin is thrown out or not. Because if the Russians have no way to financially afford the war, to pay the men at a minimum, there's no way for them to continue a war. Wars are fought by the logistics as much as they're fought by the men on the front. And so if they run out of money, shells or ammunition or guns, the war is over for them largely. So I'd have to be with the 51%. I do believe that the Ukrainians continue their campaign against the Russian industries that produced a large part of their economic output. I think
I don't disagree. I think they need to continue
in the long run.
stuff.
So I would have to be with the 51%. But with that, it is time for us to move on into those questions. Matthew, what do we got?
Yeah.
All right. So jumping right into our
Another
first
whining session by them about how crappy the peace deal was, which I agree, it was kind of crappy for both parties. But I don't expect a peace deal to be very good for anybody, especially when they've invaded and taken a couple cities or areas and conquered them, basically drove out all Ukrainian influence. And apparently those border towns have always been a part of the problem and wanting to be back with Russia anyway. So, like, now you have your constituents that want to be separated from Russia. And, then you got rid of the ones voting to rejoin Russia out of here by giving up that land. Melania.
Giorgia Meloni has achieved something that very few Italian prime ministers have: political stability. On average, Italy has had one government per year since the Second World War. But Meloni has just completed her third year in office, making her the longest-serving Prime Minister in nearly 15 years.
Difenderemo Dio, la patria e la famiglia. Lo faremo per difendere la nostra libertà.
She's led a government that's been far more moderate than the neo-fascist chaos her liberal critics had feared. Italy has now secured a seat in Europe's inner diplomatic circle, and even President Trump is listening to her.
She's a very successful politician.
It's surprising considering Meloni's roots in the extreme right. She joined Italy's neo-fascist party, the now defunct MSI, when she was just 15.
Moi, je crois que Mussolini, c'était un bon politicien.
In 2008, Silvio Berlusconi, Italy's prime minister at the time, appointed her to his cabinet. At 31, she became the youngest minister in any post-war Italian government. In 2012, Meloni and her allies broke from Berlusconi's centre-right bloc to form the Brothers of Italy, a nationalist, socially conservative party. After she was elected its leader in 2014, she transformed the Fringe Party into a mainstream one, eventually leading it to victory in 2022. Since then, she has carefully moderated. Part of this is due to her ideologically disparate right-wing coalition. Outside the Brothers of Italy, it includes Forza Italia, a more centrist party, and the League, a Eurosceptic hard-right party with pro-Russian leanings. Were she to attempt radical hard-right changes, her centre-right allies would probably block her. Another reason Meloni has tempered her cabinet's Euroscepticism is because she knows Italy can't afford to alienate Europe. It got the biggest share from an EU fund to help countries recover from COVID, 194 billion euros. The price for such moderation, though, is a lack of reform. Her administration doesn't do or change very much. This tactic may keep her in power, but it could be a problem for the economy in the future. Even with the flood of EU funds, Italy's economy is expected to grow by only 0.7% this year, leaving critics to wonder how the economy will fare when the money runs out. Politically, Meloni's balancing act is serving her well. She remains contradictory, breathing populist fire one moment, exuding moderate good sense the next. For now, this seems to be working. Giorgia Meloni has achieved something that very few Italian prime ministers have.
The youngest too. 41 she was elected. So there for quite a few years. And like they said, normally they overturn the prime ministers after a year or so. So I will be right back. Oh, it's Destiny. I don't want to watch a Destiny clip. Sometimes he seems smart, sometimes he's just Okay. Curious about this video. That towel we're in protect. I do like towel. Oh, he's got an orange video. Love playing. Orange was fun. In orange. Right. Wants orange to be a broken jungle. They're jungle. Alright.
Alright everybody, welcome back to another video. Today we're playing some Ornn in the Jungle. We're running Glacial, Boots, Triple Tonic, Cosmic Insight, Conditioning, and... Alright everybody, welcome back to another video. Today we're playing some Ornn in the Jungle. We're running Glacial, Boots, Triple Tonic, Cosmic Insight, Conditioning, and Overgrowth. Riot just gave Ornn some pretty big buffs. His W now does more damage to jungle monsters. And also the passive bonk when you hit them with the W does more. So we're going to test out his clear speed. Beats. Just clear bot to top. Get as much of this as I can. I'm just gonna get the whole thing.
I'm gonna do a spider or something. Alright, let's continue back.
Ooh, we could get Unending Despair. That gives some MR.
New 8 items too in the game now, right? I think you already gained plot. Kill.
Clear's actually getting kind of fast. Oh, hey. Oh, I didn't hit the wall. Oh, I got Xerath here, though.
Oh, that's a win.
I'm just tanky. She's not dying. Okay, she's dead.
Got her.
Please boomerang, don't steal it. Boom!
I killed her with it. I don't like this train skin that he's got on Ornn. I like the original Ornn skin. And I think they have a World Breaker Ornn skin as well. Like, I forgot he could build while he's out
She
in the
doesn't have
field.
any CC that helps me. Oh, I got the slow. I don't know if we can dive him. Ooh, go get him. That worked. That's good that I got aggro and then I backed out and then she didn't get aggro. We lost the dragon, but we got 2 grubs, so it's a fine trade. What boots am I getting? I don't know. Maybe
Is he already
Mercs.
falling?
Choo choo, please don't stop my base. I think it's Mercs since Unara's going AP.
Bro.
The thing is, they still have 4 champions that auto attack, and the armor boots I think are good against AP auto attacks also. Like, they don't have the most CC, it's knockups.
Gods do not need followers. Followers need gods.
Where's my chickens?
Took your chicken.
I think her dash is up. Double clap.
And arcade is doing a lot of money.
We're getting some plating, pal. I thought I have demolished. Oh no, I've conditioned.
Not up yet.
I was gonna take grasp, but I saw higher rank orange jungles are taking glacial.
Why glacial?
It hasn't done
damage?
too much yet. Oh hey, how you doing?
He walked right by.
I'm so dead. I need to run this way because their bot lane's coming. I mean, I ain't dying. Now I'm dead.
Oh, what?
Oh, I got
Oh,
collected.
she almost.
I survived longer than I thought I would there.
Yeah, I was a little surprised there too. Yeah, team cleaned up.
Unending. Let's see. A lot of magic damage. I am gonna get autoed a lot though by Kate. Yeah, we could do the mercs. Some magic shield would be nice if we get defeats. Clear bot to top. Oh, she is taking so much damage.
Her back.
I don't think I can do anything bot if they're full HP. I mean, I think I can fight them with Nami. My Nami is dead. I don't think I'm gonna have a way to get to them. I blocked the Pantheon stun. Cook. I don't know if I win this. I think I do. Okay. Ornn is really strong.
Mm-hmm. We pulled out though, man.
Let me just assemble some of your finest, my finest boots, and get back to jungle. I really hope Diana's not in this bush.
12 even
Oh, she's probably on Herald.
Trending legendaries.
Oh no. Yeah. Okay, we need 2
Herald.
objectives now. I need this dragon that's coming up and something else, and another dragon, I guess, or Otacon. Oh right, I'm trying to buy the goddamn boots. I don't have feats yet. I'm crazy. I think I get Jack shows next. I don't know. She should survive a bit. I'll go for Diana. Malkite is really annoying.
See, Diana's gonna be all the damage up through anyway. Right away.
I guess the glacial's nice for, like, say I opened up with either, they're glacial, so then I can easily get the W auto. Because if you W somebody and you don't get the auto, it feels really bad. You don't do a lot of damage. We're just gonna get Jack shows.
Backbreaking labor is life's greatest pleasure.
It's
right,
mid.
He lives.
Starving right there. Over.
I don't know how I got the kill. Bonk.
Oh, she flash.
Bonk. I just have so much CC. Oh, she misclicked. I could have got to her.
Yes, God.
I'm gonna take
Get the ground and the blue.
Uh-oh.
Great time for it.
I swear I just saw something there. Dude, I don't even need to smite it clear so fast. Oh, she's top lane.
Ooh,
We just build chain vest. Yeah, I can feel the Sunfire buff. It really is melting the camps. The reason they buffed it is because tank junglers just go Leandries like Zac. Wait, where the... Wait! Oh my god! I was like, where the... Dude, she actually disappeared.
Yeah, pretty
I was
good.
like, no way she went this way. We checked the bush. Oh, what did I upgrade?
That's crazy.
Oh, I'll upgrade
Sunfire.
Sunfire.
Yeah.
That's fine. Dude, that Caitlyn almost got away.
That was a good
Don't know what
Caitlyn
she
play.
did. I think she flashed.
Yeah, probably flash.
Might as well just buy this before the fight. I could slow her down.
Reaper. Oh, a double.
Kind of screwed up my combo there. I think I need to. I'll just get champion. I was like, I gotta get Kate because she's gonna keep DPSing me, but
Right.
somebody else made her run away.
Yep. Awesome. Over the wall.
Got a runner.
This might close down. Oh.
We've got a runner. She's still getting hit by my unending. You won't get away. Quit running. Got her.
That was funny.
Can I just build this while I'm fighting? Cool. What else are we getting? Kanik? I don't have smite. I've only reduced 30. Oh, 195. That's still bad. Oh, I killed him. Oh, shoot, I smited the... Oh, I clapped him right before I died. But I take more damage from... Pantheon did actually do a lot to me. Good thing I was hitting him.
The whole team was shooting him, man.
It was a long fight.
Back.
I think we just go Koenig. Oh, we have defeats. Hold on.
I didn't die. My forge missed me.
Damn, I got 14 kills. Last item we could just go like Thorn Mail or something. Oh, who wants an upgrade? How about you?
Oh, a couple. He wasn't even under power. What in the world?
Oh my god. I missed my... Could have got a cool triple there. I missed my W at the end. Well, they're losing an inhib. Here you go, Mrs. Nami. I feel like Abyssal Mask wouldn't be bad either. But Koenig would make me almost unkillable.
W.
Yeah, they're gonna end up going for MF and not me. We're gonna get Maokai ulted, I think. This is not good. She missed. Oh. Wait, it got canceled? What happened to the Kate ult?
Yeah. Hey.
Nice. Give me all that haste. Who needs to recall? Well, I need mana, but it's okay. I think any camp will just give me a lot of mana back, as long as I don't use every spell. Hello, friend. It's gonna take a while, but you will die. Just hit him. You'll get your kill. Nami got it anyway. He must be collected.
An ally has been slain.
Oh, he's dying.
I'm just gonna ignore him and try to get as much of this as I can. I'm just gonna get the whole thing.
Oh, don't take it.
Oh. Damn, I almost killed her. Oh, I did kill her. Oh my god. I be doing damage. Oh, I have no mana. This is awkward. Be gone. She's gonna have enough time to run to me. I mean, I don't think this guy can kill me. We're just infinitely healing off of each other. Now I'm winning. Oh, another person to heal me. Thank you. What do I do? Oh my god, no! I got collected. Ouch. Oh, Zareth. Oh, he doesn't have R. I thought he did. Well, I'm full build. I should be able to upgrade every single one of my items instead of upgrading my teammates.
Cool.
So Maokai, oh, he's their top laner, okay, but he's also 0 and 6. I think if he had the same amount of items as I did, we would just never die. Ooh. He be hurting.
Do it up.
Good job, everyone.
Ooh. Me true.
An enemy has been slain.
Sorry.
The enemy's inhibitor has respawned.
Yeah, it helps my wrist sometimes.
Luck is failure to fail.
Oh, call it. Rehab pool.
Oh, who wants this? I'm a wee bit slow to the fight.
They're all running away.
Eventually, I will be able to hit somebody. I'm gonna protect the wave. I saved her. Here you go, have an upgraded item. Who haven't I upgraded? Isn't that everybody now? Me at 13. Nami 14, Sarah 15, MF. I think that's right. Am I missing someone? Guess I could check their items. No, everybody's upgraded. I don't know if I can end here. Oh wow, what just almost one-shot Sarah? Must have TP'd on a trap. I can't kill this if I wanted. I gotta clear all the minions. I'm not gonna die, but I don't know if he will. Oh, he will. Quit healing. Oh my god, he died. Alright, I changed my mind. Goodbye. Aw, shoot. Are you gonna ult? Am I out? Oh, wait. You're not even in range. I am a very, very tanky Ornn.
He got even more tanky.
We need to end before these turrets respawn, because those are a pain to kill.
The Baron.
We can do Baron, but I feel like she's going to steal it, and then that's going to make the game even harder.
No, I meant that.
Lag? Oops.
What are you doing, Lobo?
She doesn't even do damage to me. And I get chunk. Well, I'm gonna go to my teammates.
Has been slain. Your team has destroyed.
Just feeding.
I got her, but I'm gonna die. We need a group. I don't know why we have two people pushing top when we're ending the game. Now the tower is respawned.
Yeah.
We are throwing. Could try to get drag. I think they're gonna get either Baron or Dragon. Maybe not. They got a lot of waves.
2 hours and 7 minutes. That's not how long this game goes for.
Is this a pie or a muffin? This is fruit punch. And this is a peanut. There's a chicken pot pie, fruit punch, and a peanut. You can't tell me otherwise.
I'm used to this level of disappointment.
I might need to switch to armor boots. I think I'm taking more physical because of the cleaver. I think I just saved their life. I definitely saved their life.
The enemy's inhibitor is respawning.
Screw top lane.
Oh.
An enemy has been slain.
But we do have supers mid. We can just run mid.
We put both inhibitors.
Your team has
Nice, good old orange jungle game. That felt surprisingly strong. Like, I think it's viable for sure now. I bet at least one of these junglers they buffed is gonna get nerfed real quick.
Probably.
Hey, yeah, GG got some more Ornn games coming right up. Stay tuned.
Cool. I didn't realize it was a 2-hour video. Oh, cool. Some cool Ornn. Gameplay. Oh, dude, did love
And I just love watching Democrats fight each other. Dana White, you're picking the wrong fights to put on pay-per-view. This is the communists, the socialists, the radical left, the establishment Democrats just ripping each other apart. Dana, this is what we want to see. Ladies and gentlemen, Hakeem Jeffries, a.k.a. fast food Barack Obama, a.k.a. if you blink real quick, you'll see Barack, a.k.a. dollar store Obama, a.k.a. thrift store Barack, is in huge trouble. He's in big trouble. Yes, I can sing. Somebody get me a concert. Hakeem Jeffries is now facing removal from his own side. I kid you not, ladies and gentlemen. Not only is he under tremendous pressure for his connections with Jeffrey Epstein, which is funny because he was one of the big people pushing for the release of the Epstein files because of the political convenience of the moment to do so. And I guess he never checked to see whether he was implicated because Epstein was a attendee at multiple fundraisers, according to the documents, for Hakeem Jeffries. So, yeah, really interesting, right? So Hakeem Jeffries embraced the socialist left, the radicals, and now, like parasites, they're eating them out alive from the inside. Chi Osei files paperwork to challenge Jeffries from the left. That's on Axios. Chi Osei is a New York City council member, and he filed the paperwork to challenge Jeffries in the Democrat primary, a 27-year-old person who is highly connected to, guess who, Zohran Mamdani. And he says the Democrat Party's leadership, basically talking about Hakeem Jeffries, because he is the national Democrat leader, is not only failing to effectively fight back against Donald Trump, they have also failed to deliver a vision that we all believe in. See, I see Jeffries as someone who is antagonistic towards Trump in every single way, but I guess the radical left wants him to be even more against Trump. But anyways, these failures are some of the many reasons why I am currently Jose is Haitian, so another foreigner who wants to destroy America, much like Zohran Mamdani.
Like,
he has a message for the Democrat Socialist of America. Now, you guys might think this is not a big deal, like he's a nobody and he's not going to win. First of all, he is an elected council member in New York, so he's well known in his district, which includes Hakeem Jeffries' congressional seat. So not only that, but he is a radical, and the Democrat Party is kind of getting taken over. And it's going to be a bloodbath for Hakeem Jeffries because you have these Marxists that are just going to tell people, hey,
yeah, they're just gonna say we're gonna give you free stuff. Two hipsters.
Good and faithful servant. I told him you lack this. Make me a sandwich.
Hey, Sean guy, I don't know anything about you, but I do want to answer. Like, I really want to answer the land in your theology.
Hold on.
Unfortunately, they're using crappy hotel internet.
So apparently, Crowd have been part of the deep state cover-up in response to the Charlie Kirk assassination. Is that why? Or could it be that Stephen Crowder actually has a brain on him and he's making an incredible comeback and going after the likes of a dingbat, Candy Owens, that is lying through her teeth as well and can't actually read flight logs at all, and neither can the mummy sleuths of the internet, as it would seem. So Stephen Crowder has an admission for you all. He finally admitted, well, the admission came more as like a shock to everyone because he was ousted by Kenny Owens, which came as news to all of us that Stephen Crowder was part of the deep state. Shh. Guys, we shouldn't be revealing such things. I mean, I am also part of the deep state way across the pond here in Australia, as it were, because I am calling out Candy Owens. So anyone that does that, guys, is part of a deep state cover-up, except Kenny Owens is the arbiter of truth, as we are fully aware. But Stephen has made a video
hasn't spoken
Kenny
anything
Owens'
truthful
claims,
in like
and
3
it all
years.
takes but 2 minutes. It's quite easy. Actually, the debunking takes more than like 10, 15
Macron's
seconds, I think it was. But
of
he sets up
France
the scene
saying that
perfectly.
Bridget is a man.
Because after hiding it for years, I need to complain. I've been outed. If you haven't heard the news about me, just watch this clip, and to my everlasting shame, you'll understand.
I had to learn at a very young age to read people. I think that's my superpower, actually. Just being able to look at someone and sense danger or sense deceit. And by the way, I should mention with Steven Crowder, I have never been a fan. He just always gave me the energy of a pathological liar. I trust my gut. I don't trust influencer campaign. My gut started to tell me that they suddenly began
Your gut's been
panicking
wrong
when
very
I
many,
discovered the
many
Egyptian
times.
planes. They did what we now term a pre-bunking, and then they send out like a full fleet against you to not even actually debunk you, but they're just so extreme in not debunking you.
Like using
they
their
sent
gut?
undercover operatives to sign up for my private book club that I kept on Tuesday. They took out a clip of that book club, from that book club, and accused me of accusing Erica of murdering her husband. I mean, they manufactured that claim out of thin air. And then they made it go viral. They sent it out to all the right people. Steven Crowder.
We've heard
So
it
because I
from
said
mouth.
he was betrayed by everyone, obviously what I meant was Erica Kirk murdered her husband. And this was all happening because I
part of
mentioned
everyone.
the Egyptian plane. I am certain. I am telling you this information has been completely verified. I am showing you this on a spreadsheet. Now, these are all the instances in which this plane, 68 instances that this plane crossed with Erica.
Okay. The Egyptian plane. I can spend a lot of time. No, Wichita, Kansas, by the way, is listed no less than 8 times as a destination on that spreadsheet for the plane SUBTT. It's an Egyptian-owned Dassault Falcon 7X. And just so you know, Wichita is like one of those primary, it's like a global hub in certified FAA service centers. And Dassault has had Wichita State University, a partnership with them since 2015. And what she just showed you would be very much in line with basic service, maintenance, repairs. And of course, Candace, with the initial story, missed the time of the flight of departure from Provo by about 6 hours. Confused coordinated universal time with Utah time. So none of this spreadsheet does zero to substantiate Erica's whereabouts.
What? We began panicking when she discovered the Egyptian planes because that was her big gotcha moment, guys. The Egyptian planes. Oh, I thought it was the beehives. I thought the bees was the big gotcha moment, and everyone started panicking over that. Oh dear, what are we going to do about the bees, man? The bees came to me in my dream. Charlie, help me. He came to me in my dream too, and then apparently I found out about the Egypt planes too, but I can't read the bloody flight logs. What? You are absolutely insane, woman. I mean, how in the world do people follow this dingbat? Millions of people watch this woman on a regular basis. They are hooked on the next thing that this dingbat has to say. Honestly, I can't believe for the life of me that we have the amount of people that are watching her. Let's do some quick math. I'm assuming that the few million people, on average, she's got about 2-something million people that are watching her episode. I would have a guess that roughly around 1.9 million people are crazy dingbats that believe everything that she has to say. And the remaining people that are taking this, clipping it, and making other forms of content with it, I'm assuming. I don't think it's that. That's the number. I'm being very generous there with 100,000. Could realistically only be maybe like 10 for all we know. But seriously, there are some very crazy, delusional people that are watching Candace Owens. Just so you're aware. And look, I gave up on Steven Crowder a little while ago, especially after things came out with how he was treating his wife. I didn't comment about that because I didn't really know too much, and it was neither my business to. But it seems like he's making a comeback, and it seems as if Steven has got some brains about him when it comes to truth and facts. And when it comes to Kenny Owens, he's right. She is the C word, right?
Interrupt the story time for
Officers
this
and paramedics arrived.
interesting.
He was just trying to steal something, and now you've electrocuted him to death. You need to take responsibility
he
for
electrocuted
this.
himself.
A thief was electrocuted while attempting to steal. The incident happened late at
Put
night
himself in harm's
Houston.
way.
Texas surveillance footage shows 18-year-old Darius Johnson sneaking up to an electric vehicle charging station. He planned to cut out the copper wiring and sell it for cash. But the moment he sawed through the cable's insulation, a powerful surge of electricity shot through his body, lighting up the area for a split second before he collapsed to the ground. It wasn't until the next morning that a janitor discovered his body and called the police. When officers and paramedics arrived, Darius had no signs of life. The coroner's report concluded he died from cardiac arrest caused by a high-voltage electric shock. A few days later, Darius's family filed a lawsuit against the charging station operator, Volt Edge Energy,
Waste of time.
claiming the company failed to take adequate safety precautions and was therefore
Plenty of
responsible for
safety
his
precautions.
death. After reviewing
Dude,
the case, the
bypass
judge
them.
dismissed the lawsuit's legal activity, and his death was the direct result of his own actions. The court ultimately ruled $1,000 in damages for the equipment he destroyed.
Well,
Do you
good.
think the judge's
Donald Trump is the worst president of the United States of America. Yeah, you guys are any better?
In terms of their health, their education, the clean, safe environment in which they can thrive, including safety
Don't
from
look any
gun violence,
dirtier.
I'll add. Donald Trump is the worst president of the United States for America's.
A deplorable and a despicable one at that. Undercover operatives, guys. The undercover operative was Nathan Livingston of Milk Bar TV, who signed up and paid the money. Nathan, if you're watching this, mate, you're an undercover operative. And you were paid by someone, goodness knows who, to record Kenny Owens' private book club that you paid for, mind you, that she put up there behind a paywall. So not so private, right? Because you're able to pay for it. Nevertheless, man, you are responsible for being a private operative in this pre-planning thing to try and take down Candy Owens, and she's not going to have it. So, you know, the thing is with narcissists and psychopaths, they will try and twist. Well, it appears that there's this cabal of people that are trying, but it's all pre-debunking, apparently. I don't know how Kenny Owens people. Man, Kenny Owens was implicating Erica Kirk in Charlie Kirk's death. Right. Where in the world did we possibly fabricate that out of thin air, I wonder? We just somehow made it up based off of the thing that she was saying in her book club, that they betrayed Charlie Kirk. They being who? Oh, wait, she talks about that. Oh, yes, that's all happening, guys, because of the Egyptian plane. We all freaked out, including Stephen Crowder. Stephen freaked out after he saw Candy Owens' book club of her going completely ape shit insane. Yes, Stephen saw it from Nathan Livingston, made a video about it and said, "You are a crazy ding-batted woman." And she did not like that. So Candace does what Candace does. Comes after you. Seems like Stephen is actually making like jokes about this because that's all you can do, right? Like nowadays, when it comes to Candace, if you can't see that she is one delusional, like crazy person, maybe, and I've said this a number of times, maybe you need to get mental health check.
Yeah.
Maybe. Go get an assessment of your brain. Because, I mean, Stephen Crowder can see it. Why can't you? Yes, guys, it's been utterly verified. By who exactly, we don't know. But Stephen said once you actually look at the flight logs and you're not a mummy sleuth of the internet, it was mentioned 8 times. And of those 8 times, Candace got the time zones wrong again, because that's what she does. She doesn't really verify anything. And then also,
This goes off of her.
she treated routine flight log maintenance stops like covert ops. Use an Egyptian registered jet as a conspiracy prop. Sound familiar?
Kamala Harris.
But guys, it is a huge thing, and people did their own investigation. The mummy sleuths of the internet. She deputized all the mummy sleuths of the internet.
I thought it would be cool, like if Candace like ran for president or something like that. Not anymore. She's too
and find me some good as we know it. Go out there, find it, and send it to me at tips@candaceowens.com. And when I see it, and if I think that it's a good conspiracy theory, I can run with it. Away we go. And I'll just put up a post on Instagram that says,
well, we're almost at 100 followers on Kick already.
The Charlie Kirk
we're at only like 40 followers on Rumble though.
Everything, guys.
I don't know why that's so low. But that's okay.
Everything.
But I'm surprised the Kick numbers going up. I know a lot of them are just
challenge accepted.
Bot or sales counts. But
Stephen accepted the challenge and debunked you within like 10 seconds.
It's fairly quick. Almost getting to 100 followers.
It took you what? How long? Over an hour to come up with your baseless claims, and it took Stephen all but 10-15 seconds to debunk your ludicrous claim with actual evidence, with actual receipts. Funny that. So what is it, guys? You're going to continue following this dingbat, Kenny Owens? Or you're going to follow people that don't have a stake at all financially in the matter and actually have a stake in truth? Are you going to follow them? Because that's what I'm doing. Seems to be working out real well. Anyway, that's enough from me. You guys take care, be blessed, and I'll see you all in the next video.
All right. Should we play some Marvel Rebels? I think we can. I think I will call it a night on the stream though. Maybe tomorrow I'll start early enough that I can play some video games. But we'll see. But alright. Thank you guys for stopping by, hanging out, and hopefully you enjoyed the stream. But anyway,